Good morning, everyone. Hi, it's Saturday. It's not Sunday, but that'll work just fine. How's everyone doing? I am not doing all right, but that is for different reasons. My country's falling apart around my ears. It's a good time. In the meantime, we can enjoy some Stormgate. That's how things are gonna go. So this is the Aureil Stormgate Open Cup. We got about how many people do we have in this tournament? Let's pull the bracket up again. 22 people signed up for this thing. MSRM, Yoru, also known as Weaver fans, a laser with the number 2 seed, Snockstar number 1, Game Friend, JXB, Aureil, Viper, Korean Bob, Mangarusel, Audiozerg, who we see in Discord all the time, Senegal Rustov, who is also someone, I always forget who this is, Night End, Titawan, Filibuster, TKL, all these wonderful people, Mana, Mixu. It's gonna be fun. I think, see, MSRM Yoru is going to be an IVI. So I think we do probably Filibuster versus TKL. I think that's going to be the play. So all matchups up to the semis are a best of 3, best of 5 semis, best of 7 finals, which is pretty fun. So I think we're going to do the Filibuster series first. I think it's probably going to be the most fun. Weaver fans versus MSRM is probably certainly the highest level matchup of the first round. However, it is an IVI, and we do try to avoid mirrors here sometimes. I mean, I don't hate IVI, but it's okay. Afternoon, David. Duff saying, dang, it's the game day again. Well, escape reality with games. Yeah, you know, it's what I'm doing right now. Oh, man, it's a bad time. Cosmic is saying only 3 cell representatives. Let me look. You know what? I'm not super familiar with everyone in this tournament, so I'm not going to make a statement on that one way or the other. At least 3 Celestial representatives. Hey, Isma. Afternoon, Storyteller Dave. Hi, who do I think would win? Haka Kipple. Laser is a very good call on that one. Laser is a pretty dang good call. And TKL giving us a shout out to everyone. If you are watching TKL's run, of course, and coming on over here for some commentary, welcome. So glad that you're here today. The Lionbreaker saying, hey, is this Philip Mulford guy? Is he a Celestial unit? Technically, I would be a Vanguard unit. I think technically I would be a Vanguard unit, you know? Working on whatever Sigma was that did robots. I don't know. I have to admit, last weekend may have been the first time I enjoyed a mirror match. The Vanguard mirror is genuinely exciting. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And welcome, Storyteller Dave. Come on. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, I get both chats. I just the tool I use to put YouTube chat on screen isn't working very well right now. So that is that. But we have game 1, Isle of Dread, in this best of 3 on the way. In the bottom left, in the blue, his hailing all the way from Europe, from those Nordic states, I believe. His name is Filibuster. And then from France, he's a StarCraft caster. He's the Stormgate caster. His name is TKL. Why are things lagging all of a sudden? The new eco made Vanguard feel so good. Yeah, it did. I am dropping all of a sudden. I'm dropping a ton of frames on. Oh, maybe the. I'm dropping a ton of frames. Yeah, I don't know what's up. Philester is finished. There we go. Yeah. So, Twitch, I do apologize if there is some lag. I have never had this issue. There has been no change to Stormgate, but I'm all of a sudden, or my computer, but I'm all of a sudden dropping about 5% of my frames to rendering lag, and I don't know what that is. I don't know why that's happening. If I like decrease visual settings, it's still happening. It looks smooth. Okay, so y'all are saying it looks smooth. Okay, well then we're gonna put this back to ultra. If you're telling me that it looks smooth, then we're fine. OBS is just telling me that it's dropping frames. I don't know why. And yeah, if it looks smooth to y'all, then we're good. And yes, massive shout out to Aureil for running all these events and making these things happen. Aureil, Rushy, I'd like to say myself as well, but there are a couple people that are doing a lot to maintain the competitive scene and get people to play more. And honestly, it's kind of wild. And I'm saying this as no slight to the Scouring, to be clear, because I think the Scouring is a great game. I very much enjoyed talking to their lead developer last week. It's up on my YouTube channel now if you want to go find it. But I look at what Stormgate has, and I look at what the Scouring has, just in terms of, I have dropped 8%. I have missed 8% rendered frames. Yeah, you think it looks hella choppy. I have no idea what's happening. Okay, that didn't seem to stop it. Yeah, I'm turning things off, and I don't know what's up. My computer is... Where are we at? Yeah, I am like maxed on... My CPU 3D rendering is like at 100%. This is wild. Yeah, TT Karn saying OBS is being... I haven't updated OBS. OBS was... I know OBS 31 has come out, but I have not made a single change to my... last week, we ran the Aureil Stormgate thing. I had a Stormgate crash, and when I came back, I started having these issues. My computer started to get a little... I think my graphics card might just be dying, which is a massive, massive shame. Also... Am I crazy? Is this communications array new? Choppiness is very subtle. Yeah. I don't know what's happened. Oh, you know what I bet it was? Maybe I had a graphics. I have a 4070 Super Classicus. What I really need to do though, as I need to go cannibalize the two computers, I need to get some more power leads because this computer has a 4070 Super. My partner has a 3090, and I think for what I'm doing here, having the 3090 is probably better than the 4070 Super. I got this computer for cheap, and so I made it so we could eventually do some cool production stuff. But yeah, because this is on, I'm rendering on 4K. The 3090 is probably, well, yeah, exactly, Classicus. I have never had an issue with this before. You know, I haven't been able to run like 4X DLAA because 4K super sampling 4K or 8K down to 4K is not great. But I've had zero issues in the settings that I'm running. I think the graphics card might just be crapping out, which is annoying. Anyways, we should talk about this game just a little bit. So we saw that backstab attempt on the sentry post. Didn't really work out, but the pressure now continues from TKL against one Hellborn, one Magmadon. This Magmadon's not going to do a ton. He gets some stompiness and kills off a level 2 Lancer, and that's fun. But this pressure, because this is Isle of Dread, this is, I don't know if it's the biggest map in the pool, but certainly one of the biggest maps in the pool. Because this is true, what it means is that these rally type builds, the old good old parade push that we see now in Stormgate, that we used to see in StarCraft 2 back in Heart of the Swarm, that's not quite as good, just because the reinforcement lines take quite a while. So TKL's gonna go, he's gonna get his 4th base up or excuse me, I assumed this was his 4th. He's gonna get his 3rd base up and running here. That's all ready to go. He's on 3 bases, developing his tech, machine lab going down so he can find his way up to a high command and start to develop some more of those upgrades. Now, if you were watching this matchup last week, in fairness, Storyteller Dave, I am running Stormgate at 4K. So there is that, but even still. You've hard-coded FPS to 144. See, the wild thing, technically classic is that a 4070 has a separate encoding card. Has a separate encoding card that all of the rendering should be happening on. So high load on the main part of the GPU should not be impacting my encoding lag. That's why you can get away with single PC things so easily. So anyway. For now, though, we're going to see pressure on the right side, sure, but the left side, that base is going to fall down. It was not canceled, and it is so important as an Infernal player to either take this north side base or the base on the bottom right. You got to take one of the two just as this game goes later, because you get very Therium starved. It's kind of wild if you think about it. Where Vanguards have scrapyards. That allows them to go and mine Therium out on the map without having to go commit too much to it. But a Vulcan's 100 Therium. An Atlas is 150 Therium. It is a lot less significant. Anyways, though, talking about this matchup, because if you were paying attention last week, you would have seen mass miasma with a couple Hellborns, some brutes, just a tank, a couple gaunts, but really not a lot of stuff. And just mass miasma that was making it very hard for the Vanguard player to fight into. We have seen adaptations from that on the highest level. Now the answer to that, as I think someone in chat was saying the other day, was you just get a bunch of Atlas, and the range is there, and it's very, very hard. But now System Shock goes in, sees an opportunity, says, hey, that's fine. Let's kill off a little more. Yeah, sure, you're going to miasma me. I don't care. It's going to get System Shocked off. It's going to be totally fine. So the 3rd base, or the 4th base, or whatever you want to call it, is going to go down. The double Luminite base falls here. Long distance mining a little bit as Flowbuster takes the bottom right side base. He's got the double Therium on the bottom right getting ready, but he's taking a little bit of damage. And these Lancers from earlier on that he spent his entire army committing to, well, they are oh god, it's so much damage. Yeah, eventually these double towers may knock him down, but in the meantime, that was like 15 imps that just went down. Yeah, it is not good. Oh, well, okay, so the rendering lag is dropping now. I don't know what's happening, but it seems like it might be smoothing out a little bit. I'm not seeing frames are not dropping as consistently anymore. Maybe. Anyways, so Vanguard's looking in a pretty good spot right now. They've gotten significant economic damage on this base, killed this base off. What do we have on the north side? A single Exo. He's scouting around. This is not the campaign, Mr. Exo. You're not going to find a Therium deposit just out there ripe for the taking. But even still, where you kind of hit that point in the game where the creep camps have been taken once and it's time for you to go take them again. So TKL is going to try to get as active on the map as possible while doing so, as he takes the vision camps now. Oh, he just spilled tea on myself. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's the new driver, Psionic. Although I had the problems turn on all of a sudden halfway through the broadcast on Sunday. So I may have to go and like reinstall Stormgate or something. I don't know. For now, this is a big army from TKL, and Flowbuster once again just woefully out of position. He kind of should have known that this was on the way because this Luminite tower was taken a bit ago, but instead he's lost the bottom side, or I guess the 6 o'clock base. A couple Shadow Flyers are showing up, but there are no Sentinels in this army just yet, which is a bit of a problem. You do want Sentinels to add on to the System Shock to make sure you can get in, get out as you need to. In the meantime, well, it's not going to do a ton. And the game will continue. Meanwhile, run by on the left side, we got another Shroudstone Manifest. And Filibuster's just not going to get a drag in this game. I think that is the long and short of it. But even still, despite the damage that TKL is finding, a look at the bank he's got. 4.5k. And yeah, sure, he doesn't have a ton of Therium, which he should. We should be seeing some scrapyards getting going. He doesn't have a ton of Therium. But you can certainly get a lot of Lancers here with the money that he has. Now we're going to see this one Atlas just trying to get dove on top of. Miasma's here as well. And finally, the Atlas is going to get disjointed. And this fight is just way too good for Filibuster. Even still, he's got Raging Tendons. The Magmadons are just not stopped. And despite the fact that TKL has killed off this base and killed off this base once and killed off a bunch of workers, the macro was not quite where it needed to be. And TKL, 5,000 Luminite in the bank, but no gas to spend it on. No ore to spend it on. And that is really kind of the problem we're looking at, but he could. That's the thing. You put a scrapyard or you put your base here, sure, but you oversaturate this Therium camp. Or a Therium patch. You put a scrapyard here. It is very... You only have 5 on this Therium camp. That should be like 7 or 8. You put 4 here. Yeah. TKL should so very much have like maybe a 2,000 Luminite bank. And it's so much more Therium on the map. He has access to so much more. I really enjoy the more zoomed in camera. It really shows off the model details. Yeah, you know, Infernals are okay, but particularly on the, actually, really, it's the Celestials. When you zoom in on them, they look great. Anna B, resubscribing for 6 months, saying, great content. Thanks, man. Thank you, Anna B. Glad you're here. Hope you're enjoying. I'm glad you're enjoying everything, including Beo dropping hot tea on himself. So what's happening, by the way, is when I don't look at the frames, the frames dropping number, it doesn't drop frames. But when I look at it, I see the frames dropping, going up again. Dave saying, TKL's bank gives me spend your effing money flashbacks from old Winter StarCraft Anchor Coach videos. I mean, yeah. He just needs more Therium. And he needs... One of the coolest things about Stormgate's economy is how flexible it is. You're lacking Therium, you can go put a bunch of workers on Therium and you're going to be happy. But like TKL is, in some extent, is spending his money. Well, he's not really in production at the moment, but if you look at it, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I guess the only barracks are in the main base. He's actually killed his natural base Luminite mine, but not the main. He's got 12 racks. He should be able to spend his money. Unfortunately, I cannot pronounce, I don't know how to read Cyrillic, but chatter on YouTube saying you still believe in Stormgate's future. I do too. You know, I was talking about this at the start of the game. And again, this is no disrespect to Scouring. Scouring is an awesome game. And I'm so glad people like it. But you look at their concurrent numbers and they're like 1,000 concurrent players, where they are lacking so much more than Stormgate is. And it's like they're lacking so many of the things that specifically people were saying, yeah, I'm not playing because Stormgate is lacking this. And again, different expectations, certainly. I think if Stormgate had not marketed themselves as hard and said, and suddenly they dropped with a game like this and they said, hey, yeah, we've been working on this for 2 years. You should go and you should play. The numbers would be much, much better. But it is kind of interesting how expectations shape reality, because again, the scoring is, it's got like 4 maps, you know, it's got a couple modes, but not really. It's lacking any sort of hotkey customization. You don't even know what your hotkeys are until you play the game. Only 2 facts. Anyway, for now though, we got a lot of Hellborn on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like just nearly 10 Hellborn. It's a lot, and that is kind of a response to this idea that eventually the Vanguard player is going to go for Atlases. 10,000 Luminite! 10,000 Luminite! Spend your money, TKL! Build more structure, build more production, I don't know. Take your bobs and send them elsewhere. Put these bobs on Therium, for crying out loud. Like, please do something. Dave saying, yeah, TKL's saving up for a wonder at this point. Yes, 100 Lancers soon. Good old 100 Lancer switch into Magmadons. Surely it'll work out. No way this doesn't work out. But it seems like TKL isn't quite sure what he wants to do at this point. Yeah, supply keeps continuing. He's going to keep going and getting creep camps as much as possible. But he really has stopped moving out on the other side of the map outside of these Vulcan drops. And I do like that. He's knocking down some static defense. The Vulcans are likely not going to die. I don't see any Weavers here. Magmadons. Yeah. God, this is such an expensive army from Flibuster. He's got so many Magmadons. Magmadons are often a trap. They're often not really something that you want to do. But in this case, oh no, I just ran ads instead of pausing, and I am sorry, friends. Yeah, he's still deciding on what comp is. Well, sure, kind of, but he needs to get more Therium. I mean, 5 and 4, nothing. Finally, he's had map control for the last 5 minutes and not getting the scrapyard. I love Seagull saying negative 29 Celsius in Eastern Canada right now. Perfect day to stay inside and watch Stormgate. I would tend to agree. I lived in New Hampshire for a while. I miss the cold, guys. It is, it's going to be like 70 in Texas today, which is good from the perspective of I'm going to go for a run later. And I'm going to be able to breathe. I'm not going to go and, destroy my lungs on the cold. Even still, it's not great. So now this fight, TKL is not paying attention to this army. He's going to have to system shock away, but between the Miasma and the Magmadons and everything else, it is a problem. Nano Bubble's going to go down, but with so many Magmadons here, they're just going to force everything away. Sticky Bombs, and now they're going to start to land and slow some of these Magmadons down, and that is when you get to start to take the fight. Miasmas are still going to be here. 13 range is very long. And TKL, he overkites just a little bit, but even still, as long as the sticky bombs are down, you can fight all into the Magmadons. When the sticky bombs are not down, it becomes rather hard. So TKL continues to kite around, looking for as much room as possible. Shadow Flyers not making contact for the time being. They're all going to get shut down, and we do have survival protocol. So these Xers are surviving just a little bit longer. We can see the difference. If you can sticky bomb, it's good. If you don't sticky bomb, it's very much not good. So TKL, he's remaxing on a ton of Lancers. The only thing I can assume doesn't really have a lot of Therium for anything else. Hey man, running through those sticky bombs, I don't really know about that one. Fighting in the Miasma, I don't really know about that one. Oh, that's not a great play. So TKL now roundly zoned out from this base with his 10,000 Luminite in the bank. Hi, chat. 10,000 Luminite in the bank. All I'm saying. Okay, he spent some of it now. He's going to go and get some other stuff. But very much zoned out of his north side bases, out of the scrapyard, out of the command post here. So his economy, it's good for him that he's got 10,000 Luminite in the bank, because it does mean that he can go and reestablish bases just a little bit easier. As these random Atlases are here. We got the Atlas drops going down, and I do like that. Although you got to be careful with the Hellborn being able to shoot up. Life is a little bit spicy. Gonna start to burn down, and this has to just get, there we go. It's gonna get Nano Swarmed. He'll right back up to full. Keep going. Of course, plus 30% move, or it's not quite plus 30% movement speed because it's off the base, but anyway, significantly faster than a level 1 evac is, certainly. And as we found out, the counterplay to this army that Flibuster has, it's all about getting a sticky bomb going. Gotta be careful here. We're gonna be fine. Getting sticky. Oh, this is a good bombing run. Very, very good bombing run coming in on the edge. And this is where TKL's money went, but he's not fighting with the army. The Magmadons, the stomp is way too scary. And the Helicarriers, they got a great bombing run, but now they're on cooldown. Now they're just going to have to sit there. The autocannons are cool. The autocannons are a lot of fun. But even still, you do have, it's not like they do a ton of damage, and the Hellborn are going to start to take some of these Helicarriers down. Now Shadow Flyers knocked down the first Helicarrier, and it seems like TKL, despite the supplies, getting, well, actually, the supplies are getting pretty close. And this is fighting in a defensive Vanguard player. We do have the bubble going down. The shield's up on top of this last Atlas, staying things alive. Now soaking. I don't know if that was intentional, but the evac just ran in and decided to soak a bunch of Shadow Flyer shots. But TKL, he's up in supply now. Despite all the damage that he has taken, he's up in supply. These Lancer run-bys have taken down all the workers on this base. He does have, well, he has some amount of Therium income. He has this base, one of the Luminite camps certainly mined out, but the other one is still there, so he's still mining just a little bit, and he's been able to spend some of his bank. Manny Achila saying, seems like TKL managed to improve some of his skill. It's not even improving his skill. He spent his money. If he spends his money, he's going to win. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point right now. So now this great big bio army, acting aggressively is always hard. But he's going to try to run into all these towers. And it's funny. I saw someone on Reddit saying, you know, the matchup, it's, oh, God, that's a lot of burning. That's a lot of stomping. That's a lot of burning and stomping, guys. We have to be careful here. Just because you're in a good spot, TKL, doesn't mean you can get burned and stopped, and that's it. You do have to play around with things. You do have to be careful. But those 3 helicarrier bombing runs. Okay. All right. There's 3 bombing runs. They did so much. How many HP does Magmadons have? I want to say it's, I forget actually. I want to say it's 450. 480 base. 480 base plus 120 white health. So now Lancer's getting on top of these towers of the Shroud Stone, just making sure that happens. Dragon's out now, but I'm not sure how much it really is gonna matter here. The Hellborn, they're all gonna fall down, and you just gotta be a little careful, of course, with all of the Magmadons. But the Helicarriers, they're fighting the Dragon, and that's not something that we see all that happens all that often. But the great big capital ships are taking the Dragon down ever so slowly but surely. The Dragon is dead. The Miasma's doing what it can, but it is not enough here. And those bombing runs from the Helicarriers on the north side, when the entire army was put in an alley. Oh, it was beautiful. It was so good, and that has been the difference in this game. Yeah, one helicarrier will go down, but that has soaked everything off. And TKL, he's got his opponent down below 100 supply. He knows how this game is going to go. And Filibuster, he had every advantage, but unfortunately not quite able to close it out at the end. And at this point, he's just dead. It's really not a whole lot going out for him. 656 Luminite, 56 Therium. Sorry. 300 Illuminite, 100 Therium, and 67 supply. Not nearly enough to counter this late game Exodia that our Vanguard players have been able to put together. And there we go. Filibuster's going to be forced to tap out. TKL takes game 1. Did Vanguard win by lawsuit or something? I didn't believe in the bombing runs, and then they just wiped out 60 supply. Vanguard won by finally spending. You know what? It's that thing where if you're not at the highest level of games of an RTS, and again, this is not me besmirching the players, but like you're playing a Diamond League game in StarCraft. Right, something like that, and you go and you take your opponent's economy up and you trade for it and you think I'm fine, and then you realize that your opponent, because they're not macroing incredibly well, they have another bank and they can reestablish all their economy, and then you think you've won the game, and then you lose because if your opponent had macroed properly, you probably would have lost faster. So you didn't lose because your opponent is bad, but you got yourself in a position where you thought you were winning because your opponent didn't macro well enough. You know what? Like it's kind of funny. But yeah, it is also the fact that it's hard to balance Luminite and Therium in the current game state. I guess Filibuster is Finnish. Does he speak French? Andy saying, thanks, Van GG. By the way, if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to go support me there, we do have channel memberships on YouTube. We do have, that is functionality that we have. because of embargoes, it's generally hard for me to do like, oh yeah, channel members get access to videos faster. But we do have channel memberships, and if you want to, sorry, you're now on Twitch. That is also fine. But it gives me a higher percentage of revenue compared to Twitch. But no worries either way. I'm just glad you're here on this Saturday morning. For now though, Boneyard is going to be map 2. So now it's a game number 2. Boneyard, another big map. Another map that is not quite as Therium starred, because you can go take the double Therium and get 3 Illuminite and 4 Therium technically if you expand north side, but this is a long distance Therium mining. It will require a second shrine to be truly optimal if you're an Inferno player. Have I restarted my game? No. But it seems like it's calmed down. So for now, TKL is going to do that thing you do, where you overcharge a couple bobs. In this case, it's going to be 4 for him plus the scout to clear off the health camp, and then you start to go macro up pretty quickly because overcharge lasts so long. But oh, come on, snipe it! I believe, snipe it! Snipe the bomb! He got the bomb! There we go, the punish. Love you, Flibuster. It manages to, oh, he hits 2 of the bombs! Oh, I love, oh, come on now. Oh, come on, that's not allowed. And he goes and he prevents this from, he forces a second overcharge. No, mate, that's the first overcharge. No, it is a second overcharge. Second I can't select the bob that is overcharged, but no, mate, no, it's the first overcharge. But oh man, Flibuster, I love you. This is such a good punish. Classicus HD, thank you so much for subbing to the channel with Prime Gaming. Hope you enjoy the, most importantly, on top of everything else, on top of the lack of ads, sure, fine. We got Stompy Magmadon emotes, and that is truly, truly, truly what matters. Swick saying GG. It's not good. Sniping off 2 workers early is not good. Now, what I think is very interesting here is Fluster's taking the north side base. Although, as I say that, I'm like, Therium. Yeah, no, it's because of Therium. You take this. It can be hard to defend because this is a long distance between the main base and the third. And this sieged up position on the high ground can get very, very scary. Linebreaker 8 saying Inferno P. Yes, well, you know, if you really want to express Inferno P, oh man, I need to get 3 more emotes made. I need an Inferno P. I need a Van GG. And what is the, is it just Cello P? There's got to be something better than Cello P, you know? I don't know what it is, but there's got to be something. Sell Easy TL. There we go. Yeah, I love you, Snockstar. That, yep. Do I play Stormgate? Yes, I do play Stormgate. Mania Chio. I have not had a chance. I played a bunch on the first day of the recent eco patch, and I have not had a chance to play since because A, I got myself really into Eternal Strands, and B, because I have PhD deadlines. So, yeah. Life is busy. I'm around, when I have time to actively play, I'm around 1900 MMR. During this Steam Next Fest playtest last year, I was top 50 at one point. But, you know, that's a different story, and the game has evolved since then, and I have less time to play than I realistically, when I was no-lifing it then, I didn't really have that time to play as well, but it was fun. I had a lot of, it was a limited time offer, and I had a lot of fun, so... You know, yeah, you take it as much as you can, and yeah, and 48, I'm a big fan. That is you could, I forget who, if you click on the emote, I forget, oh, what's their name? You click on the emote, you see you made it. I'm blanking on their name at the moment, but they did some awesome stuff. Classicus saying, PhD deadline, fellow nerd, field of study, physics, not physics. My brother actually is a physicist by training, but no, I work on robotics. Is there a bracket on Liquipedia? There is, Swakes. If you go to the Liquipedia, the Stormgate section of Liquipedia, you will find Yes, thank you, Anne. Everista has done a lot of awesome art for Stormgate, and I convinced her to let me use the Stompy Magmadon as a channel emote to my great benefit and my great pleasure. And I'm extremely grateful for that. But yeah, I work on space robotics. If you are curious, and specifically, it's a bit outdated, but it's 2 years outdated at this point. But if you are interested in the research I'm doing, exclamation mark research will go and kind of give you a video I put together. But yeah, look at that mine for creeping. Applies infest on top of everything. The Magmadon for creeping as well on these heavy camps, right? Because Stomp does bonus damage versus heavy. The great big surge, the great big headbutt does bonus damage versus heavy. And of course, because everything's infested, you can go and just eat some fiends and really not take a lot of damage. It's kind of a cool idea, actually, on these maps that have multiple heavy camps. I was going to say, like, I think most maps have at least 2. Anyway, fully saturated here. Wraithstone on the way, which I love. This is actually, you talk to Vanguard players, they're just going to be talking about how this matchup is so... Wraithstones are just way too OP. I don't know if that is true or not, but Wraithstone's good unit. Look at Infernal's just taking a part-time job, just trying to beat Vanguard. Yeah, you know, you are correct, Orson. My full-time job is trying to beat Vanguard, but the part-time job is working on the degree. I'm kidding. I know what you mean. But anyways, where are we at? Miasma looks like it's probably done. Yep, never mind. Miasma is done, and this does 7% damage per second. So you can just put them. You can just cheese the Skull Squisher. You just put a Miasma down on it, it doesn't aggro, and then the rest of it kills it off, and now there's a Skull Squisher on the map. And this works for all heavy camps, by the way, and I think this is probably going to get changed in the next balance patch. Because Miasma is very strong against... Now, the trick is fighting against these high HP Vanguard units in particular. If you don't have Miasma, you're going to be in a really rough spot. So I don't know exactly how they're gonna do that, but... Miasma is very, very strong against high HP units. And I think it was meant to be good against like Bio. You know, space denial for Bio, not to kill off all the Atlases, for example. When's Skull Squisher getting buffed at Linebreaker? I miss the time when a Skull Squisher would just kill off a third of your army if you're not paying attention. Those were the days. That was great. Oh. Talk about Vanguard not having a free creeping tool, but they do have a free damage tool. It's called a bunch of Exos on the low ground, poking away, killing off this shrine on the right side, taking a Volt down. And meanwhile, Flibuster's just kind of on the map. He's not running up onto the high ground like he considered with the... Although this V5 is going to get a shut off and get a lot of damage to a lot of these Exos, but he will pit stop. He says, you know what? I need this vision camp. I want to make sure that I have the vision camp because that means I can siege your high ground from the low ground. And that is a very powerful thing to do with my Hellborn. Meanwhile, Rally is doing a reasonable job with these Gaunts. They don't have Plague Axes, so they're not quite as powerful as they might otherwise be, but reasonable job with the Plague Axes forcing the run by away of these Hellborn. Now they're going to try to get jumped on top of, but we do have Miasma here, and I don't see any medtechs on the field just yet. Miasma's going to go down, getting a little bit of damage done to the Hellborn. Are not contested, not really. Meanwhile, Elder Shrine is done. We have Molten Touch about halfway done. The tech is starting to get there. And TKL, he's just running his army back home. I would love to see this trying to kite reinforcements away or something, but he is just going and sending the army back home, which means that the army of Flibuster is going to rotate back and say, this is fine. I'm just going to go kill this. Great, fun, dead. Fourth base done. Mining here. Tons of, a little bit of Therium. He really needs to saturate this Therium base more. He's 18 or 13 now, workers on Luminite and 2 on Therium. The pressure now commences. Yes, there are some Vulcans on the field, but that's not incredible. As a sensor drone, I don't know why it's here. Maybe this gives vision on the low ground a little bit hard to see. But do we have any Atlases on the way? No Vulcans just being made. No mech lab, no machine bay, no machine lab on the way out just yet. So no true answer really No true answer to this mass miasma idea. Atlases are technically the answer. They're very good against these small numbers of light units, or these numbers of light units. But video interview saying Atlas with tier 3 upgrade could be considered free creeping. Yeah, kinda. Man, this vision radius just catching the edge of the command post will force TKL to fight eventually. That or just going to give up, but now he's going to go for a bit of a surround. But look at this, Flibuster. He is springing the trap early, trying to go and take one side down before things are properly getting started. Miasma really zoning this area out, and the Magmadons run in and they just stomp on top of everything. They're so fast with the Raging Tendons that they're going to knock down all of these heavy units. Yeah, sure, on the backside, Vulcans are doing what they can, but it's no light units. It's all heavy. It's all the Hellborn knocking them down, and TKL is in a bad spot this time. His bank is not as impressive as it was last time either. How did Flibuster lose game 1? He killed off a lot of stuff, but his economy didn't quite develop the way he would have liked it to, and TKL had 10,000 Luminite in the bank, and then Flibuster he ate like 3 really bad bombing runs in a choke like this, and it was a problem. It was really, really bad. So Flibuster now is, oh god, that's good miasma. Another way to say about it is, I'm here now since I lost 0-2 to Mangrusel. Well, hello there, audio video interweave. The way it really works, and what was I saying? I lost track. Vanguard ultra late. If you can get, like to say, 250 supply of Vanguard of Graven, Hellborn is a TKL. GG's out. Has left the game. If you can get like 200 supply, Isma is back, just on the consistent Inferno P propaganda. It must be nice to have siege units that actually shoot and allow you to target them. Because a Hellborn, the backswing is so long that if you try to go retarget the Hellborn, they're just never gonna fire. Isma saying must be nice is calling OP. It must be nice to have this thing that is too strong is how that works. TKL the chat bugs who can GG. Yeah, I'm not blaming him. Inferno P is just true. I did a PhD in it. There we go, Lineberger. That's why I play Infernals. Actually, I did a study. I did a cross-sectional study of all of the different factions and their potentials, and my expertly trained machine learning model says Inferno P. That's why I play Infernals. There should be a Liquipedia bracket. So, we're going to move into game 3. By the way, Classicus !B will give you, if you need a Liquipedia bracket, it should be there. But ! bracket will go, oh, I guess the bracket's not updated yet. But ! bracket will give you the challenge bracket, which is always going to be as up to date as possible. So you got that one going for yourself as we have game 3 on the way. It is. Isma is back. We have... This is by far the best version of Stormgate. This is definitely the best version of Stormgate that we have seen. Obviously, it's not perfect, but it's getting a lot better. Storyteller Dave saying, I don't know how to counter Hellborn yet. I used to go mass air, but they shoot up, so now I'm lost. Dave, what faction are you playing? And apparently, so like this is like version 1 of the eco patch. I know they're planning on going back and like looking at eco. For example, Therium, the enriched, non-enriched thing, there was some interplay there. It did make sense in an earlier version of the game where a lot of the Therium nodes were buried underground. You'd have to go unearth them. And then it was a question of where do I spend my resources? Do I go early and crack open some Therium nodes so they're going to be enriched by the time I'm starting to mine from them? Do I go across the map? Do I scout? Do I be aggressive? What do I do with my first units? And that was a very, that was interesting. But now with A, how much faster the economy goes, and B, with the kind of the cracking of Therium open no longer really being a thing, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think this should just be a, like the enriching process is just, it's obtuse. It doesn't really add a ton. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them rework that, remove that, something like that. I don't know. So, you know, and it's certainly we were waiting on it. Eventually we're going to get a new Luminite model. This is not the final model. I assume they're going to go and fix the thing where interior nodes are more efficient than exterior nodes. So you kind of have to do some, if you want to perfectly mine efficiently, you got to do some weirdness with your mobs or with your workers, you know. There's a bunch of stuff that they got to do, right? That they're going to continue to work on this. But the current version of the economy, where they just sped it up by a lot, makes the game so much more dynamic. Although the big thing they have to fix right now is, and part of it's map design, but part of it is also mining rates that are relatively incontrovertible. That's not a lot that a player can do about it. Is the fact that you mine, and specifically Infernals, they mine so much more Luminite than Therium, but they don't have a good Luminite sink. You get to late game, you don't want to be building a bunch of brutes. It's just, it's not a good play. Brutes are, I mean, the Fiend splitting idea is cool in small numbers, but in big armies, brutes are just kind of there. They're not super interesting. And they get kited to death anyways. Their job is literally just to be a meat shield for, say, Miasma. A meat shield for some of the more interesting units. So it would be nice if there was a better Luminite sink than just a bunch of brutes. I guess technically you could say more fiends or more imps, and then you go and you have flaming imp stuff, but flaming imps are very Therium expensive, so that's not really a solution either. I don't know. I'm sure we'll figure it out, but it would be nice if they could provide avenues to even out the Therium income just a little bit. Despite saying they will overhaul Celestial last, the current eco mechanics are super fun. Yeah, I am very happy. Now, it's not perfect, obviously, but with Celestials, I'm very happy that they really incentivized prisms on the economy instead of this just weird, we're going to put like 5 arrays on the map. Who knows? They made it they centralized Celestial economy just a little bit more. And I'm not just saying I'm very happy they did that because it was my idea. Because I've been pushing for that in broadcast for quite a while, as nice Nightfall goes down, but these are kinetic redirect lancers. They are very, very fast, and they are not an easy thing to run away from. So kinetic redirect is done. We got Vulcans on the way, and this is looking like it's going to be 2 base pressure coming out of TKL. Vulcan Lancer, no exos, nothing like that. Vulcan Lancer medtech running across the map. This is something that Mixu has loved to do for quite a while. So now you go and you just cut through the trees. I assume he's going to go dash through the trees on the left side here and kind of attack through an angle that is unexpected. Meanwhile, Elder Shrine's on the way at 5.5 minutes. This is so fast from Filibuster, even before his third base is saturated, which, if he gets away with it, is awesome. But if TKL runs through the trees, which will be scouted out, by the way. There is a meat farm here. This is something that Filibuster is aware of the potential of. But just because it's scouted out doesn't mean that Filibuster's going to have an answer. 200 Luminite, 300 Therium should be... Okay, there we go. I was going to say, should be able to get some tech units out of the map. He's got 2 Weavers, 1 Magmadon. That's a little bit low from creeping. But if you can go and just get the lashes... Problem is, Yeah, you do have Nanoswarm, and Nanoswarm is a very, very good thing. But for now, the Lash is going to kill off the first Vulcan. Weavers are getting so low because bonus damage to light is this entire army, and we do need more. So defensive Hellborn's going to be out on the map. We do have a Shroud Stone manifested that's going to try to do something, and these units are slowly dying. Double Magmadon is actually doing so much damage, and there's just 12 energy away from another Lash. Now there's going to be a bubble on this Vulcan. Now there's going to be a Nanoswarm on this Vulcan. It is not going to go down, but this Weaver has to stay alive as long as possible. It needs that Lash. 4 energy. There we go. Gets the Lash down. The Vulcan's going to fall down, and it looks like Flibuster now. It's a razor's edge, but this should be the hold. Certainly Elder Shrine's done as well. An additional 2% white health regen per second is so important in these defenses. Every small thing matters so very much. And now we're looking at 3 Magmadons here. Waits for the dash in, because of course you can cancel the stun with the Vulcan dash. But if the Vulcan dash is in first, then you can go and just mess around with that one. So with the Hellborn and the Magmadons, and this is a Weaver. Now the pressure is going to get started in earnest. We got Molten Touch on the way, Raging Tendons behind. Do we have anything? Do we have actually Miasma? It looks like the answer is no for now. This is just going to be an anti-heavy army. No need for anything more, even with System Shock being done. Exos now, they're starting to get added in a little bit. And we have, Quick Draw Hustle's going to be on the way soon. So this army is going to need to start to add some Hexen. It's going to need to start to add some Miasma as the game continues. Just because, again, once you add the Exos, this mass Magmadon style is okay, but it does get clicked down. Now, important to remember, Raging Tendons are not that far off. And if you can get Raging Tendons out, all of a sudden the Magmadons are much more reasonable. I do a good job as a meat shield, yeah, but not much more than that, Isma. And I do agree. The Vulcan is a beautiful design. Vulcan's probably like, I think the Vulcan and the Weaver are currently like aesthetically probably of the current units in the game. They are probably the coolest. I mean, just look, it's a big mech with gun. I don't know what these flanges are. I feel like actually these flanges, I imagine they're heat sinks or like jetpack sinks. So I feel like they should not be deployed unless the gun's getting unless they're venting heat. But anyway, obviously the game's looking decent. Yeah, it's a lot better than it was. That is for daggone sure. As Flibuster has double expanded behind this, there's going to be 2 Shroud Stones. So these Lancers, they're not going to get what they want to get done. Meanwhile, fight on the other side, and a Harbinger is here now. Do we have a Shadow Cleft? Do we have a Shadow Cleft? The answer is no Shadow Cleft. But I really like Harbingers. An 8 brute drop. That's pretty fun. But I like Harbinger. Getting Seismic Slam is a pretty fun thing. I'm a big fan of that one. But for now, why need to do that when you have 2 Molten Touch Hellborn on the high ground? They're just trying to kill off everything. Miasma's going to go down as well, and TKL, he's dead. This game, when the all-in didn't work, the game was over, and Flibuster will move on to the next round. There we go. Besieged basketball player. Floating too much for the 2 base. Yeah, TKL is a good RTS player. He just I don't know that he has quite the understanding of the current Stormgate economy, so he's floating a little bit too much. And that has been the problem this entire series. And Deer is saying, I like the shooting of the Saber. Yes, I do too. And especially with the deep thum thum sound. 10 out of 10. What is the source of funding for this Open Cup? It is open to the community. Classic is !matcherino. will take you to if you want to go contribute to the prize pool. Right now, I believe we're at like $200. Where's the matcherino? We are at $275. Go Zuniro with the $25 saying Storm Goat. Aureil adding 50. Head or Heed adding 50. And SentDHS for the $150 saying Van GG versus Inferno P versus Celestials. Love that. I need to get those emotes made. For now, though, friends, we do have to go. For now, friends, we do have to go for a bit of a break. I'm going to restart Stormgate and verify game files in the meantime. And when we're back, more games, more Stormgate. More opportunity for people to come in and say they don't like the game in chat. And for y'all to tell them, you know. Anyways, friends, we'll be back in about 3 minutes. Which is annoying. Anyways, we should talk about this game just a little bit. So we saw that backstab attempt on the sentry post. Didn't really work out, but the pressure now continues from TKL against one Hellborn, one Magmadon. This Magmadon's not going to do a ton. He gets some stompiness and kills off a level 2. Level 2 should be happening on. So high load on the main part of the GPU should not be impacting my encoding lag. That's why you can get away with single PC things so easily. So anyway. For now, though, we're going to see pressure on the right side, sure, but the left side, that base is going to fall down. Now, the answer to that, as I think someone in chat was saying the other day, was you just get a bunch of Atlas. And the range is there, and it's very, very hard. But now System Shock goes in, sees an opportunity, says, hey, that's fine. Let's kill off a little more. Yeah, sure, you're going to miasma me. I don't care. It's going to get System Shocked off. It's going to be totally fine. So the third base, or they go, but instead he's lost the bottom side, or I guess the 6 o'clock base. A couple Shadow Flyers are showing up, but there are no Sentinels in this army just yet, which is a bit of a problem. You do want Sentinels to add on to the System Shock to make sure you can get in, get out as you need to. In the meantime, and despite the fact that TKL has killed off this base and killed off this base once and killed off a bunch of workers, the macro was not quite where it needed to be. And TKL, 5,000 Luminite in the bank, but no gas to spend it on. No ore to spend it on, and that is really kind of the other side of the map outside of these Vulcan drops. And I do like that. He's knocking down some static defense. The Vulcans are likely not going to die. I don't see any Weavers here. Magmadons. Yeah. God, this is such an expensive army from Flibuster. He's got so many Magmadons. Anything else? Hey, man, running through those sticky bombs. I don't really know about that one. Fighting in the miasma. I don't really know about that one. Oh, that's not a great play. Doesn't Luminite in the bank because it does mean that he can go and reestablish bases just a little bit easier. As these random Atlases are here. We got the Atlas drops going down, and I do like that. Although you got to be careful with the Hellborn being able to shoot up. Life is a little bit spicy. Gonna start to burn down, and this has to be fine. Getting sticky. Oh, this is a good bombing run. Very, very good bombing run coming in on the edge. And this is where TKL's money went, but he's not fighting with the army. The Magmadons, the stomp is way too scary. And the Helicarriers, they got a great bombing run, but now they're on cooldown. Now, and it seems like TKL, despite the supplies, well, actually, the supplies are getting pretty close. And this is fighting in a defensive Vanguard player. We do have the bubble going down. The shield's up on top of this last Atlas, staying things alive. Now soaking. I don't know if that was intentional, but the evac just ran in. Like, TKL, man, improved some of his skill. It's not even improving his skill. He spent his money. If he spends his money, he's going to win. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point right now. So now this great big bio army, acting aggressively is always hard. But he's going to try to run into all these towers, and it's funny. I saw someone on Reddit saying, you know, the matchup, it's, oh god, that's a lot of burning, that's a lot of stomping, that's a lot of burning and stomping, guys. We have to be careful here. Just because you're in a good spot, TKL, doesn't mean you can get burned and stopped, and that's it. You do have to play around with things. You do have to be careful. But those three odds, but the helicarriers, they're fighting the dragon, and that's not something that we see all that happens all that often. But the great big capital ships are taking the dragon down ever so slowly but surely. The dragon is dead. The miasma's doing what it can, but it is not enough here. And those bombing runs from the helicarriers on the north side in this game, yeah, one helicarrier will go down, but that has soaked everything off. And TKL, he's got his opponent down below 100 supply. He knows how this game is going to go. And Flibuster, he had every advantage, but unfortunately not quite able to close it out at the end. And at this point, welcome back, friends. I have verified my game files. I have restarted Stormgate. I am hopeful that things are not going to be as dumb as they are currently being. That would be very nice. Alien Anarchy, no. So okay, so I've done a bunch of interviews. I interviewed Alan before the new year. New concept art is sick. I don't know when we're gonna get that in the game, but it's probably still gonna be a bit. I interviewed Tim Campbell. Oh, when was that? I interviewed Tim Campbell recently, and I think that has me also pretty excited about the future. But on Friday, and this interview is not going to go live for probably until like the week of Krogoth, the week of 0.3. But I talked to the developer who developed. Wow, isn't that incredible? I talked to the developer who developed who led development on custom hotkeys, custom auto hotkeys, which are coming soon, which are coming with 0.3. And they got some cool stuff. I'm gonna say there is one feature that blew my mind. There is one feature that I specifically was like, you can do that. Okay. Yeah, Ozabom saying I really have a hard time understanding how people can not be impressed by Stormgate. I do get people get sour from the botched EA launch, but the game's awesome. I was talking about this during the first best of 3, where if they had popped up out of nowhere, ETA is, I think Tim Campbell said like mid-late February for 0.3 and the custom hotkeys. Yeah, so I think it's one of those things where if they popped up out of nowhere, say like what the Scouring has done, and they said, look at what we got, and say they dropped it at the state, say probably early access was a broad scope of unfinished things instead of a narrow scope of more polished things. But okay, say if they had dropped the game the level at state 0.2 is at. Next patch is 0.3 Isma's back. We are on 0.2.1 right now. There may be a balance patch between now and then. I don't know. But next feature patch, 0.3, is mid-February. But anyway, like if they had dropped the game at the state that 0.2 is at, like not even the most recent eco change, but 0.2, I think you would have a lot of people saying, wow, this is incredible. But because they marketed it so heavily, as like, this is gonna be StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3 successor, right? Look at us, look at how awesome we are. You had these expectations of it hitting every metric. You had expectations of hitting every metric, and because it falls short of this massive peak, people are like, oh, this sucks. So it's just a lot harder. And then also there are the communication issues. There's the they've gotten a lot better at, I think they've been starting to be a little bit more, they communicated like they were Blizzard when they could not communicate like they were Blizzard. So a couple different some issues there, and I think they're learning and they're improving, they're getting better, and for now the only thing they can do is just continue to improve the game. I very excited for the Infernal redesign. Full custom hotkeys I think are going to make a lot of people very happy. I don't like hating the game, but I thought we might have Mayhem right now and Heroes. Alien Anarchy, we were never going to have Heroes in 1v1. At one point, actually, if you listen to the Tim Campbell interview, I don't know if you did. If you listen to the Tim Campbell interview, he's like, no, not having Mayhem out right now because there have been I can say I was in some of the closed tests for Mayhem. He was like, yeah, this Mayhem being pushed back a little bit was a result of community triage of our development process saying, you know what, it is good, but it is not ready for the limelight yet, and we are waiting. Like, it needs more time to cook, and we would rather give you something that is fully polished, which is understandable. I think the biggest mistake Stormgate made was, the biggest mistake they made? They showed the campaign in such an early act, because like I tried to go play through the campaign the other day, like Mission 4, and I'm like, and I just looked at the cinematic leading up to the drill, and like the drill mission is fun by itself. It's probably the best mission in the campaign. The cinematic leading into the drill mission is so bad. Like what they should have done is just not, like, if you're gonna put the campaign, just don't put the cinematics in. Like, straight up. By the way, we are waiting for Mana Night, and they're just waiting for Night End to get back. I think that probably, if you have the, like, obviously there were issues with the campaign. Definitely issues with the campaign. Classic is HD saying the closed test was super fun. You're not allowed to say that, Classic is HD. You're only allowed to say that you were in it. Although, if you say the developers say that the feedback of the closed test said that people thought it was pretty fun, then you're good. But one of the designers leading Mayhem as well, Classicus, was one of the designers of Heart of the Swarm. Sorry, Here's the Storm. So, we do have that. And again, we're just waiting on Night End. Mane said 5 minutes. So I said, yeah, I'll hop into that series. And didn't happen. Game Friend has 2-0 to JXP. Snoxter Filibuster getting started. We are currently in the round of 16. Game Friend moving on to the round of 8 pretty quickly. Lobby ID for casters. We are awaiting. Night in, please. The only thing I remembered with the campaign was it felt like a tutorial, not getting any emotion out of it. I really think, and I've been saying this over and over again, I think what they should have done, if you're going to sell a 30 mission campaign, sure, missions 1 or 2 can be whatever. You can get whatever. But because it's 3 free missions, then you got to pay for it. Mission 1 should have been shock and awe. Mission 1 should have been the retreat out of the Sigma 6 Arctic facility. You have all these powerful units that you then lose access to, and then you start to grow back, and then you do the time skip or something. But as it stands, kind of this tutorialized Mission 1 where, it's not really all that impactful. I think I understand why they did it, because you feel the need to teach someone new to RTS, like, how to move a character and how to move your camera and how to build things. Like, that has to be taught, and you cannot assume that someone knows that, but it wasn't as cool as it could have been. So Ozubom, I don't even know that is true, saying what saddened me about the community outrage was that such experienced community leaders were singing nonsense, crazy straight out of the gate. I think a lot of it was taken out of context. So for example, you saw a lot of people who do not like Stormgate, who are very, who were like, well, Day 9 said it was a 2 out of 10. And what he said was, well, it's a 2 out of 10 when most games at this stage are a 0 out of 10. And, it's early access. I don't expect it to be a 9 out of 10. Like, where it is right now is not, effectively, where it is right now needs work, but it's not, but people took the, they took the, it's a 2 out of 10 soundbite, and that went around. Is multiplayer getting attention? Is multiplayer getting attention? Yes or no, Limitless? Are you asking me, like, is this like a gotcha, like not enough people are playing question? Or are you saying, is multiplayer getting more attention than it otherwise was? I'm not sure what you're asking here, Limitless. People play multiplayer. Not as much as I would like, but people play multiplayer. Think the units aren't cool. Scappa said, redesign will be dope. And I like how you said this both in Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I'm excited for the redesign. I think some units are cool, but just not everything's there yet. I really like the difficulty increase they added last mission. Scratch the same itch as the best Blizzard campaigns. I'm hopeful because they're totally revamping the campaign, and I'm hoping their second attempt at it is going to be good. We'll see. Alien Anarchy, you got some good ideas for Stormgate for sure. I wonder if I could take some ideas for the devs as well. You know, honestly, as I haven't written a lot for Stormgate Nexus recently, I just haven't had the time. But as one of the few creators in the Stormgate space right now, I know that they look at what I create. You know, I talk to the devs, I interview them every so often. So whether or not they take my ideas is a different story, but I do know they see a lot of them. And also, there is the whole suggestions feedback forum in their Discord, and I know they take a look at all that stuff as well. So if you have ideas about how you think the game could improve, go to the feedback thread. You can also post it on Reddit, but Reddit is an interesting place sometime. Co-op is still very fun despite a few bugs here or there. Yeah, I would like to see co-op have more stuff, like 3. What do they have? 4 maps right now is not a ton, but I was never a big co-op guy, anyways. So, for those of you that enjoy co-op, I'm very glad for you. Daytnime's mom works on Stormgate, though. He's a bit biased. I believe in Scap. I believe in Sean's ability to be somewhat impartial. Obviously, he's not going to be perfect, but I believe in I believe in his professional integrity on this one. It should be getting a lot of attention. I think it could be a good RTS. I think it is a solid RTS game right now. Is it StarCraft 2 levels? Not yet, but it's getting there. And it's certainly better than the small player counts it has right now. And again, this is just a matter of bad first impressions and expectations, marketing expectations not quite hitting reality. And they're starting to fix that. They're starting to come back. And I think in a year or two, yeah, we're still waiting on Lobby Classicus. I think in a year or two, we're going to get to the point where we're going to be getting to the point where we would like to be, assuming they survive and can start to make money on the deal. Which I think the first time that we're going to start to see maybe some of that is with full custom hotkeys, and because that was what a lot of people were saying. I'm not playing this because I can't customize my hotkeys. Which I think is wild because you can't even see what your hotkeys are in the scouring, and that has like 1,000 concurrent. So I don't know. And this is not taking anything away from scouring. Scouring is a great game. But anyways, full custom hotkeys coming in a couple weeks, and that is that is hopefully we'll see a lot of people come back trying it again. And I think the state of Stormgate right now is in a much better spot. And yeah, Outrage does get visibility, Ozuban. That is kind of the long and short of it. What do I like to see my final version of Stormgate look like? To have its own identity. And I mean, it is always going to be comparable to StarCraft 2 Alien Anarchy because it is a Blizzard-style RTS game. That means 2 resources. That means asymmetrical factions. That means mining kind of in the same way it is. That means a bunch of things that mean it is a Blizzard-style RTS game. I don't like the idea of adding heroes to 1v1 because they kind of encourage centralization and deathballness, and I don't really like that. I think in 3v3 though, it's fine. It's going to be a very different game mode. I would like to, again, we're going to have to see things fully fleshed out. I would like to see units be a little bit more dynamic. Like for right now, the Brute doesn't do anything. It's just kind of a beef shield that's not super interesting. And Monk is aware of that. We have a lobby. Monk is aware of that. Monk is talking about that. Monk is working on making those changes. Monk, of course, I forget what his title is actually. Monk, Mana versus Knight, and I forget what his title is, but he's working on it. I can't wait next fact so I can express my vivid hate towards APM Heavy Micro. Warcraft 3 staying here. Evan Carroll. I really like... If we can find a balance where single unit micro is more impactful than it is in StarCraft 2, but still encouraging that multitasking, that's going to be the sweet spot. Think they should remove camps in 1v1? I think they should reduce the number of camps and centralize them in 1v1 limitless. Not remove them, but do kind of like what Ruination has done, except remove the edge camps and make them more impactful. Not just like a random buff, but an item that you can bring back to your main base that that you plant in the ground. That's an aura that speeds up production time of everything under the aura for like a minute to enable a timing. Things like that. All right, so we're going to get into game 1 of this next series. Actually, I'm going to go record this. All right, game 1 on the way. Spawning in the upper right in the blue. He's playing for Team Liquid. It's Mana. Bottom left is the Infernal player. His name is Night End. Not to be confused with Day End. And that means that Ruination, if we get there, is going to be his favorite map. So this is, well, this is Titan's Causeway. This is the oldest map that we have in Stormgate. This is probably the quickest rush distance that we have in Stormgate. If you cut the trees down, Mana's not going to let it happen that early. He's just going to go kill the Bob. And I got to say, the power that scouts have in the early game is so annoying. It is actually obnoxious. I'm not even just killing the imps out on the map early, which is really annoying, but the fact that it can just go and delay your natural for about 30 seconds with no solution just from this free unit on the map, I hate it. It is so painful. But for now, looks like Niden's going to go and take that third base on the double Luminite, so he's going to have access to 4 Luminite mines early. Not a lot of Therium. Even this Therium is kind of difficult. You see a lot of Infernal players go and drop a shrine about right here to really maximize their Therium income. So not a ton of Therium, but a lot of Luminite early on. Meanwhile, Mana, for his part, if you've been watching Vanguard versus Infernal, you know the drill. You go command post first, then you get a biolab. You get barracks, biolab, barracks. You tend to get a third barracks. Mana maybe angling for a third base before the third barrack. I don't know. Yeah. Where are we on chat? Camps that interact with production buildings sound great. I think like things like that, where you get a MacGuffin. So let's talk about why, because we were talking in the break about how we can improve creep camps, because I like the concept of camps. I think the game is better when you're forced to fight over the creep camps. However, you know, some of the implementation right now, when you have these edge creep camps that are not all that great, are not super interesting. So I believe that creep camps should drop items, but not items in the way that it empowers a unit, but items that give you secondary benefits. So the example that I used in the break was, I think, you know, an item that you can bring back to your base or bring back to somewhere that has an aura around it when you plant it down that goes and increases production speed. Say 25% boost in production speed for 60 seconds that you get off that camp. And that gives you a couple, that provides a couple powerful things. First of all, it is something that you are very interested in denying from your opponent. But also, you know, it's like a couple extra units, so maybe not that big of a deal if you're ready to defend it. It is impactful, but not game winning. Also, it increases the interaction time with the camp and with the idea, the result of the camp. Because what you got to do is Mana here. Nice, a little bit of pressure early on. He cut the trees down, and that means this Shroud Stone is dead. Now, as the rest of the units arrive, well, I was going to say you're probably fine. But we have no Plague Axis here, and it's just a couple gaunts. Not a lot of army ready. And the turret on the high ground is beautiful, by the way. Yeah, Niden's losing this base. This pressure from Mana early on. Niden already expanding. He's gone 4 shrine. I don't know if this was as a result of him feeling this pressure or what, but he's 5 shrine. 5 shrine. Vault Conclave. Yeah, no, Niden, you're dead here. This is way too greedy. You cannot do this on Titan's Causeway. And he is just so dead. Game 1 goes the way of Mana. Do not miss the mindless worker harassment from us. I would not say that worker harassment from StarCraft 2 is mindless at all. it's one of those things where it forces you to play. It forces you to spread your army out. If you cannot harass economy, you death bomb. If you're not punished for having your army in one clump, you will keep the army in that clump. So harassment is necessary for the game to be good, in my opinion. Like, harassment has to be viable, and they have been moving in that direction. Not to make it as oppressive as one baneling in a mineral line and killing off all the workers, but they have been working on making harassment more viable patch after patch. Not perfect just yet, but it's getting there. Shadow Blizzard, if you're looking for the bracket, that is exclamation mark bracket. If you're looking for the matcherino, that is exclamation mark matcherino. But anyway, you know, we're going to talk about it more when we get into game 2. As we load into Isle of Dread and Mana. Whew! He cooked. He cooked Knighton, that's for sure. Game 2 is on the way. So now we move into game 2, and before Mana so rudely interrupted our discussions on gameplay. So I was talking about this idea where you go, and if you prevent that thing from recording, where if you go and you make the camps give items that you have to go in and interact with in some way. And again, this is not buffing a unit. This is, again, for the sake of example, this is increasing production speed in an area. Not only does that give you a powerful but not game-breaking thing that you can use, that you can build order around, that you can plan around and interact with, it extends the time that your opponent can interact with the camp or with the idea of the power-up. So for example, right now, you go and you kill off these camps, and there's a healing buff a little bit, sure, but also you just have these creeps, and once the creeps are dead, that's it. Instead, if they drop something that you have to go take from here, or maybe actually make it center, make it say right here, back to your main base, and that a unit has to carry it, that is 15-20 seconds when your opponent can prevent you from getting advantage of, and they can turn it into a tug and war, and you can have these interesting, exciting moments where Mana's proxy to mech bay. He's proxy to mech base, he's going for a Vulcan timing. But to make it hit really hard, he has to go and get the MacGuffin from the center of the map, the chronological impeller or something, I don't know. The chrono impeller to go and increase the build time of his Vulcans to make sure he hits that much faster. And he's got to get that from here over to where his proxy is. Meanwhile, Knighton's aware of this, so he's actively trying to snipe that singular unit, steal it away, maybe kill off the pilot, maybe kill off the MacGuffin, maybe steal it back for himself. And that is interesting. Does he get it? Does he knock it down? Does he sacrifice too much preventing it? Those are interesting stories to be told in the game. Sorry, I think that is far more interesting than, oh, it's a HP buff. It's a healing buff. Great. Harassment should be made viable by lowering the amount of starting workers. Not slowing the early game pace, mind you, but increasing diminishing returns. So what you're saying there, Ozabom, is you want to really, I guess, decrease more max workers. So killing off, so kind of it's the celestial setup where killing off one prism is about an 1/8 of the economy, whereas you kill off a Bob, it's about a 1/12 of the economy. I don't agree with that. I think if anything, more workers are fine. Diminishing returns, sure, but I think harass should be useful. But the more workers you have on a base, the less impactful killing any single worker is. Which means that it's less punishing to go get harassed while still being impactful. Voice Samuel saying an added win condition could utilize creeps. I guess, you know, we have that right now with the siege creep, where you can use the siege creep to go and do damage to your opponent's base if you get the V5. I'll buy that one. I don't like the idea of like, well, if you hold this camp for 3 minutes, you win the game. I don't like that. That doesn't. I know Age of Empires does that. That is not my preferred version of an RTS game. Other people may like it, but yeah, I don't care. I don't like that with how Blizzard style RTS units get designed. If someone says harassment is viable, you haven't seen Aureil's Archangel killing all workers in every base. You know, I have seen that. And I'm not saying harassment is viable or not. I see a lot of people saying, like, I don't want brainless harassment like we do in StarCraft 2. And it's like, first of all, that isn't really brainless. Second of all, if that is not viable, if worker harass is not viable, we're just going to see death balls. Now, meanwhile, Mana's rally is a little bit weird here, but he's going to try to go and... Well, certainly he's going to go find this imp. That is a dead imp. Is he going to go try to maybe take the health cam down just a little bit? Quick draw hustle is done. No kinetic redirect, but you got an exo. And look at these units getting targeted down. There is plague axes, but there's nothing more than that. And Night End is just getting kind of poked. I think he could have stood and, you know, dropped an effigy behind his army and somewhat fought, but instead he's running back onto Shroud, which is valid and viable, sure, but he has lost so much to the kite here, and this medtech's never going to die. Promotion here on the Lancer. It's not going to die for quite a while, and we're just seeing Mana just A-click him. Well, I guess kite him back and forth, but just he God Knight instead. Oh man, the first Exo move out is a scary, scary thing. And yes, more armies going to start to arrive, but we're going to see the Shroud Stone. That's going to go down, and now the Exos now getting level 2, level 3. They're promoting, so they're attacking faster. They're doing more damage. They're getting more range. What is it? Sorry, damage and range. They're not necessarily attacking faster, but they're getting damage. They're getting more range. They got quick draw hustle, so they can go connect with the target that much faster. They can go and stutter step that much faster. So Night End's just dead. There we go. GG. Mana is clearly the better player in this game, in this series, and he wins 2-0. Well, Night End complained about A, the opponent being a bot, or B, the game. Or C, the fact that there was an observer in the game. Anyway, Mana just kind of bopped Night End in that series. Andy R, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Welcome here. We're gonna go take a look at some highlights and run some ads. And when we're back, more games, more Stormgate. It was a best of 3 Shadow Blizzard, not a best of 5. When we're back, more Stormgate. I need to figure out what series we're covering next. All right, game 1 on the way. Spawning in the upper right, which is annoying. Anyways, we should talk about this game just a little bit. So we saw that backstab attempt on the sentry post. Didn't really work out, but the pressure now continues from TKL against one Hellborn, one Magmadon. This Magmadon's not going to do a ton. He gets some stompiness and kills off a level 2. Level 2 should be happening on. So high load on the main part of the GPU should not be impacting my encoding lag. That's why you can get away with single PC things so easily. So anyway, for now though, we're going to see pressure on the right side, sure, but the left side, as that base is going to fall down. Now the answer to that, as I think someone in chat was saying the other day, was you just get a bunch of Atlas, and the range is there, and it's very, very hard. But now System Shock goes in, sees an opportunity, says, hey, that's fine. Let's kill off a little more. Yeah, sure, you're going to miasma me. I don't care. It's going to get System Shocked off. It's going to be totally fine. So the third base, or they go, but instead he's lost the bottom side, or I guess the 6 o'clock base. A couple Shadow Flyers are showing up, but there are no Sentinels in this army just yet, which is a bit of a problem. You do want Sentinels to add on to the System Shock to make sure you can get in, get out as you need to. In the meantime, and despite the fact that TKL has killed off this base and killed off this base once and killed off a bunch of workers, the macro was not quite where it needed to be. And TKL, 5,000 Luminite in the bank, but no gas to spend it on. No ore to spend it on, and that is really kind of the other side of the map outside of these Vulcan drops. And I do like that. He's knocking down some static defense. The Vulcans are likely not going to die. I don't see any Weavers here. Magmadons, yeah, which is annoying. Anyways, we should talk about this game just a little bit. So we saw that backstab attempt on the sentry post. Didn't really work out, but the pressure now continues from TKL against one Hellborn, one Magmadon. This Magmadon's not going to do a ton. He gets some stompiness and kills off a level 2. Level 2 should be happening on. So high load on the main part of the GPU should not be impacting my encoding lag. That's why you can get away with single PC things so easily. So anyway, for now though, we're going to see pressure on the right side, sure, but the left side, as that base is going to fall down. Now the answer to that, as I think someone in chat was saying the other day, was you just get a bunch of Atlas and the range is there and it's very, very hard. But now System Shock goes in, sees an opportunity, says, hey, that's fine. Let's kill off a little more. Yeah, sure, you're going to miasma me. I don't care. It's going to get System Shocked off. It's going to be totally fine. So the third base, but instead he's lost the bottom side, or I guess the 6 o'clock base. A couple Shadow Flyers are showing up, but there are no Sentinels in this army just yet, which is a bit of a problem. You do want Sentinels to add on to the System Shock to make sure you can get in, get out as you need to. In the meantime, and despite the fact that TKL has killed off this base and killed off this base once and killed off a bunch of workers, the macro was not quite where it needed to be. And TKL, 5,000 Luminite in the bank, but no gas to spend it on. No ore to spend it on, and that is really kind of the other side of the map outside of these Vulcan drops. And I do like that. He's knocking down some static defense. The Vulcans are likely not going to die. I don't see any Weavers here. Magmadons, yeah. God, this is such an expensive army from Flibuster. He's got so many Magmadons. Anything else? Welcome back, everyone. We don't have a lobby just yet. I don't know. Does anyone know the status of Mixu versus Ruskov? Also known as K1 Fry. Does anyone know the status of that? I know someone said K1 Fry was up 1-0. But I don't know. Can I go check it anywhere? Turn off the language filter. I cannot check it. Let's see. Game Friend is in a game versus Snockstar. In kind of an awkward spot, actually. Well, maybe it's not that bad. I don't know. Yeah, no, he's in a bit of a rough spot. He's losing his natural. He's not great. So that should be a thing. I mean, Snockstar is pretty favored there, all things considered. But I would love to know the status. Yeah, Karabob was 2-1 to buy Sodam. I don't know who Sodam is. I would love to know the status of the Mixu series. If anyone knows. Did you do a thing? It just ended. I think Mixu just won 2-1. Can we act surprised? You can always act surprised, Orson. You can always act surprised. That is a power that is available to you. So we're going to be doing Mana versus Mixu. That's actually a pretty sick matchup. We saw it last week, and that was something where Mana took the advantage. Mixu was clearly not like super practiced with much faster Vanguard versus Vanguard late game, but it was a very, very cool series. So really want to watch Aureil if we can. Aureil is playing Sodam right now. I am confident Mixu Mana is going to be a great best of 3. And Aureil likely is going to be running into Snockstar in the semifinals. So we will definitely, any chance we can run the semis sequentially. I'm asking if we can run, because like Aureil versus Snockstar is cool, but if it's the question of Aureil versus Snockstar or a Laser versus Mana, I'm choosing a laser versus mana. Like, that is a... for many reasons, I'm choosing a laser versus mana. So I'm asking them if we can try to do kind of things sequentially. Is the tournament ending today? It is. This is a one-day open bracket. I have three of the 4 players confirmed for Stormgate Sundays tomorrow. So I'm working on it. No guarantee. But I'm doing my best. Laser versus Mana is pretty good. Aren't they on the same team? They are. They're both on Team Liquid for StarCraft 2 and whatever else they want to do. And, you know, they play off and on, but it is telling that a lot of players that had taken a break from the game for a while, because a lot of high-level players that have taken the game... Oh, great. Semifinals, we want to cast every game, so when you guys get there... So we are running sequentially for the semis. I was not aware. Who are the players for tomorrow? As of right now, I have MSRM, Mana, and Mixu lined up, and I need to find a 4th M. This is the Stormgate Sundays of the M's, but probably going to be Theory or something. Because right now we have 2 Vanguard, 1 Infernal. Maybe we add a Celestial. I don't know. But as it stands, that's likely going to be the players for tomorrow. What was I was saying something that was important. Chat, help me here. I got distracted. Add a cell in there. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Mixu, Mana, MSRM, Theory. Exactly. Sword knows. But anyway, yeah. So I think it's telling that a lot of these high-level RTS players, Parting, Mana, Laser, they took a break from Stormgate. They haven't been playing a ton of Stormgate. They weren't playing a ton of Stormgate in the last patch. And now they're back, and they're saying, hey, this new eco patch is pretty cool. I want to play more Stormgate again. And they're playing it, and they're enjoying it. Obviously, that's not player numbers, but if you have Mana doing more Stormgate stuff again, and granted, he has been one of the bigger boosters of Stormgates for a while, but if he's doing Stormgate stuff again, that's pretty good news. So again, we're just waiting on Mixu versus Mana. Oh, why is it taking so long? Would love to see Mana start streaming Stormgate again. His streams were super fun and entertaining to watch. They were fun. Although I felt bad for him because like he was playing into like the worst degeneracy, most degenerate version of Stormgate that I have seen in a while. That was like the whole never mind a lick Ethereum CVC. The game is a lot better. I don't know who Sodam is. Laney Macon. There's a 2K Infernal player. But we're going to be doing Mana versus Mixu in this round of 8. Also, I'm sad. I went to go and grab a banana as a bit of a snack, but turns out my bananas... I have never seen this, but my bananas... He's a Korean amateur. Okay. But my bananas, they've ripened. If this is a banana... All right, so if this is a banana, right? My finger is a banana. They ripened from the tip to 50% up, and then they're green the other half. They are a 50% ripe banana, back and forth. And I'm like, I've never seen this before. But I guess I need to wait for another day for my bananas to get ripe. I don't know. So we're going to be getting into the next series rather soon. I got both players in the lobby. All players are ready to go, and we are off. And again, Vanguard versus Vanguard, from what we saw last week, was a very faster, but they're getting damage. Sorry about that. Stream scripts video deleter. All right. We're going to go into this series. It's best of 3, game 1. Vanguard versus Vanguard last week was pretty cool. Well, we'll see if it continues to be cool as the meta evolves. Game 1. So here we are, spawning the bottom left. Wait, there we go. Spawning the bottom left in the blue for Team Liquid. It's Mana. And in the upper right, in the red, also playing Vanguard in this Vanguard mirror, he is Mixu. And these two players played last week in the Aureil Invitational, and it was awesome. It was mass Vulcan all over the place, helicarriers in the late game. Very, very cool matchup. And then immediately we saw Mixu complaining about the matchup, but that's fine because I can understand where he's coming from. I would like to see a little bit more unit diversity. There is so much more unit diversity in this matchup right now. Exos, Bio being kind of viable at times, Vulcans, Lancers. I would like to see Atlases. I think they probably make sense. Yeah, do they do... Actually, they do bonus damage versus heavy. They do significant damage to Vulcans when they cluster up. It's just a matter of whether you can manage it and whether you think it's worth the investment. But I think adding Atlases would be a pretty solid kind of line breaker tech. I think also adding Graven would have been maybe a good idea. Not even from the... I can't... Did we have Graven in that game? I forget. But not even from the perspective of, wow, Graven do a lot of damage. Not really. But sticky bombs slow down attack speed. And Vulcans, they're feast or famine on attack speed. If they can't attack very fast, they're just not going to do a lot. So I think adding Graven is probably a pretty solid play. But for right now, Mana's running across the map. He's getting a little aggressive with his earlier barracks. Just playing around with the Lancer, the Scout. It's a bit of a hand check. And for now, Mixu's passing the hand check. It's not really working out for him all that well. Yum Young Hungry 85 with a Prime Gaming sub. Thank you so much. Glad you're hanging out here. Hope you enjoy the emotes and most importantly, the lack of ads, if that ever becomes a problem. Ideally, it doesn't, but... Oh. Lancer ran into the natural. Overcharged Bob's killed it off. Nice citizens arrest there. And Amana, his hands check is not really working out all that well for him this game. Mixu, though, he's fine. He's very happy. He hasn't lost a single unit. His Lancer's now able to start creeping around a little bit, start to take down the speed camp, and then take the health camp behind. And behind that, second barracks going down, Biolab going down. So that is the big difference in this game number 1. Mana is going 3 racks. 3 racks, Biolab going quick draw hustle ASAP. Mixu, he's on 2 racks. Quick draw hustle a little bit slower because of everything, because he's had to pull... he's just not mining as much Therium as Mana is. Mana's on 6. He's rallying out over after 10 and 12. Mixu, not mining a ton of Therium. Nothing in the natural, 2 in the main base. He is very heavily saturating his Luminite. So while he's going to have a lot of stuff, in fact, that's a very quick third base, all things considered, while he's going to have access to all of these tools, he's not going to have the tech. He's not going to have the timings that Mana is going to have access to, which we're going to have to see how well that's going to work out. A sentry post, that could be a good thing. In fact, a mech bay is on the way very quickly here, and now we're starting to see a lot of Therium get mined. Mixu pretty much just waiting until the last second to see to the point where he could go and start to mine some Therium, and that kind of is going to be the play. So if he can get like 1 Vulcan, maybe enough. If we can certainly can get 2 Vulcans up, that is probably going to be the defensive power that is needed. So Mana, he's leaning into this. He's got his 4th racks on the way, and this bio all in, because that's what it is at this point. He's going to be probably go up to 5 racks on 2 bases and just power the Exos through. Exos with quick draw hustle, they're fast. They do a lot of damage, especially against heavy units. They can just kite for forever. So if you can lean into it, it can be a very powerful thing. Meanwhile, quick draw hustle is not even getting started. Exos are here, but they're not going to be able to be, they're not going to be able to kite, not to nearly the same way. And Mana, for his part, no kinetic redirect. It's just these barracks. He's got a single med tech on the way, adding in just a little bit more healing. And this army, this timing is getting kind of scary. So Mana, or Mixu, for his part, he's at, oh, okay. I kind of expected to see a Lancer here, or not a Lancer, a Vulcan here. I'm not gonna lie. But instead, he's adding medtechs, or he's adding hedgehogs, excuse me. And hedgehogs are okay, but not against a heavy exo army. Exos, of course, hedgehogs are light units, but so too are exos. But importantly, exos kite a little. Exos burst down hedgehogs, and hedgehogs don't do a lot of bonus damage to the exos. So this is going to be kind of interesting here. For right now, quick draw hustle versus no hustle means that these exos, they're just going to get targeted. We can see the difference here. You target down units and they die. There's no running away anymore because, yeah, sure, exos don't do bonus damage to exos, but the buff is enough. And now, if you put this army into a corner, we're going to see the medtech just get targeted down and Mixu the wrong read here. I think now there's going to be a Vulcan out, and Master Pair is going to force this out. Sure. Here's the problem, though. And it is always going to be a problem. It is a significant problem. This is the natural. The natural is going to be hard to break with the Vulcans. Sure, but the third base is a little bit more vulnerable. Second, oh, this is a problem. Second Vulcan's just about done on the third base. Tries to get on top of this Vulcan. Is it going to get targeted down? I think so, just barely. It's dead. But that is a lot of damage, and these exos, not as tanky, not as numerous as they otherwise would like to be. In fact, they're all pretty much dead, getting dove on top of. And it looks like Mixu's going to be able to hold on, not just easily, with flying colors. This third base is way slow. And now a bunch of mobs getting pulled into the Luminite mine to go, and I'm surprised we don't see a scrapyard on the way. There we go. Scrapyard on the way. Tons more Ethereum getting mined. And this Vulcan, getting 2 Vulcans out, is absolutely the solution that needed to happen. You just got to run. Exos, light units, bonus damage versus light. Yeah, got to get away from this. And now Mana, very much on the back foot. Central Command is done. He's just kind of stuck in this biotech, though. And if you're down this amount of supply, you're down this number of tech, you're just stuck in bio. Transitioning is very hard. But what exactly are you supposed to do into this army? Yes, exos, they don't have quick draw. That's fine. Their job is just to be that little bit of extra damage. Well, this Vulcan does everything. Yeah, I thought Mixu might have been dead too. But they got those 2 Vulcans out. Not just the single MVP Vulcan out, Miri and Nessie, but getting 2 Vulcans out. Also, we didn't talk about this, but backstabbing with that single hedgehog, getting so many of these camps. Taking the health camp, taking that passive region off the map, taking the Luminite camp, taking the speed camp. All of these things added up, and it meant that the army of Mixu was just slightly more powerful than it might have otherwise appeared. And that was a big deal. So the game is going to slow down just a little bit. 1 to 2 more exos and Mana Steamrolls, maybe. It was a very close thing. We saw just how much Vulcans go and just shred light units. By the way, talking about things we'd like to see from this game, I would like to see the damage from Vulcans be more impactful. Because you see the units die, but it doesn't always feel like the animation is necessarily connecting. So it's just like kind of this awkward scenario. You're like, my units are dying, but I'm not totally sure. I know it's the Vulcan rationally, but it just doesn't feel like it's the Vulcan. Obviously, that's just going to be a result of polish more than anything else. But Mana now, he does have Vulcans out of the map. He does have this third base done. The problem now is really a lack of Therium. He does not have the rich Therium base. Mixu absolutely does. So that's a bit of a scary situation. Also, there's a 4th base done for Mixu. Mana is, well, he's going to be aware of it now. If he can kind of sneak in, run in one angle, out the other, take the base down, but it's going to get ramparted. It's going to get, bulwarked. There we go. So, or it's going to get reinforced. It's not going to die that quickly, which is a bit of a problem. Now here comes the army. Now Mana is kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place. The bubble's going to go down on both Vulcans, but there's just so many more Vulcans. Even if the concave for Mana is pretty good, there's just not enough here. Lancers are going to run through. Look at this. 5 Vulcans to 1 is not a solution. And Mana, the all-in didn't work. Mixu defended well enough. Boomed his economy massively. And that means that Mixu, he takes game 1. And remember, this was the very cool late game that we saw on this map last week. It was Mana Mixu on Isle of Dread. It worked out pretty nicely. Now that's a little bit different. So we're going to get a game 2 on the way soon enough. I was wondering why Yoru and MSRM took so long. And it's because they played a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. And that was unintentional. If you're looking for the Snockstar games, I don't know if anyone is casting them. I don't know if anyone was casting them, but GameFriend is streaming his perspective of Snockstar. Yeah. GameFrame is streaming his perspective versus Snockstar, which is something. So now we move into game number 2. Game number 2 of the series is going to be Mixumana, Secluded Grove. Bottom left in the blue, down a game. His all in. I was very close to working. Didn't quite work out. His name is Mana. Upper right, good defense. It's Mixu. I just got a picture from my parents, by the way, where I grew up on 60 acres in the middle of nowhere. Like, my nearest neighbor is over a mile away from, maybe not over a mile, but is about a mile away from our house. It's a 5K to the nearest paved road in Mac. Like, I did grow up in the middle of nowhere, and I just got a picture of my parents. So some rock on our property, and there's just like a dog toy pig on it, and it's like, I'm assuming a neighbors went for a walk and dropped it there, but it's just like a random orange pig in the middle of the woods. And I'm like, sure, great. Love the pig. For now, though, Mana's going to go and continues to try to do this hand check thing. This time, though, he's got more because he's pulling bobs into this. He's got lancers on the way and more bobs. He's going to try to go buzzsaw turret rush this thing. That's pretty fun. Question is whether this is going to get defended. So for now, overcharge is going to be there. Nothing has died just yet. But there we go. Turret just out of vision range. Mixu does not seem to be aware of this. Okay, he is now. He's got his own sentry post on the way. Overcharged bobs build faster than slow bobs, so he will be able to get this up in time. And unlike Infernal versus Vanguard, where this can be a challenge to deal with, the sentry post is ready. And in fact, do we have a cyber or biolab? No, we don't. Not just yet. But paraturret's going to be the net order of business for the time being, and then we're just going to put a buzzsaw into this and put the low lancer in there. Come on, Mana. But okay, there we go. Biolab is going to be coming up, and this is where life gets really useful. Ideally, you want an exo turret on this because it more range. All right, this turret has range of 10. Exo turret has, I want to say 12 range. It means that you have the range advantage in the turrets if you can get the exo up. So Mixu right now defending with less units, but worst comes to worst, he will have splash damage on this turret if he needs it. But also more importantly, exo's on the way. And with an exo being on the way, that means that he's just going to have that superior range. So turret coming in from a different angle. This time the bobs are going to get pulled into this. And it is more stuff versus less stuff. The Lancers, oh, actually, wait a minute here. Mixu might get one of these Lancers down, has to kite away just a little bit. And a turret's going up in the main base. Second turret up in the main base. This is actually working out pretty well for Mana, all things considered. I'm talking about how powerful the Exo is, how powerful the Exo turret can be. And yeah, it's going to cancel this one, but there's no turret in the main base and nothing. Mixu's lost track of what's happening in the main base. So yeah, the natural is not perfect, but the main base. This turret's just about done, and it's in range of the production. This is disgusting. This is horrendous. I thought we moved past this, and I hate it so much. But it's working out right now. So Bob's all going to get pulled from the natural into the main base. Just has to go contest this turret, but it's a buzzsaw turret. It does 26 damage to light units. The Bobs are not going to kill this thing off. The Exo can't really survive. And this is damage, my friend. Oh God, look how low these bombs are getting. This is the damage that Mana's been looking for forever. It's not breakable. You let this turret get up, and the damage has already been done. Yeah, it looks like Mixie was able to power build a turret, and that might eventually break this down. But Mana's mining out of his natural. Mana is fine. The commitment is done. The damage has been more than done. This turret is poorly placed as well, so the flag turrets are just still bouncing and killing off more mobs. Oh, this is wild. But at the end of the day, there we go. The flak turret will eventually take this down. It'll eventually take it down. But Mana is... It's funny, actually, if you look by supply count, maybe not as good as I thought it was. I'm like, man, so many mobs are dying, but Mixie was on two base command posts for quite a while. His Bob economy was just better developed. So I kind of assumed with how many Bobs died, how much mining time was lost, that Mixie was just kind of dead, but the answer is not true at all, actually. He's actually still in a pretty good spot. He's got more production. He's got more mining even still. 11 workers on this one. What are we at? 7 on this one versus 3 and 7. Yeah, he's got more workers, although not as much mining Ethereum. He's got more workers. He's got a central command on the way. He's got 3 racks production. No bio upgrades just yet, but he's able to start creeping now just a little bit. All of these things are good. And now the one thing he doesn't have is a third base. Mana, with the map control that he had, with the damage that he got, with the fact that he knows that Mixu's going to be turtling at home for a little bit. That's just kind of what you got to do. He's just going to go and take a third. And I like that. Now, Mixu's got his own third base on the way. Oh, I've just been provided with hot water for tea. I love that. I did say, by the way, third base. That is not true. Mixu's just going to go get more Ethereum. NDR saying, I hope they come up with a casting UI, with a observer UI, really, with production and unit loss tabs sooner than later. They are. It's on the way. It's just a matter of what do you need. And I'm not promising anything because I truly don't know. But I would not be surprised to see us get there soon, because a lot of the, because I know they are working on like a lot of polish UI work. Certainly we got the certainly we were able to, we're getting custom hotkeys and custom auto hotkeys and a full UI to support that, per what Tim Campbell said in the interview. We're getting that in a couple weeks. I don't know that we know the dates of 0.3 just yet, but we do know it is likely going to be the 4th, the 11th, the 18th, or the 25th. Because he said mid to late, well, maybe not the 4th or the 11th, but mid to late February, and they patch on Tuesdays. So that lets us narrow it down just a little bit. I would assume the 18th or the 25th would be my guess. And again, I don't know that we're going to get observer interface updates on that one. But we'll see. Maybe we'll see the next one. I don't know. For now, though, Bobs are getting harassed here. Meanwhile, pressure comes into the other side. 3 Vulcans coming out of Mana here. And we talked about how Mixie was in a great spot. Well, 3 Vulcans are a bit of a problem. Vulcans don't take a ton of damage from these Buzzsaw turrets. Even if the Buzzsaw turrets do have a bunch of bonus armor, they're still slowly going to get taken down. And this bubble dash onto the I thought he might try to dash onto the high ground. That first Vulcan will fall. This is kind of looking like a viable hold for Mixu. I did not expect this. I thought he was just going to die to all the Vulcans. But it's looking certainly like a viable hold. Some of the Bobs are going down, and that is not great, but all the Vulcans are dead. Mixu's lost a lot of supply for this. He's lost a lot of mining for this. But he can go sell off some of these. He can go sell off some of these turrets if he wants to. That'll give him some money back. And if we look at the army, still more Vulcans. I was gonna say maybe he can run across and make something happen. Oh, excuse me. But the big problem, he's got a ton of Ethereum mining. He's got double scrapyard. But the big problem is just lack of a third base, lack of Luminite income at the moment as he tries to scale back up just a little bit more. Do we have... Okay, so Nanoswarm is about 80% done. 18th or 25th, in my opinion, 25th is my vote. Yeah, that kind of is where I'm thinking too. Probably end of the month. That would not surprise me. I want it to come earlier because full custom hotkeys are a massive improvement. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's the 25th. We might see a balance patch between now and then. I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you all, but we might see it. I don't know. For now, though, it's a lot of Vulcans coming out of mana. He's had this third base for quite a while longer, and it seems like Mixu's just really trying to... he knows he can't afford a third base right now, but he can supplement some of his lacking Luminite just by going and taking the Luminite base and taking a lot of these creep camps and maybe making something happen there. So now there's a third command post on the way, 5 Bob's power building onto it, but it's very late. And that is just reflected in the complexities of these armies. Yeah, the supply is, it's only about 20 supply different, but what are we looking at? 6 Vulcans, random Hedgehog, but really 6 Vulcans versus 4 Vulcans, and Lancers making up the difference. It's just not as powerful of an army. Now, this is nice. These Lancers, by the way, they do have kinetic redirect, so if you try to go defend against them, you're just going to empower them with these small numbers of stuff. These Lancers are going to get on top. They need to be attacking. These Lancers are... I'm not sure what they're doing. They're kind of on hold position. Lancers needed to be attacking. They were not doing so, but now they're starting to kill off a little bit more and diving into Luminite lines, trying to find that much more damage. And this is exactly what Mixu has to do. Get harassment done, delay his opponent, allow him to maybe take a more advantageous fight. And I love this. I talked about this at the start of this best of 3 about how I think Atlases might be good in this matchup. Against how clustered up you can get with the Vulcans, adding a couple sieged Atlases in seemed like a really good idea because of the damage they do versus heavy. They do 120 damage versus heavy, and that is pretty solid. So for now, we're going to see a bunch of Vulcans interact with a bunch of Vulcans, stun each other up with these Atlases in the back line. Hopefully, they're going to make the difference. And when their volleys land, they absolutely are. Look at this. All the Hedgehogs just dying immediately. The trick is, you wonder. Now, these Atlases have to run away, but they're just going to try to take the fight, try to get repaired as much as possible, and it looks like they're going to win the fight here. No way! I didn't think that was possible. I thought, okay, well, the front line's dead. The Atlases will fall, but a clutch promote. Not even enough energy for a Nanoswarm, but a clutch promote here keeps this Atlas alive. The additional 60 HP lasted just long enough. And now Mixu, he's the one up 20 supply. He's got his third base up and mining. No fourth base just yet, but he did some economic damage. And now, this is where you'd love to see a hangar bay. I don't see one, but you would love to see a hangar bay. Get these Atlases starting to really be active and starting to work. As we now add, take the tea strainer out of the tea thing so I can drink my tea, and that is very exciting. But these Atlases now are a scary force. This pressure is a very difficult thing, so it's gonna get rampart. It's gonna get reinforced. By the way, I've turned up game sounds a little bit from some feedback I got from YouTube. Let me know if this is too loud for you all. If my voice is getting lost in the mix. It seems like it should be fine. I think I need to turn this down just a little bit. All right, there we go. So now Big Surround comes into the backside. The Hedgehogs are going to try to get on top of these Atlases, but the bubble is keeping them alive for now. And the Vulcans, as they dash in, they're just getting taken down. 120 damage. What is it, 120 damage? Yeah, 120 damage versus heavy is a powerful thing. Is a powerful thing. So this base is dead, even with the ability to reinforce this, even with the ability to give it 200 bonus armor, which means it doesn't die all that fast. Even still, it's going to be enough. Do we have a... Okay, Sentinels are on the way. No evacs just yet. Nothing to really hot pick this up, but Mixu's found the solution. Mixu has found the solution. Certainly, his opponent, Mana, has found himself onto some Atlases as well, but this forward Atlas, just a little bit more range, is such a big deal. Now it's going to go down, but these Atlases are getting taken down. Exos are getting on top, and the Vulcan dashes in, shut the Atlas down, and the tech transition, so much more powerful for Mixu in this game. He just got there a little bit faster. And yeah, sure, this is a lot of hedgehogs, and that is something, but they cannot dive too close because we know what happens. So Quick Draw Hustle's getting added in. Plasma Arc Infusion, which takes forever. It takes forever to go research, but then an additional, what is it, 20 damage per second? Yeah, additional 100 damage if you sit in the plasma or in the plasma zone for long enough. And look at these. Oh man, we don't see a ton of Atlases walking around in Stormgate, but I really like their walking animation. Actually, that's pretty cool. Big fan. Big fan. So Evax on the other side, Vulcan Drop trying to get on top of this third base, which is good, certainly, and is Mixu's very much out of position, trying to clear off the creep camps. We still don't have that plasma arc. Still a little ways away, but it looks like this base will go down. Mixu kind of caught off guard a little bit. God, look at these. I know we should be watching the fight, but this walking animation is just, it's giving me a lot of joy. I don't know why. For now, though, this base is dead. Certainly, the other base is going to fall down, but both players trying to mine to the bottom right. So this is going to be the locus of conflict for... This is going to be the locus of conflict for quite a while. One random stasis drone didn't do really a whole lot. And now we're kind of in this awkward scenario where there is a Hornet, and I love the addition of this Hornet because there's absolutely no anti-air. Yes, technically the hedgehogs are anti-air, but if you go and you let them do whatever they want, if they go in anti-air mode, they're going to get annihilated by the Atlases. So now we're seeing the ground start to burn here. Mana tries to dash on forward, but he's down too little, a little bit too late. Stasis drone on the evac, so it doesn't get to go do anything. It doesn't get to make the save, and this army is evaporated by this massed siege Atlas force. Return to hangar is not going to keep things alive. Random Vulcan on the north side, and Mixu with a hell of a comeback. With a hell of a comeback here. He's going to make this happen. Sure, the Atlas is going to... I don't know how eating a flower makes Atlas's tank go back up to full, but this Atlas is going to go down, and the Hornets, they just get to run. Meanwhile, okay, that base isn't really... Oh, Sentry post to go take everything. Importantly, this base is going to fall down. That is what matters a whole lot more. 100 additional DPS. It means that just bobs in this area, they die. Damage is being done everywhere. And there really isn't a lot that Mana can do. He's going to lose this bottom side base. Eventually, the Sentry post is going to have to get dealt with. But I do like this. Hedgehogs, bonus damage versus heavy. They're going to find a lot of these Atlases. And again, lacking evacs. There's not going to be a lot you can do, but you can go stasis drone it. You can stasis drone the Atlas and keep it alive. Now, this is a little bit awkward. Certainly, the Atlases are left way far away from home. And siege units, if you don't have anything to defend them, they will go down. Meanwhile, the Sentry Boost slowly but steadily trying to kill things. Meanwhile, Bob's is trying to take it down. This is going to get handled. Andy R saying, look at this match. Really sad. It's just, again, first impressions, it's going to take a while to get back from Andy R. But if we keep getting games like this, this is cool. Like, this is a very cool game. Don't let anyone tell you different. Vanguard versus Vanguard. Wait a minute. Graven, when they are infiltrating, they hit the base first, apparently. Or maybe they have a melee attack when they're in range. I don't know. But anyways, that base is going to fall down. A lot of money getting added in. And yeah, these hedgehogs, it's a lot of defensive tools. These hedgehogs kill structures pretty quickly. But the problem is Mana's just down double supply. Hornet's taking some damage here. Looking for a stasis drone maybe? No, he's just going to drop the nano bubble. And you can just fight inside of the Atlas shots at this point. Look at the little damage it does. The nano bubble is so very strong, and if you can trade your Atlas, or you can kill off your opponent's Atlases while killing off, well, keeping your Atlases alive, that is absolutely going to be the goal. Now, these Atlases were left a little bit far behind and off on their lonesome, and that means they're going to get taken down. So Mana's doing it great. He is not in a winning position, not by a long shot. He is very far behind in this game. But offensive nano swarm, love to see it. Actually, and I hope they buff it. I know they've been I know players have been calling for a buffed offensive nano swarm. Well, it's doing a great job this game, killing off all the bobs. Mana's not in a great spot in this game. Don't get me wrong. But if he keeps doing these things where he's able to go and kill off bases and find atlases by themselves. He still has a world where this mass hedgehog run by, if he doesn't eat too much damage, is very much a possibility. Now Sticky Bomb is going to go off, and it's going to get, oh god, ow! Oh, well, never mind. I was going to say, yeah, he's got a world where something's going to happen with a Sticky Bomb. Couple it with the Atlas shots, and that hedgehog count is dead. It's long gone. It's in the ground. Hedgehogs are going to try to go and knock some of the Hornets down. They're going to get one or two, but yeah, Mana is dead at this point. Mixu's going to take the 2-0. And this has got to be, we talked about last week how the Vanguard mirror was cool. This has got to be the most interesting Vanguard versus Vanguard mirror that I have seen in quite some time. This, oh god, this was so cool, but Mixu's gonna take the 2-0. Of course, if you like this and you want more Stormgate action, make sure to go sub to the channel, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. Thanks for watching. I've always loved Atlas. It's nice to see them being used. Yeah, yum hungry. They buffed them in the most recent patch, so their shot hits a little bit faster. They're not just as permanently dodgeable, which I think was a good change. If we even need an infiltrating animation instead of just standing there, I feel like infiltrate is probably something that is the animation is definitely placeholder. I think they might still be playing around whether that's what they want to do it. I don't know. But certainly, yeah, I imagine we're going to get an animation eventually. Vanguard, so well, yeah, that was an awesome mirror. It looks a bit. It is Marine Tank TVT has given us some of the greatest StarCraft games we've ever seen, but certainly kind of how a lot of modern TVT has turned into. Yeah, this is a lot better. I think that is very true. Which game am I covering next? We're going to be doing both semifinals. Shadow Blizzard. So we're probably going to, looks like the Mixu versus Laser Yoru is happening. I'm going to be doing whichever semifinals is ready first. And then we go. This is Mixu Mana 2sub1.mp4. Move this here. Move this over here into, that's not the right folder. Move this into big files. All right. So friends, we're going to go for a bit of a break. When we're back, just got to make sure ads are out of the way. When we're back, it's going to be whatever semifinals gets started first. See y'all after the break. Perspective of, wow, great, we do a lot of damage. Not really. But sticky bombs slow down attack speed. And Vulcans, they're feast or famine on attack speed. If they can't attack very fast, they're just not going to do a lot. So I think adding Graven is probably a pretty solid play. But for right now, Mana's running across the map. He's got nothing in the natural, 2 in the main base. He is very heavily saturating his Luminite. So while he's going to have a lot of stuff, in fact, that's a very quick third base, all things considered, while he's going to have access to all of these tools, he's not going to have the tech. He's not going to have the timings that Mana is going to have. Exos are here, but they're not going to be able to be, they're not going to be able to kite, not to nearly the same way. And Mana, for his part, no kinetic redirect. It's just these barracks. He's got a single med tech on the way, adding in just a little bit more healing. And this army, this timing, it'd be hard to break with the Vulcans. Sure, but the third base is a little bit more vulnerable. Second, oh, this is a problem. Second Vulcan's just about done on the third base. Tries to get on top of this Vulcan. Is it going to get targeted down? I think so, just barely. It's dead. But that is a lot of damage. And these Exos, flying colors. This third base is way slow. And now a bunch of mobs getting pulled into the Luminite mine to go. And I'm surprised we don't see a scrapyard on the way. There we go. Scrapyard on the way. Tons more Ethereum getting mined. And this Vulcan, getting 2 Vulcans out, is absolutely the solution that needed to happen. You just got to run. And Vulcans, but there are just so many more Vulcans. Even if the concave for Mana is pretty good, there's just not enough here. Lancers are going to run through. Look at this. 5 Vulcans to 1 is not a solution. And Mana, the all-in didn't work. Mixu defended well enough. Boomed his economy massively. And that means that Mixu he takes game one. A minute here. Mixu might get one of these Lancers down, has to kite away just a little bit. And a turret's going up in the main base. Second turret up in the main base. This is actually working out pretty well for Mana, all things considered. I'm talking about how powerful the Exo is, how powerful the Exo turret can be. And yeah, it's going to cancel this one, but there's no turret in the main base and nothing. Mixu's lost track. This turret is poorly placed as well, so the flag turrets are just it's still bouncing and killing off more mobs. Oh, this is wild. But at the end of the day, there we go. The flag turret will have dashed onto the high ground. That first Vulcan will fall. This is kind of looking like a viable hold for Mixu. I did not expect this. I thought he was just going to die to all the Vulcans. But it's looking certainly like a viable hold. Some of the Bobs are going down, and that is not great, but all the Vulcans are dead. Mixu's lost a lot of supply for this. They do have kinetic redirect, so if you try to go defend against them, you're just going to empower them with these small numbers of stuff. These Lancers are going to get on top. They need to be attacking. These Lancers are... I'm not sure what they're doing. They're kind of on hold position. Lancers needed to be attacking. They were not doing so, but now they're starting to kill off. Lancers needed to be attacking. They were not doing so, but now they're starting to kill off a little bit more and diving into Luminite lines, trying to find that much more damage. And this is exactly what Mixu has to do. Get harassment done, delay his opponent, allow him to maybe take a more advantageous fight. And I love this. I talked about this at fully, and they're gonna make the difference. And when their volleys land, they absolutely are. Look at this. All the hedgehogs just dying immediately. The trick is, you wonder. Now, these Atlases have to run away, but they're just going to try to take the fight, try to get repaired as much as possible. It looks like they're going to win the fight here. No way. I didn't think that was possible. I thought, okay, Mixu, he's the one up 20 supply. He's got his third base up and mining. No fourth base just yet, but he did some economic damage. And now, this is where you'd love to see a hangar bay. I don't see one, but you would love to see a hangar bay. Get these Atlases started. Mixu has found the solution. Certainly, his opponent, Mana, has found himself onto some Atlases as well, but this forward Atlas, just a little bit more range, is such a big deal. Now it's going to go down, but these Atlases are... Certainly, his opponent, Mana, has found himself onto some Atlases as well, but this forward Atlas, just a little bit more range, is such a big deal. Now it's going to go down, but these Atlases are getting taken down. Exos are getting on top of them. Vulcan dashes in, shut the Atlas down, and the tech transition so much more powerful for Hope. And you let them do whatever they want. If they go in anti-air mode, they're going to get annihilated by the Atlases. So now we're seeing the ground start to burn here. Mana tries to dash down forward, but he's down too little, a little bit too late. Stasis thrown on the evac, so it doesn't get to go do anything. It doesn't get to make the save, and this army is evaporated. Get to run. Meanwhile, okay, that base isn't really... Oh, Sentry supposed to go take everything. Importantly, this base is going to fall down. That is what matters a whole lot more. 100 additional DPS. It means that just Bobs in this area, they die. Damage is being done everywhere. And there really is a lot of these Atlases, and again, lacking evacs. There's not gonna be a lot you can do, but you can go stasis drone it. You can stasis drone the Atlas and keep it alive. Now, this is a little bit awkward. Certainly, the Atlases are left way far away from home, and siege units, if you don't have anything to defend. But the problem is Mana's just down double supply. Hornet's taking some damage here. Looking for a stasis drone, maybe? So, yeah, Buttersman, that was pretty funny at the very end, but Mana needed money somewhere. It looks like Aureil versus Sodam Game 2 is going to be over soon. I'm watching it on TKL's stream of Game Friends stream, and it's looking like he's just about done. Yes, Game Friend, or yes, Sodam has a lot of Spriggans that have killed off a decent amount of Aureil spaces, but there's a link node push across the map, a bunch of Archangels, and actually what's really cool, and I don't see people do this all that much, there's an Ascension Matrix being, sorry, not being made, an Ascension Matrix has been made in the Natural of Sodam. And what that means is that when you search it, it's a 25%, 20-25% DPS boost, or damage boost for everything in the aura. So Sodam is dead, which means Aureil 2 zeros, which means that Aureil going to play Snockstar, and it looks like a Laser Yoru is still happening. So Snockstar is going to play Aureil. That's going to be our first semi-final. It's going to be man, it's so rigged. Aureil top 4 in his own tournament. What is this? Aureil v Snockstar BO5 semis. So that is what we are going to do. Grimmy saying Van GG. Well, we have one Vanguard remaining in top 4. Although it is unfortunate because Mixu and Mana took each other out. That was a very, very cool series. Very fun matchup if you did not get a chance to go watch. That game 2 in particular was probably the coolest Vanguard mirror game I've seen in quite a while. Also, if y'all are looking for tea, I need to go reach out to them, see if they're willing to sponsor some stuff. But I found this, what faction does a laser play? A laser is infernal. At least he has been. But I'm gonna chat him up a little bit and, you know, maybe eventually see if we can convince him to sponsor me. I found a tea company about 15 minutes, 20 minutes from where I live called Rakuten, and their entire shtick is we're gonna go into like developing areas or war, like areas recovering from war and strife that are traditionally tea countries that just don't have a U.S. market, and we're gonna go and we're gonna sell their tea in the U.S. market. We're gonna funnel money back there to help them recover after civil war or, you know, international war or whatever. It's called Rakuten. It is really good tea, and it's a pretty good cause. Highly recommend. So we're just waiting for the lobby. A laser has hosted a game. I could join in a laser game, but I'd rather do the semifinals. But yeah, no, Alexei Beltsev, don't worry. I will, there should be a replay pack of the games coming up. Aureil saying I just need a 5-minute break because my heart. Valid. Very valid. But it was actually very cool to see in that game number 2, Aureil proxied an Ascension Matrix forward and surged it. And again, what that means is all the units around get a damage boost. Now, unfortunately, the what's it called? The other one, the Guardian Nexus, that gives your structures around you, if surged, it gives it bonus armor. It doesn't give your units bonus armor. So still pretty useful, but not quite as useful, if you know what I mean. I'm just gonna kill off a lot of, you know, the who knows, is the issue is the issue I was running into is it because I have too many tabs open? That is always a real possibility. Hi, my name is Beo, and I have a tab problem. I have a tab addiction. And the problem is a lot of them are duplicated. I have the same tab open on multiple, like I have the I have the same tab open on like 3 different instances of Firefox because I have a problem. We don't talk about it. It's fine. It's okay. I don't have a problem. I've just killed off a lot of tabs. I have so many more. Knock them all down. I have 3 separate windows of things. Wait, are these? Okay, we can just kill this entire window instance. I have 2 separate windows of all of my overleaf documents, and I didn't notice until right now. Oh no. Laney Mayakim saying, what I didn't know is the cascade field around buildings lets units regen HP and energy faster if you're in green power. If you are in yellow or red power, that is not true. Hello there, Mr. JXP123. How are you? I do love... now we only have 2 Firefox windows, and they're both reasonably sized. I have gone, and I have improved. Is my YouTube stream... No, it's good. Okay. So we're just waiting for the lobby. At least my video card is not dying. Well, no, I think that might be a bit of an issue as well. If Psionic is around, when he gets a 5090, I'll probably take him up on his 4090 used card offer. Assuming you haven't been mining Bitcoin on it, Psionic. Oh my. So I'm in the Stormgate and Frost Giant cave Discord, and hey Sonic, being prepared to wait. Yeah, okay. But some guys like, I would like to buy Stormgate Studio and turn the game into StarCraft 1 clone instead of Command and Conquer and Outer Space clone like StarCraft 2. This guy, I gotta give him credit. His trolling is incredible. Every time it's something different about how Stormgate is a Command and Conquer in Outer Space clone, which anyway. So how much are they selling the game studio and the franchise for? Incredible trolling. God, Aureil makes so many different channels. All right, we're going to get started rather soon into this semifinals. Be prepared to wait the video. They're always paper launches, Sonic. They love to do it. They drum up all this hype, and then you see this crowd wrapped around the corner of the Micro Center. And it's like, yeah, no. You don't get to do that. I'm also trying to get like a Rode wireless mic because I have a Rodecaster now. I'm just waiting for the go-go. And I can connect via Bluetooth my audio device to a Rode wireless, so I can do wireless stuff and do some other cool things that I'm waiting on. Imagine queuing into a crowd of 60 for just... I don't even know if they had 4. I don't know how many cards they had at my Micro Center. Not gonna lie. I did the camp out thing for my 3090. I think in the short term, what I need to do is just get some more power leads because the desktop I have is a pre-built, which I know, but it was cheap, and we needed a second decently powerful computer. But that means the power supply doesn't have 3 leads going into the GPU, only 2. So that's a little bit awkward. Snockstar versus Aureil in the semi. Surprised they made it both through that difficult bracket. Kappa. What was their bracket like? Stockstar taking down Game Friend Flabuster, and Aureil taking down Viper and Sodam. Aureil's bracket would have been a lot harder if Theory hadn't DQ'd himself, if Theory had shown up. So, you know. Yeah, pre-builds always came out on the PSU as well. This is true, Sword. But again, it was cheap, and it had reasonably good specs. So, anyways, we're going to move into game number 1 of this best of 5 semifinals. Spawning the upper right in the red, the man of Celestials, the man of Archangels, the man who loves to cook and just be in the kitchen. He's Aureil. And in the bottom left, in the blue, the Vanguard player for Aftermath Esports, it's Snockstar. This is going to be fun. Aureil loves his Archangel tech. That is like almost his preferred way to play the game. He's going to get like 5 Archangels. He's going to slam down into all your Luminite lines. And if you're not paying attention, you're not going to have an economy anymore. It's very strong, potentially. But what it doesn't handle, and in fairness, not a lot of stuff in the Infernal Arsenal really does, but it doesn't really handle the Spriggan stuff all that well. It means that as we saw, well, actually, we didn't see, I kind of saw third hand in Aureil versus Sodam. Sodam, by the way, is a roughly 2K Infernal, so not bad. Amateur Korean player. But the Spriggans came out, and they just all, you know, as it generally happens, you see all the arrays go down, and then it turns into a bit of an all-in. So for now, Fiend's on the other side of the map because this is a fast map. And, well, I think I got to turn this game audio down just a little bit, because this is a fast map, and that means the first creation chamber is dead. First creation chamber is going to go down, so no actual production for Aureil right now. Gets a Morph Core, gets the second up soon enough. But damage being done this early is a problem. Of course, this was indefensible. If it was closer to the array, then you could go and drop a Sovereign's Watch and be somewhat okay with it. But as it stands, Snoxstar able to go kill off the chamber means 0 chance of anything happening. Any defensive tools, which means he can go take the health tower, he can go take the speed tower, he can go get his third base up. This is very good early game for Snoxstar. And Swake's already saying GG. Well, it's not a good, I'm not going to say it's game over, but it's not a great position for Aureil to be in. But we also know what Aureil's up to. Aureil is very interested in taking this game into tier 2 and tier 3 as quickly as possible. So already Starforge going down, likely for Sabres. That is likely going to be the play. Just enough there in for it, but getting the single Starforge, especially down as it is with the SimCity, yeah, you go some Sabres. That is the play. Meanwhile, Snoxstar, for his part, he's got a Greater Shrine. I know this is the Elder Shrine model. It bugs out sometimes. This is the Greater Shrine just about done. Do we have any tech? Answer is no. But we do have, there we go. Actually, we do have a Ritual Chamber on the way. So Greater Shrine is going to be done. Ritual Chamber just about complete. And all behind this, Sabres are on the way. Sabres are great up until two periods. One, until Weavers are out in enough numbers to abduct them if Weavers get in range. And the other is when Spriggans are out, because Sabres don't shoot up. It's a bit of a problem. So you got to be a little bit careful right there. You can hit these very powerful Saber timings, but at a certain point, it's not great. So for now, double Starforge. We're going to have more Sabres on the way. Excuse me, triple Starforge getting started. And if I'm Aureil, what I'm going to be doing is eventually okay, this collection array is, yeah, it's just going to get canceled. Not going to die, but it is going to get canceled. Nice body block attempt on the Fiends, trapping the Saber in. And it's, okay, this might actually be GG. What do we have? Anything in production? No Sabres in production. Only one just now getting started. That third base not going to be allowed. And getting this around on that Saber means the Saber didn't fire a single shot. No splash damage against anything. Hello there, Kashim. I love... How are you doing, friend? I loved meeting you in, well, the different StarCraft events I've been to. Glad you're here. Him and Carol saying, you give Snoxstar an inch, and he gives you, and he takes the game. Yeah, he takes it. Yeah, that surround. And it's funny because surrounds are generally kind of a bait. Surrounds are generally not encouraged. God, this is so... Can you afford 5 Starforge production on 2 bases? Apparently you can. Or near enough for Aureil to be fine with it. This is so many Sabres. I am... Kashim, I really hope that we're going to get EWC news for StarCraft 2 in the somewhat near future, because they keep delaying. We're supposed to get news on like 4 games this week, and they just keep pushing the timer back. We're just breaking the timer. But I do like this. So this is pretty cool. You put one... I see. Here's the problem. You put 1 Starforge in the map. It's like, great. All the Sabres can pop out on the map. Fine. Hi. Yeah, this is the problem. Spriggans are out on the map right now. Yes, vectors are going to get made, but it's just not great. These link nodes, they're not doing much of anything. Yes, the ground army is probably going to get taken down. That is true. And maybe enough vectors pop out. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vectors popping out at once. That might be enough, although the production time of this one is with binding saliva is very, very slow, and that's only going to be 5. Maybe that's going to be enough. So now vectors are going to start to take some of these Spriggans down. Sabers are dying, certainly, but this big timing where it's Spriggans and there's no solution is kind of over. Not perfect, but kind of over. And now there's this big timing. Now there's this big move out coming out of Aureil where it's 5 or 6 vectors, a bunch of sabers. And yes, these Spriggans are going to kill all of these bases. Sure, the Sovereign's Watch doesn't matter quite as much. There's going to be a effigy to tank some of the damage. And 2/3 of the bases, or not 2/3, half the economy of Aureil is now dead. But can you deal with this Vector Spriggan combination? Weavers are going to start to arrive, lashing away some of the Sabers, taking them out of the fight. And yes, Vectors do a bunch of bonus damage to all of these units, but the splash damage is potentially here. Plague Axe's Reaper's Rush arrive, and the Spriggans are here as well. So this does not really seem like a solution. Snockstar, he forced Aureil to go all in and then said, that's fine, I know what's happening. It's not going to work out. The G's are popped. And Aureil is going to fall down in game 1. The build would have been cool. The timing very much missed as Snockstar takes game 1. I like Isma's like, yes, we must nerf the non-Vanguard factions. Hey, Captain Damage. Welcome in. I'm glad you're here on this Saturday. Yeah, Kishi, the wild thing about that, Kashim, is like the timers for the final. First of all, the EWC website has said there will be 5 games and 6 games, like or 4 and 5 games upcoming. Like there's a 1 extra game that's on the site, not on the site, back and forth, over and over again, over and over and over again, which is really weird. And then they keep delaying the countdown. So like there have been days when the countdown is not ticking whatsoever. And it's like, what is happening? Because it's not, if it was 1 game that was happening, it's like, okay, maybe that's StarCraft and negotiations are taking a little longer than expected. But it's like all the games that are meant to be announced. And maybe it's like, okay, those are all the Blizzard games. Yeah. They want to run a Warzone tournament, and they want to run an Overwatch tournament, and they want to run a whatever it is. Like maybe it's a part and parcel thing. I don't know. It's really weird. I have no answers. So that build works if you're able to hit the timing perfectly. And unfortunately, Snockstar went, delayed the collection array. That's not great. So delayed getting into it, and then killed off the timing. And by the time it was actually ready to go, Spriggan's on the map. And vectors were not out in time. You don't have that reinforcement into things as quickly. Not great. And vectors are pretty good against everything that existed. It needs to get figured out. I never realized, I never noticed, but the water, the tide's coming in. You get water sounds on Isle of Dread. That's pretty fun. For now, though, Snockstar is up a map. We're going to go into game 2. So here we are. It's game number 2. Snockstar's up 1. He did everything to mess with his opponent's build order. He sniped the first Saber. He sniped the first array. He killed the Starforge on the map. Never gave Snockstar the time to get himself up to a position where he wanted to be. Never allowed Aureil to properly hit that time. Gonna be interesting to see how this one works out. So this is gonna be a 1-base play. And that is kind of interesting. So certainly this does mean this walls off a little bit more. The ability to go snipe an array is not as easy, but Snockstar for his part, he's like, yeah, okay, big map. Aureil being who Aureil is, triple shrine before anything. We're going to get this started ASAP. We're going to get the economy pumping and bumping. Lady Maya Kim saying Snockstar streaming the way against these Archangels now. This is a map for This is a map where you can certainly go for Archangels. This build is good, Swake said, but it's really hard to survive versus 6 to 7 minute pressure. Are we talking on the Infernal? Are we talking about last game or this game, Swakes? Or are we talking about on the Infernal or the Vanguard side? Because, yeah, you know, delaying your production does make you vulnerable. But for now, look at that. We got Seraphim on the way to get started because man, Aureil is just such a Seraphim stan. He loves these units, and they were buffed in the most recent balance patch. They take less damage from creeps. They do more damage versus creeps, and I like this as well. You see really good Infernal player or Celestial players do this. They just put a power bank next to their Legion Hall for their high-tech units that need energy. In this case, you put it right next to the Seraphim. So Seraphim spawns and gets itself up to right around 75 energy fairly quickly, which means it can start to go boost around a little bit. Now the question, as always, is what is the creep pathing when you go for Seraphim like this? So for now, one Seraphim is going to go and kill off the speed camp. Another one is going to go steal the health camp coming out of Snockstar. Now, it's kind of funny as we take a look at this because Snockstar has gone greedy, delayed units as much as possible. And Aureil is playing very defensively here. Now we don't have an arc fortress on the way just yet, so we're still building Seraphim. And man, the picture of the Seraphim in the production bar looks nothing like the Seraphim actually in the game. I guess technically it is, but it is a little weird. So for now, creep camps are getting taken away. All the money is getting, Aureil's just getting that money. And importantly here, notice that he's putting a pretty high priority on the energy camp. There's a reason for this. If you are a Celestial player, having more energy in your units, regenerating energy just a little bit faster, is a massive, massive boon. It means that your Argents, if you go for them, they are a little bit better able to fight. It means your Seraphim are able to move around the map just a little bit quicker. It means your Archangels, they can go crash down a little bit more easily. So for now, the Seraphim, where are these Seraphim? There we go, dancing around, getting the Therium camp, getting pretty much anything that they could possibly want. And in the meantime, the growth continues. Where is our Arc Fortress? On the way, halfway done. So the Archangels are gonna be on the way out fairly soon. And now just is Snockstar ready to go? Important questions. Ritual Chamber. Plague Axe is 2/3 of the way done. 80% done, just about done. And what does he have production-wise? Single Conclave. Double. Okay, so he knows what's happening here. He saw the Seraphim. Looks like one of the Seraphim was harassing just a little bit, but he saw the Seraphim, and he plays Aureil enough to know exactly what this means. As here come our Archangels. They're on the way. Well, one of them is. He knows what this means. He's like, yep, I need double Spire. Spriggans are in this matchup are good anyways, but adding in making sure you can get Shadow Flyers to massively decrease the armor. And something I didn't know until about 2 or 3 days ago is the fact that if you go and armor applies to all damage types. And I kind of knew this. But specifically, armor applies to Infest. So if you have minus 200 armor from Shadow Flyer, say, it means Infest does a percentage more damage. So it does like like about 175-ish%. It does more damage. So that's Shadow Flyer. Any of the anti-armor stuff means that Infest takes a little bit more. So you put those two together, and they can be a very good solution against these high HP Archangels. 750 HP, right? Plus more if they go down into Avatar form. But for now, are you ready? Imps are going to get pulled away immediately. Shadow Flyer's getting on top, and well, you're in a bit of an awkward spot here. One Shadow Flyer connects, second one, third, fourth, and splash down. Got to turn into an Archon, but that's not a Purge. So even though, oh yeah, it's dead immediately. We can see just how much I really don't think armor should scale. Oh, Wraithstone's here, percentage damage, already getting started. That's a nice slam though. That's pretty good. I really don't think minus armor should, I really don't think minus armor should improve infest. I think that is especially when it's percentage damage, you're stacking percentage damage. I don't think that's a good thing. Hey, EMEF2K, hello everyone. Wow, this observer interplay has improved a lot, and we should get more. We're gonna get some, I don't know how much we're gonna get with 0.3 coming in like 3 to 4 weeks, but we're certainly gonna get custom hotkeys. And we're gonna get custom auto hotkeys as well, which is super sick. There's some cool, there's some cool tech with that one. Of course, we're waiting for a production bar. It's not there yet, but we're gonna get there eventually. Ryan Shooter, who developed GameHeart. It's a matter of triaging. It's a matter of figuring out what needs to be developed when. Emi saying, is Inferno P static D's turret still a P? Yes and no. Wraithstones are good, but we're not seeing the build turrets across the map like we were seeing previously. The economy, if you're really out of touch, about a week and a half ago, they drastically, pretty much doubled the economic speed of things. They drastically increased the speed of the economy. And that means that people are building more units. It's a lot more, the game is a lot more dynamic now. Yeah, the Wraithstones, they don't directly attack. They do 2% damage. Wait, can we click on, there we go. 2% damage per second and 40% move speed reduction. It's just this aura of like life-sapping energy that is a bit of a problem. But now Aureil's kind of in this awkward spot. You look at the supply, you say, it's not bad. But you realize these Archangels with 750 HP and a solid, a solid 20 armor, they're not all that tanky. Again, with this interplay of infest and minus armor, they die very fast. Especially if you're attacking into this position with Wraithstone and minus armor and infest. It is a very hard game to play. It is a very hard position to play into. So Snockstar, he's now buttoned up. And Aureil has to figure out how exactly it is that he wants to go contest this. He got some damage done, but not enough really to justify the Archangels too much, I don't think. EMFK saying, I used to watch Grimmy stream Stormgate a lot, but he hasn't been streaming recently. I could have sworn, I'm pretty sure I'm seeing him stream every day, actually. Maybe streaming at a different time, but I'm pretty sure I saw him stream yesterday and the day before. For now, though, so we got the Archangels out, and the answer is, well, we got Archangels. We got this air stuff. Let's get some vectors to deal with the Spriggans. And then we're just going to build a lot of sabers, because splash damage against the ground, the ability to poke away against structures from long range is good, and sabers are very powerful units. The trick, as it always is though, is making sure the sabers stay alive. If the Spriggans dive on top of them and reduce their attack speed down to once every 10 minutes or so, that's not all that useful. But if you're able to go and just kind of sit back there and have units tank, well, that's a little bit different. Yeah, EMF2K. Work Stormgate streams. We clearly, watching Grimmy stream Stormgate is by far the most important, very much the most important thing to do. So watching Yori in a laser a second ago, I didn't care about terrain imps, off shroud, and the structures they were turning into were effective. Yeah, it makes sense. Like it is a life sapping aura. It makes sense that it doesn't really worry about a lot of terrain. Like it's an enfeeblement aura. It's not like a fog on the ground that spreads out that's not going to go up cliff. So it makes sense to me from that perspective. But it kind of works like Shroud, except actually it goes up hills. NDR saying miasma only hits ground units. That is correct. Miasma only applies to ground units. God, there's so many link nodes here. Pushing forward, we're going to see some strike nodes. Oh, that is a strike node. So we're going to see some static defense get ready. And this game is slowing down quite a bit. And people are like, you know, this is because of, it's not because of creeping, guys. It's because Snockstar is a very tough nut to crack, and Aureil is working on developing the army that can maybe try to crack them. Yeah, it does have a visual terrain effect showing its range. Visual tech doesn't care about terrain. Yeah, I wish there was like a hard border, because the range is up until it's like about right here. It's kind of hard to see exactly when you're in the middle. You can see the pulses and it's good, but I wish this kind of gray border that we can see was just a little bit more defined. So for now, that's a lot of Spriggans trying to get on top of this Therian base. They're going to kill off like 1 or 2 prisms maybe, but not a ton. And now my question is are we at a point where we sacrifice the Seraphim to free up some supply? I feel like that might be the case. The Seraphim are solid to give you some creep income. Wait, do we have the Seraphim upgrade? Not going to show us. Where is my Ascension Matrix? Actually, it's not done. I don't even see an Ascension Matrix on the map. So you do have, in the late game, Seraphim do have an upgrade that allows them to go and shut down static defense. Okay, there's the Ascension Matrix. Scorched Earth on the way, of course, to make Archangels that much beefier. For now, those Spriggans are going to try to get on top of everything. They do actually want to fight the Spriggans. They two-shot them. It's a very powerful thing. Oh man, these sabers are way far away, but look at this position. This is an opportunity now to dive on top of so many Hellborn. The damage in the air is way strong though. Now comes in, gets on top of them all. Is this enough? They're gonna turn themselves into a bunch of Archon form, right? They're gonna get a lot of HP back. And Snockstar tried to attack into this position, and it did not work at all. And it's the free heal, because you go into the Archon form, you get, what's it, plus 250 HP, and then you lose it, but you don't lose the HP you gain. You just lose the cap, which is a pretty solid thing. So now the Archangels, they get their energy back. They're going to find themselves healed back up a little bit. More Arc ships on the way. And Snockstar committed to this fight, and it just really did not work out whatsoever. We can see the power of, yeah, I guess we didn't see Archangels punching dragons, but Archangels definitely punched some Spriggans into the earth. That's 300 supply versus 200. We can see the power of this army when it is set up defensively. The dragon's gonna try to do something, but, well, scythes are gonna blink forward, or excuse me, vectors are gonna blink forward. And it does beg the question, like, do you want scythes? Scythes are technically a good matchup. Scythes are technically pretty good against the dragon. But when you have all these Archangels that do 120 damage a shot, and you can trap the dragon and body block them in, is it worth going? Is it worth it to go and build some scythes and maybe replace the Seraphim? Look at what Aureil's doing here. He's just spending his power over and over again off cooldown to go and get the speed camp over and over again. And actually, wait a minute, this is super cool. You don't see this in any tooltip. It's not going to tell you this. But the speed boost you get from that camp scales with the levels. You get more percentage speed boost as the level increases, which means that these Archangels can maybe get on top of, look at the Shadow Flyers getting on top of everything. The splits have to be good. Minus Armor is a powerful drug, and a lot of these Archangels are going to start to go down. This commitment may have been a little bit too much, but we can see the sabers evaporating everything on the ground, getting on top. Archangels still here. The dragon still standing strong, and not a lot of Archangels. Fiends coming from the backside looking for a big surround, but the splash damage is strong. And hey, there we go. Burning Ground's going to be more than enough here. Problem is now is the Spriggans and the dragon in the air. Not enough anti-air at the moment, and more Gaunts are going to start to get on this around here. Aureil not quite ready for things. And Snockstar's going to take the 2-0. Or not. It's a best of 5. Go up 2-0 in this best of 5. Thank you so much for the raid, Algorithm. If Aureil loses this, he's going to be so pissed. Immediately we see Aureil lose. That was pretty cool. So I see where Aureil is coming. He's like, look, I got speed boost. I have very, very fast. I have extremely fast arcanes. So I can dive on your dragon and take it down. People need to learn what supply means. The supply does lie a little bit. It is unfortunate. He kept the dragon alive, and well, not just kept the dragon alive, the Archangels ran straight, and I mean straight, into a significant amount of Shadow Flyers. And we were talking about how minus armor amplifies all damage, including spell damage. The infests across everything. You go up to 1,000. You just, it's bad. You take a lot of damage. It was just about the perfect fight for. It was just about the perfect fight for Snockstar. Yeah. If you keep the Archangels alive, the dragon gets punched into the ground. It gets like suplexed. And Snockstar just kind of baited him in. It's like, yeah, you know. What is the celestial answer to the dragon? Scythes are a potential answer. You can also, again, dragon or Archangels, they hit for 120 damage. They can punch a dragon down very quickly. And yeah, Scythes can also kill a dragon pretty fast. But Snockstar did a very nice job of just baiting it in. By the way, good job, Aureil, on seeding. Snockstar versus Aureil right now is seed 1 versus seed 4. And then Elazer versus Mixu is seed 2 versus seed 3. Top 4 seeds in the top 4 of the tournament. Very nicely done. Oh, by the way, Algorithmor adding $50 to the prize pool. And Psionic85 as well. Psionic85 saying, Stormgate cheering me up after the NVIDIA farce. We are now at $375 for this tournament. Thank you so much, guys. Laney Maya Kim saying maybe some scythes with damage reduction to tank Shadow Flyers or Archangel would be pretty good. Yeah, no, that is pretty cool. That Shadow Flyer interception was just, as Filibuster said, the Shadow Flyer interception was just, it was perfect. It was exactly what she needed. MSR, I'm saying that was a wild comment, Beo. Which one? The NVIDIA farce? Because NVIDIA went and they said they were going to announce a 5090 and then they like released 200 of them in the world. Anyway, we're going to move into game number. Or you were talking about the top 4 seeds being in the top 4 of the tournament. Anyway, we're going to move into game 3. It is Ruination. And now it is game number 3. And Snox is up 2-0. Man, that Shadow Flyer, that really felt like a game that Aureil should have won, especially after Snoxter just smashed his head into Aureil's setup and it just was not good. By the way, this is not a Snoxter owned prism, despite the blue around it. That is a visual bug, but it is kind of pretty looking. Hello there, Rootfly. Hope you're doing well. Been a moment, I think. Glad you're here. For now, though, Aureil's going to go and take the low ground base. He's going to also go take this base. So this is a 3 array type of day, which makes sense. You go, you get yourself all set up. This is a long map. You know that Snoxter's going to be going Shrine first. So you just go 3 array. It's fine. You're not going to lose a prism. Don't have to worry about it. And maybe you surge the array if you really get low and you're for sure. But overall, you get yourself up to 3 arrays eventually. Of course, they did nerf the arrays pretty hard because the Celestial economy was way too strong. It scaled way too fast at the first inception of 0.2.1 before the hotfix. So there was that. Filibuster, thanks so much for resubscribing for 2 months, and thanks for the great cast as always. Well, thank you for being here, Filibuster. I really appreciate it. Thank you for choosing to spend part of your Saturday with me. And that goes for everyone else as well, even if you're not subbed, although morally and ethically, you should subscribe. I need to go channel whoever it was that was like, it's my entertainment, not worth 5 of your dollars. You spend so much time. They like the whole the rant that went viral a couple years ago now at this point. Do I need to channel ads? Is that how I get people to sub to the channel more? Is that how that works? I don't know. For now, though, 3 array done, double array on the way, looking for a bit of a wall. That's going to be fine. And Aureil is absolutely flying economically in this game. Meanwhile, what do we got? Regular Shrine, a Ritual Chamber, 3rd Shrine on the way. Both players This is like a StarCraft game right now. We're just sitting here waiting for players to macro up. Although Snoxter's got some stuff on the map. He's got, you know, Volt. He's got Volt Conclave, so he does have some creeping abilities, and you do have to be careful. This Link Node's halfway into a strike node, not ready just yet, but Sovereign's Watch should be able to defend up until the point where the strike node is done. That should be fine. So yeah, especially with the defense here. Certainly we're not really regenerating all that quickly because we are on yellow power and now we're on red power. So building's not going to regenerate at all. But there we go. Strike node's just about done. Now it does need to get surged. That would be really nice. That is pretty important. There we go. Now it's surged as some power comes back, and that means that this probably is good. Yeah, this is going to be a good defense. Especially with the Argents arriving and doing a little bit more. Now Nightfall is going to slow them down, and maybe this was a bit of a mistake from Aureil. Argents are all going to get taken down. They're going to give some Fiends. And yes, there is a strike node that is surged on the high ground, so some of these units should survive. But this is reasonable pressure coming out of Snoxstar in this game number 3, and it makes sense. Look, he's up 3 games to 0 or 2 games to 0 in this best of 5, 1 map away from the finals. It makes sense for him to get aggressive. Granted, this is not all that aggressive. It's a Volt Conclave, third base on the way, but you're keeping the Celestial player honest a little bit. Cool thing about Stormgate, Shadow Blizzard said, is that for those who missed the boat to play and watch StarCraft 2, it gives us a second chance to play and enjoy RTS. I mean, in fairness, StarCraft 2, in 2025, you're still not going to have an issue finding a game on ladder. Co-op is still very active. They have 3 awesome campaigns. You have to pay for those, but everything else, a lot of other things are free to play. StarCraft esports is dying on the vine right now, and I really hope EWC announces something. But to say you've missed the boat on StarCraft, it's just not true. And if you have PC Game Pass, all the campaigns and all the co-op commanders are unlocked via PC Game Pass. So you're good on all fronts. What is this that we got from Aureil now? He's got to go in a quick Guardian Nexus Legion haul. Is this Animancer play? I think it might be. Huh. Animancer Tier 1 is a pretty cool idea. Guardian Nexus, Kree, Ascension Matrix on the way. Yeah, this is going to be kind of an Animancer type play. Which, against a bunch of low tier stuff, if you can get a Dark Prophecy going, that's pretty cool. Also, we don't see this nearly enough to the point where I don't even remember what it's called, but the smoke. The ability to go and effectively, it's a smoke, make everything move a little bit faster, make things invisible, is pretty good. And this is a lot of Kree on the map. I didn't realize he was making so many. He's just pounding the Kree out. All right, Unseen Veil, and we're going to be moving into Dark Prophecy pretty soon. So I have not seen this style coming out of Aureil. Lady Maya kept saying he likes cloaked Kree harass. That is a very cool idea. I am down for that one. Waiting for the energy. We're going to see probably Unseen Veil go up then and run Kree across the map into Luminite lines with no understanding. Okay, you got to pull this one out of here. This one Kree is not doing anything, but that's super cool. Now, does it get across the map fast enough? Because it is a 30-second timer. All of this one Kree is part of the, it's going to reveal everything. This one Kree is going to reveal, well, maybe not. Maybe he just thinks it's a scout. But now we're going to start to arrive, diving in, past, no, it's not good. Maybe it's good enough. He's going to find his way in. He's going to go find a Luminite line, and imps are going to go down. But that could have gone a lot better. I don't know if that was worth it, Aureil. It's not, I think you Unseen Veiled a little bit too fast. Oh man, I didn't even, yeah, exactly, that one Shadow Flyer. Shadow Flyers are detectors. Oh no. Hard countered him without even meaning to. And we do have Archangels on the way behind this. So sure. But that needed to get a lot more done. I guess Snoxstar, either Snoxstar expected this, or he thought this was just going to be an Archangel play. So you get some Shadow Flyers to be, you get some Shadow Flyers and Spriggans just to be ready for it. This time though, maybe he's not ready because the army is not postured and Korea are going to find their way into the main base. Yes, there is a Shroud Stone. Yes, it is a detector, but this is not a lot of time to go and respond. So now immediately they're going to find that. Attack on the third base is a problem. Archangels are not here. They're not on the map just yet. First one spawning just now. So the third base is going to fall down. That is very much the case, but Kree run-bys into these bases, actually not getting a lot of damage done. Oh no, the meat farms defensively doing a lot. The Shroud Stone manifestation doing a lot here. The damage that Aureil is taking. Well, as I say that, the entire harassment force at the third base was killed off. And Aureil has built himself a double supply lead. I expected this to just be, like, the way I saw this interacting, it looked like it was really bad for Aureil, but all of a sudden, okay, I didn't know you could actually move and channel like that, but all of a sudden this entire base, yeah, the third base went down, but there's still production there. And Aureil's up 60 supply. I was convinced that this was something else that was happening. And now we have Cloaked Archangels running on the map. This look, by the way, the cloak with the Archangel with the particle effects, this looks sick as hell. Slams in economic damage. There you go, 5 out of 12. Goes on, turns on the avatar form, kills off the base. Well, actually, avatar form is actually not enabled just yet, but it is a one-way ticket. This Archangel is dead, but the economic damage I think is worthwhile, especially because Kree are finding their way into the third base and the into the main base. And Snockstar's economy, despite you know Aureil losing this third base, Snockstar's economy is not doing all that great. I'm pretty sure cloaked units can be seen if they're too close to any enemy units in Stormgate. They would have been spotted even without a Shadow Flyer. This is true, Robin Shepui, but they cannot be interacted with. So if they're close, you can kind of see the ghost of them, but you can't target them. No upgrade on the Archangels, not just yet. It takes a while. Meteor Slam or Meteor Strike takes quite a while to research. So especially because Aureil's economy, losing that third base did hurt quite a bit, was slowed down by a lot. You're not getting the Archangel upgrade. You're just getting as much as you can. And by the way, this Therium patch, just about dead. Main base still got plenty, but the Therium income of Aureil is going to be hindered pretty significantly soon. So for now, we got more Star Forges. Well, actually, Star Forges are getting added in. Vectors are going to be the order of the day to deal with all these flying units. And look at these cloaked Archangels trying to get on top of the dragon. Not going to be able to do so. Now Nightfall gets on top of everything. And remember the value of Cloak, of the Unseen Veil, on top of just giving you good movement on the map. The other value is the Archangel is now forced to slam on the ground and the dragon is uncontested, is you move faster. So you can try to get surround on the dragon with the Archangels and punch it into the earth, which is not really happening here. But the Archangel, oh god, goes up in the air, immediately Shadow Flyers kill it off. And once again, Snockstar mid-game, Aureil looks great. Late game, Snockstar's got it figured out, and he wins this series 3-0. Move this Aureil Snockstar.mp4. All right. No, yeah, Robin, you're asking. I have the invisibility mechanics I think are a lot nicer, a lot friendlier in Stormgate than they are in StarCraft. You will take damage from units being invisible and you will not see them on the minimap. But it's not a DT effect where a lack of detection ends your game. No Vanguards were harmed in the making of this video. Sure, Insia, but maybe in the next series. For now, though, we got to go to a bit of a break. Make sure ads don't run when we don't want them to be, and then we're going to run into a Laser Mixu Best of 5, and that is that's a very cool series. Very cool series. See y'all on the other side of the break. Not gonna kill, not gonna die, but it is gonna get canceled. Nice body block attempt on the Fiends, trapping the Saber in, and it's okay. This might actually be GG. What do we have? Anything in production? No Sabers in production. Only one just now getting started. That third base not gonna be allowed, and getting us around on that Saber means that he's probably gonna get taken down. That is true. And maybe enough vectors pop out. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vectors popping out at once. That might be enough, although the production time of this one is with binding saliva is very, very slow, and that's only going to be 5. Seem like a solution. Snockstar, he forced Aureil to go all in and then said, that's fine, I know what's happening. It's not going to work out. The G's are popped. And Aureil is going to fall down in game 1. The build would have been cool. The timing very much missed. As Snockstar takes game 1. Yes, technically it is, but it is a little weird. So for now, creep camps are getting taken away. All the money is getting, Aureil's just getting that money. And importantly here, notice that he's putting a pretty high priority on. Are you ready? Imps are going to get pulled away immediately. Shadowflyer's getting on top, and well, you're in a bit of an awkward spot here. One Shadowflyer connects, second one, third, fourth, and splash down. Got to turn into an Archon. But that's not a purge. So even though, oh yeah, it's dead immediately. We can see just, it's a very powerful thing. Oh man, these Sabers are way far away, but look at this position. This is an opportunity now to dive on top of so many Hellborn. The damage in the air is way strong though. Now comes in, gets on top of them all. Is this enough? They're gonna turn themselves into a bunch of, Archon form, right? They're gonna get a lot of HP back. And Snockstar dragons, but Archangels definitely punch some Spriggans into the earth. That's 300 supply versus 200. We can see the power of this army when it is set up defensively. The Dragon's gonna try to do something, but, well, Scythes are gonna blink forward, or excuse me, Vector than enough here. Problem is now is the Spriggans and the Dragon in the air. Not enough anti-air at the moment, and more Gaunts are gonna start to get on this around here. Aureil, not quite ready for things. And Snockstar's gonna take the 2-0, or not. It's a best of 5. Go up 2-0 in this best of 5. There we go. Strike node's just about done. Now it does need to get surged. That would be really nice. That is pretty important. There we go. Now it's surged as some power comes back, and that means that this probably is good. Yeah, this is going to be a good defense. Especially with the Argents arriving and doing a little bit more. Now Nightfall is going to slow them down, and maybe this was a bit of a mistake from. We're going to start to arrive, diving in, pass. Oh, no, it's not good. Maybe it's good enough. He's going to find his way in. He's going to go find a Luminite line, and Imps are going to go down. But that could have gone a lot better. I don't know if that was worth it, Aureil. He's not ready because the army is not postured, and Korea are going to find their way into the main base. Yes, there is a Shroud Stone. Yes, it is a detector, but this is not a lot of time to go and respond. So now immediately they're going to find that. Attack on the third base is a problem. Archangel are not here. They're not on the map just yet. First one spawning. Doing a lot. These Shroud Stone manifestation doing a lot here. The damage that Aureil is taking. Well, as I say that, the entire harassment force at the third base was killed off. And Aureil has built himself a double supply lead. The way the cloak with the Archangel with the particle effects. This looks sick as hell. Slams in economic damage. There you go. 5 out of 12. Goes on, turns on the avatar form, kills off the base. Well, actually, avatar form is actually not enabled just yet, but is a one-way ticket. This Archangel's dead. You move faster, so you can try to get surround on the Dragon with the Archangels and punch it into the earth, which is not really happening here. With the Archangel, oh god, goes up in the air, immediately Shadowflyers kill it off, and once again, Snockstar mid-game. Aureil looks great. Late game, Snockstar's got it figured out, and he wins this series 3-0. Not gonna kill, not gonna die, but it is gonna get canceled. Nice body block attempt on the Fiends, trapping the Saber in, and it's okay. This might actually be GG. What do we have? Anything in production? No Sabers in production. Only one just now getting started. That third base not gonna be allowed, and getting us around on that Saber means that he's probably gonna get taken down. That is true. And maybe enough vectors pop out. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 vectors popping out at once. That might be enough, although the production time of this one is with binding saliva is very, very slow, and that's only going to be 5. Seem like a solution. Snockstar, he forced Aureil to go all in and then said, that's fine, I know what's happening. It's not going to work out. The G's are popped. And Aureil is going to fall down in game 1. The build would have been cool. The timing very much missed as Nockstar takes game 1. Yes, technically it is, but it is a little weird. So for now, creep camps are getting taken away. All the money is getting, you know, Aureil's just getting that money. And importantly here, notice that he's putting a pretty high priority on. Are you ready? Imps are going to get pulled away immediately. Shadowflyer's getting on top, and well, you're in a bit of an awkward spot here. One Shadowflyer connects, second one, third, fourth, and splash down. Got to turn into an Archon, but that's not a purge. So even though, oh yeah, it's dead immediately. We can see just, it's a very powerful thing. Oh man, these sabers are way far away, but look at this position. This is an opportunity now to dive on top of so many Hellborn. The damage in the air is way strong though. Now comes in, gets on top of them all. Is this enough? They're gonna turn themselves into a bunch of, well, Archon form, right? They're gonna get a lot of HP back. And Snockstar dragons, but Archangels definitely punch some Spriggans into the earth. That's 300 supply versus 200. We can see the power of this army when it is set up defensively. The Dragon's gonna try to do something, but, well, Scythes are gonna blink forward, or excuse me, Vector than enough here. Problem is now is the Spriggans and the Dragon in the air. Not enough anti-air at the moment, and more Gaunts are gonna start to get on this around here. Aureil, not quite ready for things. And Snockstar's gonna take the 2-0. Welcome back, friends. Just waiting for a lobby. Just made a laser and mix it, unless they started ahead of us, and that would be very sad. No, we're good. Yeah, so just waiting for the lobby here as we move into our second semifinals. I'm actually very excited about this one. This is going to be pretty cool. A laser is a very good, and he hasn't been playing as much recently. I asked him for Stormgate Sun. He's like, yeah, I'm not playing a lot, but he is playing more now. And this is what I was saying earlier, where it's like, are the player counts great? Not yet, but the changes are being met with enough positive. And it's funny, you see people on the subreddit, which is the most negative place about Stormgate I know of. You know, you see people on the subreddit who are like, I still think the game's cooked. Like, people that are noticeably, I recognize their usernames for just doom posting the entire time. They're like, I think the game is cooked, but these changes are awesome. I'm like, well, you know what? That's the first step to redemption, right? That's the first step getting into where we need to be. I've been told the lobbies are, yeah, exactly, him and Carol. It's like, I don't expect people to change their mind over the course of a day. You know, I don't expect one patch to change, especially because a lot of people feel rug pulled. They're like, look, we were told launch and it was not a launch. You know, we were told we would get something. And again, these were unforced errors from Frost Giant's perspective. So yeah, I get that. A lot of consumers feel rug pulled a little bit. They feel like their Frost Giant is trying to pull the wool over their eyes in some way. So it's gonna take it's gonna be hard to get those people back, and I understand that. You know, this is a to quote the name of someone who followed 24 minutes ago. This is a rather quixotic enterprise. This is an uphill battle. We're not quite tilting at windmills, but it is an uphill battle to get people back. But if even the people that are like, wow, let me talk negatively every turn, we are starting to see them talk at least more neutrally. That is really good, because these are the vocal angry minority. These are the people that said, I hate this. This is horrible, you know, whatever. And if they are coming around, even in small ways, that means the people we aren't hearing from, who are just watching, who are paying attention to news, who are just not ready to try the game yet because it's not done or whatever. Custom hotkeys, no campaign needs to be, whatever it is. If those people are, that is good news for the people that we're not hearing from. exactly. Him and Carol, it's not a function of whether or not there has been a rug pull. I don't think there is. I think there's been some very damaging communication issues. Your house key just got on. Any more games? Yes, we got the second semis and the finals. We're just waiting on Laser and Mixu to finish picks and bans. So that is what we were waiting on. But like, yeah, we have a list of things that were like damaging communication issues with the war's release, right? Still, all heroes in year 0, but not really. And just instead of addressing it properly, they kind of hit it for a second. Launch versus early access launch. There are probably 4 or 5 very damaging communication mistakes that then went and made people feel like there's something nefarious going on here. And it is clearly a mistake. Like, again, I talked to these, it was very clearly a mistake, but it is something that they're going to have to come back from. Custom hotkeys will get a few more pros to try it. I feel I do as well, Buttersman. And the cool thing about this is not even... Okay, so Wrist calling launch, let's go down the line here for a second. It's a nice word, some things they pulled off, and I'm not even a hater. Early access launch versus launch. It makes a lot of sense to me that inside their studio, they're talking about launch, as the early access launch. So then they write, we are funded until launch. And they're like, because that is the vernacular they're using within the studio. Right? For example, that makes a lot of, that is, sure, makes a lot of sense. Oh, replays, they need to fix that bug. The replays are inconsistently dead. That's so annoying, RL, I'm sorry. The year 0 thing, again, that is just a plans change and they did not update properly. What they should have said is, because they didn't expect wars to be done when it was, I guess. So what they should have said was, these heroes are going to be free. These heroes are part of the Founders Pack. The rest you must buy. But they were too audacious with what they were promising because they didn't expect things. They didn't expect things to go as it was. The whole marketing, I mean, the marketing for early access was unfortunately too aspirational for what it was. Sure. And then if you're going to talk about the reviews, the problem, it was 5 reviews. Yes, they should have disclosed, and now they're doing so. That was a shooting a foot moment, unfortunately. Again, these are things they're going to have to come back from. But yeah, it's like it was a bad look. But if Stormgate had like say 3 times the number of players and reviews were happening more consistently, no one would have noticed. I guess all custom replays are dead, but the ladder works. But some custom replays work. Come on, Mixie, what's taking so long? Rest, as we're saying, launch wording is the one that is like the easiest to say, wait a minute here. This is just clearly in the studio. They're like, we are prepping for launch, which for them, early access launch is the launch they're talking about. And then they write that up. Yes, we're ready for launch. We're good. And then you're like, wait a minute. Yeah. And then it's like, wait a minute. This is not what needs to be done. Now, again, the big communication mistake was instead of addressing, they did the Blizzard approach. They said, we're going to sweep this under the rug. This is going to be fine. We're just going to make the change. We're going to be good. Whereas what they should have done and what they're starting to do now is saying, hey, this was a mistake. Here's what it actually is. Let's address this head on. And that is very much what should have been done. And I think they're starting to do that a little bit more. Never ascribe to maliciousness that which can be ascribed to. I'm not going to say incompetent. Maybe that can be ascribed to incompetence. For now, though, we got a semifinals on the way. Not even say he was done with Stormgate till custom hotkeys are implemented. Well, the new eco is really good, so, you know. And this is a preview of tomorrow's Stormgate Sundays as well. Or I guess just a nice little amuse bouche, because we do have Mixu and Mana playing tomorrow. Mixu, Mana, MSRM, and one more. I don't have that confirmed just yet, so I've been busy this week. Yes, what did I say? Did I say something that was not Stormgate Sundays? Oh, you're saying yay for Stormgate Sundays. Yeah, so we got a lobby now. Sorry for the delay and long veto process, apparently. But we got the veto on the way soon. Classic is saying, yeah, people can talk and argue until they turn blue. Meanwhile, I'll be having fun either way. Yeah. Look, as long as you have fun, that's what matters. And again, it's just a matter of... All right, we're going. Great. It's just a matter of bringing people back. Reestablishing trust. I never had dreams of building killbots. Now, robots that mine asteroids, yes, absolutely. But killbots, not as much. For now, though, we're going to move into game number... What is this? Game 1. There we go. Of our semi-finals number 2. Mixu and Laser, Vanguard Infernals. Best matchup in the game right now. And 2 of the best to do it. In the bottom left, in the blue... One of the best Vanguard versus Inferno players in the game. The number 2 seed in this tournament. His name is Mixu. And on the upper right, in the red. Very outdated build, actually. Well, actually, no, that's not even true. Because I'm hearing rumors that Andreas is doing this. Anyways, for Team Liquid, in the red, it's a laser. And this double vault idea, every other Inferno player, or most Inferno players we see, they go Shrine first. They go maybe Conclave Shrine or something. They're trying to get up to 3 shrines as quickly as possible. And Laser's like, yeah, I'm going to do the same thing that I've been doing forever. I'm going to go double vault. I'm going to go the right side. I'm going to go get the speed camp. I mean, this is the build a Laser was doing. Actually, it looks like he's going to go take the vision camp first. This is the build that a Laser was doing in 0.0 and 0.1 and in the pre-early access and the beta as well. This is his thing. This is how he likes to play. Actually, I said he was going to go get camps. Apparently not. Apparently he's just going to run onto the other side of the map. But what do we have here? 1 Lancer versus 1 Brute and 1 Hexen. The Lancer does win. Now, yeah, the Bob's in. Yeah, the Perspective Overcharge. That is a little bit different. So what he's going to try to do here is see if he can get one of these Bobs low enough to get an imp or to get a skull on top of it. It's not going to work. Bob gets low. Not really going to get all that much done. And now there's a second barracks on the way. Mixu, he's going to defend this thing fairly easily. And because of this, because of what has happened, this actually puts the Laser down fairly significantly. His natural's not done. Natural is done fully mining. 8 out of 12 for Mixu at this point. So it really is now this brute pressure starting to arrive that is pretty important. So we don't see a sentry post up just yet, but another barracks, a biolab on the way. So this is 3 racks biolab, which is how players have been playing for the most part, but sentry post is going to take a while. Overcharge is here, but the sentry post is just going to go down. And the overcharge, sorry, I think I said overcharge. I was just looking at the little sparks from mining. Overcharge, not all that great. Not really available at the moment, apparently. So we're going to see some skulls on these Lancers, taking damage for just a little bit more. But for now, the Bob pull seems to be fine. And remember, this is something that Mixu can afford because his main base is well saturated. He has 2 bases. His economy is in a really, really nice spot. And that allows him... So we've seen the Exos on the way, not just yet. That allows him to go kind of have this mining time lost, even as he's in the situation where, you know, maybe it would be suboptimal. But for now, Exos now getting started here, at least the first of them. Fully actually oversaturated in the main base. Bob's getting pulled into the third. Mixu seems pretty confident of the hold. Now, the one downside, these Lancers are getting kind of low, and there is not a lot of healing. So you do have to be careful with things as they spawn. Exo, just the first one. Any little bit of range damage is going to be very, very useful. And look at this. Mixu actually moves on the map. He's like, yeah, there's a health kit flower that has not been used. That's going to get my low lancer. It's going to bring it right back up. And now as the Exos are starting to hit the field, this is where life becomes a little bit more difficult. Tries. This Hexen should go down. Yep, that's going to fall. Hexen's dead. Fiends in the main base are going to do what they can, but really not a lot here. And Mixu, I think, has confirmed the hold. Now, this Lancer, want to keep it alive, absolutely. But at this point, 2 brutes coming in one by one, not really getting a lot. Fiends in the main base, they kill off the scout from the early game. That's just about it. Lancer's finally going to fall, but really not a lot of damage remaining. And Fiends are just going to have to run away. So Mixu, flying colors. Third base now on the way for Laser. He's kind of backed up from this a little bit. And this was heavy pressure from a Laser. Don't get me wrong. He forced a lot of mining time to be lost. There's no quick draw hustle on the way. No kinetic redirect on the way. No real tech coming out to go buttress this bioforce. No med techs as well. Nothing like that. So from that perspective, it is a little bit awkward. This is Mixu's tech being slowed down just a little bit. But his third base is going to go down. It's going to be finished right around the same time the Lasers is, because quick build is a thing. And overcharged quick build is even faster. Fiends are going to try to get on top of some of the mobs. And repair is, well, not going to keep them alive in time. So that slows things down just a tiny bit. But again, as it stands here, creep camps getting taken out. Finally getting creeped by Mixu. He's up in supply. He's got a central command whenever he wants one, not just now. The one thing I'm paying attention to, and the one thing that we are missing from Mixu in this game, is upgrades. He has, I'm keeping an eye on this biolab. He can build Exos all he wants, but without quick draw, they're not nearly as strong. Their damage goes down, and their damage doesn't go. I had someone in the YouTube comments asking about this. It's not like quick draw hustle makes them attack faster or do more damage, but Exos are a key component to Exo, to how the Exo works, is how fast it can engage with the army, can kite forward and kite backwards. Otherwise, there's a kind of lot of time where you're just not firing. So adding in quick draw hustle is a significant damage per second boost, because it means the Exos can fire and then reshoot, fire and reshoot, fire and reshoot, over and over and over again. And without that, the power of this army is just significantly lesser. So no quick draw, no kinetic. Do we have it researching now? Finally, yeah, finally now quick draw's on the way. And this pressure on this fourth base, I don't know how much is going to get done, actually, because we do have a couple Hellborn. And against this army, a couple defensive Hellborn are very, very nice, even as it stands. This is still a big army. We're going to see the targeted Lancers going to get targeted down. Now, Nightfall, not really going to land all that well. And Mixu is going to kill off the third base, or at least force a cancel. And then, hey, there's a healing camp. Not a lot of damage getting done. So Mixu on 3 bases. A Laser on 3 bases, but only 4 workers on this third base. Greater Shrine, no Elder Shrine on the way just yet. In fact, it looks like the Spire just completed. And Mixu, well, again, quick draw was a little slow. It's done now. He can start moving into higher tier tech if that's what he wants to do. Maybe medtechs, moving to Vulcans or something like that. For now, don't really see that. In fact, no, Mukbay is only just getting at it in now. Regardless, his army is going like gangbusters, and Laser has lost track of the army at the third base. Yeah, there's going to be a Shroud Stone getting dropped down, but even though, sure, bonus, it is -1 damage versus heavy units for the Exo, it's more than enough to go and take the Shroud Stone down. Hellborn are going to do what they can, but hey, quick draw hustle immediately on top. A Laser has to tap out. That early game pressure didn't work out at all, and Mixu, nice defense, takes game 1. Items from camp seem terrible idea to me. Are you talking about what I was talking about earlier, Francesco, where I'm like, I would like to see items, not for units, but items to do things dropping from camps? Quick draw hustle is only a 25% movement speed boost, Albano. Is it 25%? 15%. It is only a movement speed boost. But it effectively does increase damage because of because you move faster. 25 on attack gains a 25% movement speed increase for 2 seconds. All right, game number 2 is going to be Secluded Grove. Let's see if a laser has what it takes to get on the map. So here we are. Mixu is up a map. We're probably going to see him go command post first. We know he is. He's saving up money for it. Meanwhile, a laser, double vault. It's really kind of interesting. A laser is this cheesy guy in StarCraft 2 as well. This really aggressive player. But he looks at increased economy and says, I can get aggressive faster. I can afford double vault in the first minute of the game. And I can go and do these things that I was previously not allowed to do. And this is kind of what I was excited about. This is kind of what I was excited about when they made these changes. I'm like, not only does this make speed up the macro games more, it should mean that aggressive options are more viable. Because it's kind of funny. With StarCraft, when we buffed the number of workers and we sped up the economy, we actually lost out on a lot of early aggression. It disappeared because you got into the mid game too quickly. In Stormgate, the economy was so slow that you had to creep in the early game. And if you had to creep in the early game, you're not really putting a ton of aggression the first couple minutes on. This economic boost means creeping is certainly an option, and it is an impactful option if you decide to go for that. But on the flip side, if you don't, you can still do this. You can still do what a laser's doing, which is double vault. Now, this is a much faster shrine than he did go for in game number 1, so probably not quite as committed pressure. But he's gonna go and put this pressure on because of the economic boost, which I am a big fan of. I do really enjoy the fact that, and I think this is underexplored, I think we're going to see it more, that now aggressive options are viable in a way that they weren't really nearly as much in previous patches. So for now, here comes the Brute. Here comes the Hexen. We know the story. Gets to go. Oh, that's a great job there. Dodges the skull, just hides in the turret. And for now, these brutes are not going to do a lot. Now, if you are Mixu with this turret up, you would love to get to a biolab as quickly as possible. That skull's going to finally connect. You'd love to get to a biolab as quickly as possible. Putting an exo in this turret is a great thing because you get 12 range. You get much further range, and that actually matters quite a bit when you're trying to make this defense happen. But in the meantime, it's going to be fine. Certainly, we're going to see a skull go down on the other Lancer, but you dodge the first one. Now, there's no healing here, and there's no healing camp nearby. Look at the scout. Looking to see just how committed this is from a laser. Is this continuous rally, nothing else? Is there a natural done? A laser's 9 out of 12 on the natural. He's not committing nearly as much as he did in game number 1. And Mixu is committing a little bit more in game number 1. So, from a build order perspective, you gotta figure that this is marginally better for a laser in game number 2. Not marginally, significantly better for a laser in game 2 than game number 1. Especially with these Fiends being that much more effective. A couple patches ago, they made Fiends far less tanky. I think they lost about a 30 combined HP. But maybe 25 combined HP, but they do a little bit more damage. So against things that cannot fight back, Fiends are very good. Against workers, Fiends can be very good if you don't pull your workers fast enough. So now Overcharge is going to get pulled. Seems like Mixu wants to go take a third base. If any Exos on the way. One is getting started here, rallied into the main. I don't know that I like taking the third base right now. This feels a little bit gumptuous. A lot of gumption. A little bit ballsy. There we go. Coming out of Mixu. He's like, I want the third base. Great. Third base, by the way, from a laser is just about done. That's actually, maybe it's not all that bad. A lot of brutes here on the map, but if the Lancers are going to get on top, this is the perfect time. They're all lacking significant armor. Minus 50 armor here, so they're taking that much more damage. And that means that these Lancers are very, very scary. And now we're going to see them promoted a little bit. Move, well, not move faster, but do a little bit more damage. Do it, tank a little bit more, have a little bit more armor. And that means that Hexen will fall down. Your scouting utility in the early game, gone. Your little extra creeping power, also not there. And now Mixu solidly on 3 bases. That is where he wanted to be. We are again seeing the slow quick draw hustle, the slow tech coming out. He wants to get army before he wants to go and do anything more. Okay, 2 more conclaves. We are on 4 shrine for a laser, which matters for a couple reasons. Not only it does speed up this Therium mining. Mining from here to the Therium camp is much more efficient than mining from the Therium camp to the shrine in the natural, significantly so. So you put the shrine there, but also it takes a while to fully saturate a base with 3 shrine. You got to spend some animus on it, but going up to 4 shrine means that you really just saturate your base just a little bit faster. That matters quite a bit. I would love to see a laser eventually go take this north side base, again for the Therium more so than anything else. And now Mixu feels relatively confident. He's like, I can go pressure. This is fine. I know your base is here. I don't have quick draw, and in fact, it's only just now getting started. And certainly, Shroudstone Manifestation exists, but that's almost a benefit in and of itself. Mixu has forced a Shroudstone now. He's forced 45 Animus out on the map. Maybe it's 50. But he's forced a lot of Animus to be spent, which means now there's only going to be 1 Nightfall Resurgence available at the moment instead of 2, which slows down economic growth elsewhere, slows down army production elsewhere. Now we're going to see one of these Weavers, wrong time, wrong place. You will gladly trade 2 X's for a Weaver, 100%. That is 200 Therium down the drain. Mixu very excited about how this is going to go. So now Magmadons, they're getting added in a little bit more, but quick draw is going to be done very soon. Third base is done. Now we got some mech bases on the way. Vulcans probably, eventually into Atlases once we move into Miasma Tech. And look at what Laser's doing. This is not where you generally expand. Laser expanding bottom right, very far away from the rest of his bases. But it does have Luminite, it does have Therium, it does give you an access point into the Vanguard Natural if that's really what you're looking for. So for right now, Mixu, he just continues to attack. A Laser loves his Weavers, but we're gonna have to see if this is good enough. Certainly you can lash a couple of these Exos, and that's pretty good. But I worry that this might be a little bit too much. So stomp on the Magmadons, plus the slow means Magmadons will kind of connect here. But going this many Weavers early instead of Hellborn, Weavers are not the tanky units that they used to be. So it looks like X's on the north side. They're going to get taken down by all these fiends. Oh, well, maybe not, actually. That HP buff, just positioning of the Lancer at the front line means they're going to be fine. Weavers have to teleport home. One's going to get taken down. Second one, well, it's not going to die. But that's a dead Weaver. That's a dead Magmadon. A disastrous fight for Laser in the middle of the map. And Mixie's got his 4th base on the way. Do we have Kinetic Redirect done? No, not just yet, but Hangar Bay is done, which means we're going to get Sentinels on the way soon. Maybe we get an evac for good measure getting started, but we're starting to get to that Exodia composition that Vanguard players love to play with. You're going to have Nano Swarm. You're going to have a Sentinel or 2. They're going to have Haste Bot. You're going to have System Shock. And you're just going to have this incredibly speedy poking army that is very, very difficult for the Inferno player to properly run into. So for now, this base is going to get found out. The Shroud's done that was manifested preemptively. It's just dead. And we will see Weavers go. Teleport right on top. Sorry, Weaver teleport right on top of things. It's just going to get targeted down. It was not tanky anymore. Seems like, yep, it's going to be dead. And now Exos have to run. They're just going to dodge the Nightfall. 1 Exo, second Exo will fall. And the army's not quite all there together. But this army from Mixu is way too strong for a Laser. These early double vault builds, I don't think they're very good. And going all these Weavers into this style, I don't think this is the play. I think a Laser is playing about 1 meta out of date. So for now, that means that Mixu is up 2 games to 0. I said Mixu versus Mana. This is Mixu versus a Laser. Chat, my title was wrong and no one told me. But yeah, I do think that a Laser is just slightly out of date on the meta, and it's hurting him quite a bit. Getting that many Weavers, you don't want to do that. Weavers, a couple to deal with like early game Vulcan pushes, sure, fine. That number of Weavers, they get shredded. The double vault opening, maybe against a worse Vanguard might work, but it is a hands check, but I don't think that is the play. All right, we're just waiting for the 3rd lobby. But I am very happy to see players see players experiment. We would not know what's good and what's not good unless people go figure things out. And the laser was at the bleeding edge of the meta in previous patches, so I have no doubt he's going to get there. I love this. There's a Reddit post where someone's like, hey, I'm changing my perspective and I'm going to start approaching Stormgate with a little bit more good faith. And you immediately get the guy that's like, have you tried Bar? And I've been missing those people. Have you tried Beyond All Reason? Beyond All Reason is really good. It's like, okay, yeah, but it's a different RTS game. It's a different type of game, guys. And like, no issue with it, but it's like, every time someone's talking about an RTS, they're like, have you tried Beyond All Reason? Boneyard is going to be map number 3. Let's see if a laser already, he's changing things up just a little bit. So now it's game 3 and a laser. I lied in the break. Between games, I said a laser's changing things up just a little bit. Yeah, no, double vault on the way. We are in the bone zone and a laser wants to join us. Oh no, not again. But he's going to continue to put this pressure on, and I don't have a lot of faith. Interesting, though, Mixu is not doing the bob pull into the camp into the natural. Instead, he would just rather go pull 3 bobs, build the natural as quick as possible. And I think this makes sense, knowing who a laser is. Because what this means is, yeah, there we go, quick barracks. You're into mining out the natural faster, and it means you get your barracks a little bit faster. And again, this is super important because he knows it's double vault shrine. Sorry about moving the camera there. It's double vault shrine, which is exactly what a laser's been doing every single game. And so if he can go and cut a couple corners and get himself even more prepared for it, then that's going to be fine. And also, he knows the laser wants this camp, so you scout around, look for the shot. Nice body block in there. He's not going to be able to get the first fiend, and unfortunately, also suffers from some radioactive blood. So the scout's going to have to go and find a healing fruit. He knows exactly where it is. There we go. Almost exactly where it is. Clicked in the wrong spot at first, and by the time the scout comes back, he's not going to be able to snipe any of the creeps, which is annoying. But maybe you can just steal the health camp. And the laser's not going to be too happy about that one. Having a little bit of passive HP regen is a very nice thing to do, but it seems like Brute is going to go and get there just in time. Fiends run across, a couple of Brutes rallying as well, and already, well, where is our Lancer? Where is that on the map? We know there was, yep, there it is. Creeping out the health camp. Now, Fiends get a nice little surround here, but I don't know how much, actually, I think Fiends got one of those health creeps, but the Fiends are going to go down, and now there's a barracks in the health area, which is always very nice. This is just very hard to harass. Now the Fiend's going to go down, health camp gets claimed, and it's going to be 2 Lancers, one of which, of course, with a little bit of radioactive blood, which means not great. But yeah, as Vettel points out, one of the Lancers did go down, so it's 2 Lancers instead of the 3. Not great, but look at this Brute on the right side. It's going to fiend and jump away, but it was kept out of the fight for just a little bit. And remember, behind this, a laser is macroing up. This is not the massive commitment from game number 1. So any mining time you lose is a little bit more impactful. It's a little bit more impactful. Vettel asking, where's Rushy? Yeah, he was not available this weekend. I did ask him if he wanted to join me on the broadcast, and he had other plans. But look at this body block. Oh, man, overcharge as well. These 2 Brutes are dead. Beautiful move here. And by the way, I think the Hexen dies too. Maybe not, but it gets pretty low. So Brutes are going to get taken down. The overcharge well-timed you just to keep things alive. And, well, we're going to have a biolab soon, which means there are going to be Exos on the way, and the Exos are the eventual solution to this. Now, I love what a laser's doing on this map, because this map, you got 2 entries into your main base. It is a lot harder to defend, especially with Fiends as fast as they are able to rotate around. There's only so many overcharges available. Bobs have to get pulled, and maybe one of them will not die just yet. Lancers will arrive, and meanwhile, more Brutes on the other side. This is the map where I would love to see a sentry post in both bases. Put a sentry post like right here, put a sentry post like right there. That probably shuts this, that makes life a lot easier. And yes, it is a little expensive, but I think it's worth doing. As it stands, Mixu has survived once again. Mixu has, assumedly, Exo's on the way. Yeah, Mixu, as Exo's getting at it in here, he's not going to allow a laser to go try to steal some of his creeps. And yeah, the Fiends are sharking around a little bit. Maybe they can go find one of these Exos as they rally across, but that is not a certainty. And at the end of the day, Mixu, he is super saturated and naturally saturated in his main base. He's got a bunch of Therium income. He is exactly where he would like to be. This is not, it slowed him down, sure, but hasn't really slowed him down any more than a laser slowed himself down. 10 to 12 the natural. Greater Shrine done. Oh, he's going Conclave. This could be two things. So there's a Twilight Spire on the way. This could just be for Greater, or this could just be for a Quick Elder. This could be for like a Brute Dragon timing, which MSRM has done sometimes, and seems like it's reasonable. Or this could be for quick drops, something like that. I don't think this is Spriggans. I think the fact that X's are out on the map already, I think that's a little bit too dangerous. Although again, no quick draw hustle. This is where Mixu gets slowed down a little bit, where he doesn't get, because of the pressure and because of how many units he feels he has to get out, he just doesn't really get quick draw hustle up. So, okay, no, it's going to be Spriggans. Interesting. Triple Shrine. Or Triple Spire. So where's our Shadow Cleft? There it is. Triple Spire Shadow Cleft coming down. Wait. Yeah. Triple Spire Shadow Cleft coming from a laser here. So that's going to be a lot of Spriggans. I don't know. I don't think Spriggans are very good in this matchup right now. Snox is saying he's going to drop 8 Brutes on top of the X's, demolish the fight, if he can do so. But again, 2 more of the Shadow Flyer's on the way this early without confirmation. There's no hanger, by the way. Wait, is he going to go Dive Bomb? No, absolutely. There's 0 chance. I guess he's just getting Shadow Flyers for vision right now, maybe. Getting Shadow Flyers this early doesn't make a ton of sense otherwise, but there come the Spriggans. All right, so they're getting made out of here. And in the meantime, third base done for Mixu. These Fiends are finally getting handled for the most part. Mixu just establishing vision everywhere as he goes and starts to get some of his upgrades. Do we have quick draw? Yes, we do. No kinetic redirect. We're not seeing the medtech upgrades just yet, but Mixu's very happily on 3 bases. And a laser's only on 2, so really... Emmett's sort of saying, ain't no way this Dive Bomb, I hope it is. Yeah, I'm like, I don't think it is. I don't even know where the Shadow Flyers went. There they are, just part of the army. Like, there's no way this is Dive Bomb, but it would be cool. Is Fiend Spriggan good for cleaning out Exos? It depends on numbers. If you're just trying to fight Exos, you really want Gaunts. Dive Bomb should be able to hit Exos, that'd be fun. For now, those Spriggans are going to go, and they're going to start to supply block, attempt to supply block Mixu here, and there is nothing in the main base. So the Solar Habitat's going to go down, and now they're going to start to slowly but steadily kill off Bob. It takes, especially if you're mass repairing the Bob, which he's not right now, a bit of a mistake with Mixu, it takes so long to go mass repair. Now the problem is this army on the other side. Can you fight this army a laser? And the answer is he might be able to, especially if the, oh God, he's not microing. Oh God, those stomps are good. Those stomps are really, really good. So yes, the answer is absolutely a laser can go fight the army. The Spriggan's distracting on the other side. And they're going to fight I mean, Vulcans don't do anything to these. It's all about the Exos, and they are so heavily binding Saliva at this point that they're just not allowed to fight. And this actually is turning into a very good situation for a laser right now. The Spriggans distracted his opponent just enough that it meant that the fight at the front did not kill him. And because the fight at the front did not kill him, the Spriggans are still doing a lot. Hornet now, Hangar Bay is ready. It's gonna take forever to come out though, because this is a, I forget what the nerf is. I forget exactly how much binding Saliva. Yeah, 30% production time decreased is a big, big deal. This is going to try to turn into a solar. And once the Hornet's out, the Spriggans are not useful. Once you get a single Hornet out, Spriggans don't do a lot. But this buys time for the rest of the army to get across the map. This is traded out rather nicely. So for now, yes, this third base command post is under some pressure. It's building Bob's 30% slower, but the Hornets should be out now. And yeah, they're killing off some Bobs, but not a ton of them. And there's our Hornet. Okay. 17 damage versus Spriggans. Yeah. Oh, Skymine's going to go down as well. Of course, this was a buff. You no longer need an upgrade for it as a laser tries to take a fight at the same time. This is multitasking. Love to see it. Nightfall is going to go down. Tries to slow this army down, but you do have an escape for now. I don't know. Yeah, stasis or System Shock is only just now getting started, so you cannot remove the slow. Should be fine, though. Meanwhile, third base here. Spriggan's getting on top of that one. Do we have any anti-air to deal with the Hornets? Not really. No anti-air right now, so nothing properly, like no Shadow Flyer is part of this army, no Gaunts. The Hornets will be able to zone out reasonably well, especially with mass repair. And it seems like Mixu has weathered a very... Oh, well, these Bobs are in a bit of an awkward spot. It seems like Mixu has weathered a very scary portion of this game where now the Hornets are out. They should be mass repaired. Bobs are going to be there. Repair the Hornet. Mixu not going to be able to do so. So maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. Hornets so slow, but now the X's are going to start to arrive, and that should be fine. Man, it's so slow. Remember, though, the laser's only just now getting his third base. Why can't Vulcan shoot air? Like, just shoot up well. And apparently Albino has told Monk, and Monk said he agrees. But I love how a laser's, like, we are seeing right now how a laser is a top RTS player. Like, that is, regardless of balance, everything else, a laser is a, you know, he cut his teeth. He has won StarCraft 2 tournaments. The multitasking that he is displaying right now is something that we don't necessarily see from everyone. So 2 flocks of Spriggans, 1 in the main base, 1 delaying this 4th base. It's not going to be allowed. Certainly there's going to be a Shroudstone going up as well. And Mixu just feels like at this point, he's got to run to the middle of the map. He's got a powerful army, but a laser's just not allowing him to bring it to bear. So now there's a high command up. It's never going to happen, right? Well, if you decide to target it down, there's another hangar bay here. Should be able to build 2 Hornets at a time. That's going to be the play. And now the question is whether this setup that a laser has built, he has committed so hard into Spriggans, whether he can go and defend this attack at the front. For now, he's going to lose all these fiends, lose all the Bobs, and it doesn't look like Flame Imps are a thing. So that brings the supply down significantly. So main base staying alive. Bubble on the Hornet's going to be okay. And look at this army running on forward. Stasis Trap or Stasis Drone on one of the Magmadons, just really denying the shock and awe power. And this concave's pretty good, but the army's not dying just yet. The Gaunts have to continue to run away. Unfortunately, the Sentinel was taken down, so the speed boost not really there anymore. And look at everything get slowed down, infested, slowed down. And by the way, Spriggans on the left side getting really good harassment value here as well. Do we have the upgrade? No, we don't. But Binding Saliva, even 15 stacks of it, is doing a very, very nice job. And by the way, Laser's 4th base is just about done. So finally, he's going to get ahead in economy. And it's taken us a couple games, but it seems like a laser has gotten to kind of a handle on how he wants to play Infernal versus Vanguard, wants to play against Mixu. And it is giving us a treat. This is not the positional back and forth we saw from Albino versus Theory or something, where it's all about the miasma and going back and forth and playing around like that. This is a mass multi-prong, a laser, 2 hotkeys worth of Spriggans, plus a main army group, harassing everything, not allowing Mixu to bring his army to bear, pinning him back home on this big map, and just not letting him get the 4th base. This is a very cool way to play. Now, finally, we do have System Shock. Certainly, Survival Protocol is on the way. And the question, really the big question now, is whether Mixu can find any harass of his own. Because he has been pinned back at home. Yeah, he can defend his home just fine. Nice move there with the Sky Mines as well, defending against these Spriggan run-bys, or these flybys. But can he, A, defend every base? Because he pulled his entire army into the main base to defend these Spriggans, and he has not had effective harass on the other side. And B, can he do anything? Can he get maybe some Graven on the map and shut down a laser's stuff? For now, these Hornets are not firing. Sky Mines are going to go down, but they're just going to get targeted down. One of them makes contact, it looks like. But this 3rd base is not going to die. But that is a lot of dead Bobs. At the very least, well, maybe they're not. It looks like a decent amount of them went to go mine out of the Therium. And now Fiends are going to dive into the main base. Yes, a Hornet. It can shoot down. It's actually not firing right now, but even still, now Pet Tack goes to the front. Sticky Bomb is going to try to slow these Magmadons down, but they got Raging Tendons, and that means they're going to get right through, but it's actually not going to be all that bad. And we got Nanoswarm going off as well. The healing's going to be pretty good. Eventually, the Shroud's going to go down. It seems like, yeah, a little bit too little, a little bit too far. A Laser overcommits on top of this one, loses a lot. And Shroudfall does not last forever. Now, these Exos on the low ground, that's not where they want to be. They have to retreat, but Survival Protocol keeps them just alive a little bit longer. Good zoning from the Hedgehog means that the flying units are not going to be able to do what they want to do. And even as the Fiends are killing off everything in this main base, the third base will stand. Mixu for the first time in a while builds himself a supply lead. Magmadons will fall, and it begs the question, as it always does, is this enough? Can you run across the map if you're Mixu now? Can you really take advantage of this position because you're losing your main base? This high command will fall down. Like, it looks like he's getting enough of it back right now. This high command is getting low. And remember, a Laser is up bases. He's up 2 bases on Mixu right now. You give him a little bit of time, he's gonna be able to remax. By the way, this main base, fully mined out. Main base of a Laser mined out as well. Natural as well for both sides. So Mixu's on 1 base mining. 7 workers, 7 Bobs mining Luminite. The only Luminite income that he has. So he's gonna have to go and build this elsewhere. And by the way, this Shroud is not real. This is a bug. This is a visual bug on like half the map. He's not, oh, that's a nice catch there on the Hellborn. Taking those down is a big deal. That's a lot of splash damage, a lot of damage over time because I assume they got Molten Touch. Can't click. There we go. Yeah, they absolutely do have Molten Touch. So Laser back to that supply lead. And really what we need to see Gravens on these outlying bases. We really need to see some harassment getting started. Mixu is not allowed to play this game this many bases down without doing some sort of counterplay. That's how he had to take advantage of how bad of a fight that was for Laser. So he's gonna go, he's gonna infiltrate this base. This Shrine's gonna get taken down. That is stealing money from a Laser. That is cutting down an economy from a Laser. He has to figure out this west base eventually, but not gonna get it for the moment. Now Shadow Flyers, maybe. Oh, no. This is not good. This is not good at all. Yeah, Survival Protocol keeps things alive for the time being, but a lot of the Hornets have fallen. That stomp was really good. Graven on the other side looking for some harass. No way to get on top of this base. But even still, this base not mining, this base dead. The economy has been equalized for the most part, but Mixu lost a lot in that trade. He lost almost all of his anti-air, and that means the Dragon is a little bit more unfettered. But look at this. We're going to see infiltrates on the main base, which means no top bar abilities. But it seems like they're going to be able to get out for now. Magmadon Stomp is good. Yeah, there we go. It's going to kill 2 off 2 of these Graven. Not sure what these Magmadon are doing. This game is sick. This game is like, this is Boneyard just gives us good games. It also gives us bad games, to be clear. The creep camp is not ideal, but Mixu, okay, can he dive through here? Do we have System Shock? Are you gonna commit it? Gets on top of the Dragon. Dragon's dead. That's a big deal. That is, your infest is no longer nearly as impactful, but now you got to get away. System Shock away, blink away from the Magmadons. So they stomp in. Stomp's not going to last that much longer. They're just fast now. They're just doing a little bit of damage, but they don't do a lot to the Exos. They only do bonus damage to heavy, not everything else. And that means that theoretically, Mixu should be able to hold this position. Magmadons stomp in once again, but we got the med turret. It's keeping things alive. 4 HP per second. Hellborn, they're going to get taken down as well. And in probably the best game of Stormgate I've seen, to be totally clear. Mixu, 3-0 as a Laser. He's got to hit with Snoxstar in the finals, but absolutely, give me more of that. Hot damn, thank you. That was awesome. And if you want more of this, of course, sub to YouTube. You know the drill. See you next time. Mixu, Laser, best game .mp4. Damn, guys, that was good. Oh, that was so good. And now we got a best of 7 of Mixu and Snoxstar coming in after the break. But oh yes, What does Infiltrate do versus Infernal? Do 15p. One Infiltrate does 25% structural damage, steals money, and shuts down. Does it still shut down top bar abilities? They might have removed that in the most recent patch. I forget. That laser, and purposely not using miasma. Didn't fit with the style he was playing. No, mass quality is much better since they upgrade. Carl, you know, when you're right, you're right. You upgrade the trees, matches get better. That'll make the rules. Anyways, we do have to get ready for this finals, so I'm gonna run some ads, and we'll be right back after the break. I'm gonna go get the speed camp. I mean, this is the build a laser was doing. Actually, it looks like he's gonna go take the vision camp first. This is the build that a laser was doing in 0.0 and 0.1, and in the pre-early access and the beta as well. He have here one Lancer versus one Brute and one Hexen. The Lancer does win. Now, yeah, the Bob's in. Yeah, if it's perspective overcharge, that is a little bit different. So what he's going to try to do here is see if he can get one of these Bobs low enough to get an imp or to get a skull on top of it. It's not going to work. Bob gets low at this point. So it really is now this Brute pressure starting to arrive that is pretty important. So we don't see a sentry post up just yet, but another barracks, a biolab on the way. So this is 3 racks biolab, which is how players have been playing for the most part, but sentry post is going to take a while. Overcharge is here, but the sentry post is just these Lancers taking damage for just a little bit more, but for now the Bob pull seems to be fine. And remember, this is something that Mixu can afford because his main base is well saturated. He has 2 bases. His economy is in a really, really nice spot, and that allows him. So we see the Exos on the way, not just. And look at this. Mixu actually moves on the map. He's like, yeah, there's a health kit flower that has not been used. That's going to get my low Lancer. It's going to bring it right back up. And now as the Exos are starting to hit the field, this is where life becomes a little bit more difficult. Tries. This Hexen should go down. Yep, that's going to fall. Hexen's dead. Fiends in the main base are keep it alive. Absolutely. But at this point, 2 Brutes coming in one by one, not really getting a lot. Fiends in the main base. They kill off the Scout from the early game. That's just about it. Lancer's finally gonna fall, but really not a lot of damage remaining. And Fiends are just gonna have to run away. Just right around the same time as the lasers is, because quick build is a thing, and overcharge quick build is even faster. Fiends are gonna try to get on top of some of the Bobs, and repair is, well, not gonna keep them alive in time. So that slows things down just a tiny bit, but again, as it stands here, creep camps getting taken. Pressure on this 4th base. I don't know how much is gonna get done actually, because we do have a couple Hellborn, and against this army, a couple defensive Hellborn are very, very nice. Even as it stands, this is still a big army. We're going to see the targeted Lancers going to get targeted down. Now, Nightfall not really going to land all that well, and Mixu is going to kill off the 3rd base, or at least it is -1 damage versus heavy units for the Exo. It's more than enough to go and take the Shroud Stone down. Hellborn are going to do what they can, but hey, quick draw also immediately on top. A laser has to tap out. That early game pressure didn't work out at all, and Mixu, I have consumed this. Well, I've gotten a snack. This is going to be Mixu and Snockstar finals. And man, I just hope it lives up to that game 3. That was sick. I have gone. The local Mediterranean market makes this beet hummus that is actually so good. I am a big fan. So we have a lobby. Gonna go into our grand finals. But yeah, seeing people say laser no miasma. Apparently Atlases are very good against the miasma stuff. So I don't know, maybe he's avoiding that. I don't know. It's also going miasma is very much a more slow plotting setup. And a laser just wanted to play mass multitasking. And he did almost break Mixu. Jade Eyes, AK, Alaska. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. All right. Are you who I'm thinking of that you do things with Relic? Am I crazy? Anyways, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Hope you enjoyed the you know, the emotes and lack of ads. And thank you so much for the support. It really does mean a lot. We're just waiting for Mixu to join the lobby. I'm enjoying some beat hummus. As man, that game was so good. Like, if we can get to that point consistently, and part of it is players need to get better. Nope. There's a guy I cast some Supervive stuff with called Relic, R-E-L-I-Q, and there's someone with a similar name that does admin work for him. So, and man, the olive oil they use when they make their hummus is awesome as well. All right. That's the end of my snacking for now. We got a grand finals to cast. Because Snockstar and Mixdu are ready to go in this best of 7. Friends, Romans, Stormgate fans, let's get started. This is game 1. Spawning in the upper right in the blue. He is very good at the video game. That's for daggone sure. For Aftermath Esports, it's Snockstar. And the bottom right, bottom left in the red. Take down a laser in probably the best game of Stormgate that I've seen thus far. His name is Mixu. This is going to be a good... This is the matchup. This is the finals I was hoping we were going to get. And obviously no bias. No bias here. But when I saw this bracket, I'm like, we got a Snockstar Mixu Grand Finals. And Snockstar's been kind of at the forefront of figuring out how to solve Vanguard. And Mixu has been at the forefront of figuring out how to solve Infernals. So there's a lot of theory that goes into this finals. Snockstar, if he's playing like he was a couple days ago, and things may change. We're going to have to see how this evolves. He's going to be looking, and by the way, this is Vault first. He's eventually... Okay, double Vault, never mind. He's taking a page out of a Laser's book, or Andreas' book, actually. And let's see how Mixu decides to defend this. Sentry Post is already going to be there again. The difference here, first of all, is that it's only 1 Vault in the main base, 1 on the middle of the map. So that does mean that if you go... Nice body block there, keeping the Brute out of the main base. That does mean that Brutes are going to arrive a little bit faster. It also means that if this pressure is done, the game is over. Losing that Vault like that is a massive problem. Imp's on the way, sure, but you lose half your production. Really doesn't feel very good. So this Brute's going to go down, and I think this... Well, he's going to go split. That's fine. I don't think this Hexen gets out. I think this Hexen has a teleport back. This defense... Okay, maybe he's not going to body block him out. Apparently not. But okay, big brains. I did not see this. The Imp that ran across, that cut through. Well, it's got a Shroud Stone. He cut its way through the trees, and it's got a Shroud Stone done here. So maybe this pressure is not quite as over as I thought it was. I was convinced that this was done and dusted and not going to work. There's a Shroud Stone right here, and this is going to be interesting. So for now... Certainly gives you the health kit. That is a nice way to push out of. You have effigies that can start to spread things out a little bit. Of course, Shrouds don't generate Shrouds, so that's pretty nice. Now behind this, Greater Shrine done. Do we have a Conclave? We do not. So there's nothing like that. But what you can do is manifest a Shroud Stone about right here. Maybe you do it defensively. You hold it reactively, and you manifest a Shroud Stone. And that can work out very, very nicely. But the Sentry Post is up, so that's not really going to do a lot. And Snockstar actually lost a lot trying to go creep all these camps. He has lost all of his Fiends trying to creep the camps. And, well, Shroud Stone, not really there. And not enough... Oh, the Hexen goes down, too. This is a disaster. This is not going to work for Snockstar. He was a sneaky boy. He was a sneaky lad. It looked like it might be pretty fun. But game 1, the answer is no. Answer is absolutely not. Flat cannons, they outrange the Shroud Stone, so they're going to take that thing down. Yeah, there's now going to be a Shroud Stone manifested, but it's only going to be 1 fighting here. Magmadon's going to try to stomp and splash damage its way through. Mass repair on the turret, and hey, the turret's gonna go down. But there's a second one here. So manifested Shroud Stone's dead. Bobs are going to get pulled back. The Magmadon is just going to have to waddle its way back home. And as Flabuster said, I can see why this would work, but I can also see why this one is not working. And really, it's because Snoxter was trying to go and creep the vision camp, and he lost more than he should have. So now Quick Draw Hustle's on the way. This production structure is eventually going to fall down. This vault eventually dies. And I think we're just going to see Mixu run across the map with his large amount, with his ball of Exos, and kill Snoxstar. Filibuster saying, I thought it's over, but maybe last hurrah with the Magmadon. Maybe made it a bit better. Snoxstar might still be in this game. I don't think so. Mixu looks like he might not try to press the issue and go up to like 4 or 5 racks on 2 base and really hammer it home. Instead, he's just going to build his 3rd base, overcharge for that one, take the macro lead that he has and run with it, which is a fine solution, by the way. Infernal Vanguard late game, as we've seen, is very strong, especially with a lead like this. So he might just kill with these Exos and these Lancers, but he's also giving himself a macro option if that is what he would like to do. So more barracks on the way. Quick Draw Hustle is done. The Vault's dead. He's actually... I thought he might try to press up high ground, but he has so much respect for the defensive acumen that Snoxstar has that he's not... I guess he's just not going to go for it. Sure, you can scout with Scout. The great big flaming basketball versus one little robo dog. Who's gonna win? It is kind of wild. Like this great big fireball, and the dog's like, yeah, I'm okay. It's fine. I'm not gonna take any damage. I'm gonna take some damage, but not a ton. So 3rd base done. More barracks getting added in. Mech bays for the Vulcans. I mean, y'all know the story, though. The rough bones of how Vanguard's gonna start to build up in this game, and because of all this map control that Mixu has, he's gonna creep everything. He's gonna go take the Luminite camp, and he's got the speed camp, and might go back and take the Bruiser or go take the Luminite camp if that's what he wants. And now maybe he decides to get aggressive. We'll see. He's got the Vision camp. Well, eventually, and certainly Snoxstar knows that the army is there, but he's gonna go take the Vision camp. Eventually, I would think he would. Tries to target fire down the Hellborn. That's not really gonna work, but the Magmadon will fall. That is very, very nice. Gaunts do not have Plague Axes just yet, so they are good, but they are not great against all this bio. And he's not gonna properly... He's gonna poke away, and this is a nice attrition. It's not gonna kill him. And Snoxstar is gonna stay alive that much longer. Interesting. We got a Hedgehog, as Mixu is 90 out of 90, pretty heavily supply blocked. He's got, let's see, 1 Hab. He's just only got 1 Habitat on the way, so he's very heavily supply blocked, and will continue to be as he continues to try to build these Vulcans. So you got the 1 Hedgehog. I'm not really sure what the 1 Hedgehog is really supposed to do. Masked Hedgehogs can be interesting against some Vanguard openings, but 1 Hedgehog, not a lot. Now, granted, he's going to be distracting Snoxstar. Snoxstar on the right side, trying to defend against this push. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure on this 3rd base. Lots of bobs going down, and eventually the base should fall down as well. So this is the advantage that you can find when you're this far ahead in supply. You can have 2 armies that probably, as I say that, looks like Mixu's lost the majority of his army on the right side. You can have 2 armies and they can both fight. That is the nice thing. So for now, Exos are going to continue to kite away. Sprouts to manifest. Oh, nice attempt at a block there, right, on the meat farm to try to make sure these Exos stay in. And then they will be able to do so. So this army is slowly getting, I don't even want to say whittled down because he's still losing a lot. But looks like Snoxstar will defend, dodges the Nightfall, but eventually he's gonna be able to find his way out for the most part. Loses most of the Exos, but I would posit, I would argue that this is still enough damage for Mixu right now. And like he still took he traded a lot of army on the right side. He lost a lot of bobs. He built a meat farm that was immediately killed. He lost a lot of stuff on this 3rd base. Filibuster saying, if we can get to Miasma, there's hope. Well, where is our Ritual Chamber? Reaper's Rush on the way. So it looks like we're not rushing Miasma at all. Which, you know what? That kind of makes sense. There's not a lot of Therium on this map. You get 1 in the main base, and you get 1 in the natural that's kind of, you got to build a 2nd shrine, and that's not something that Snoxstar can really afford at the moment. So it makes sense that he's going to be going a Therium cheaper army. It also makes sense why he went so aggressive in this game, because of the lack of Therium on this map. Choose28 saying, hi, this game is cool. Hello on YouTube, Choose28. if you think this game is cool, you should have seen a Laser versus Mixu Game 3. Scroll back in the VOD. It is legitimately the best game of Stormgate that I've seen. It was so good. But for now, I think this is going to be the nail in the coffin. Yeah, we got some Weavers here and Hellborn, but the mass promote is keeping this army alive. And even though there's a full surround, Snockstar is... This is a bigger coup than MSRM waiting into game. 51 supply to 142. Mixu takes game number 1. As Aureil said, this map is ultra hard. It's giga hard for Infernals. There's not a lot of Therium. It's a very short rush distance. It can be a difficult game. More food. More delicious beet hummus. How long time have I created? Like, how long have I been casting? Since 2020. So I guess we're approaching 5 years now. Started taking it seriously in 2021. Oh, the game? This game, well, early access was last fall. I've been doing stuff for Stormgate since I've been able to. I cast the first pre-alpha tournament. Obviously, that wasn't public. But I cast the first pre-alpha tournament back, was that 2 years ago now? I run Stormgate Nexus as well, although I'm a little slow. I haven't had a bunch of time to write. I produced content for that recently, but that's a website all about Stormgate. That's been going back for 2 years now. And I've pretty much been producing content whenever I can. I do interviews with the devs every so often. That's been for last 6 months or so. Yeah. Probably 2 years of consistent Stormgate stuff. And StarCraft longer than that. Right, Acquired Turtle? Big difference now this game gets played. It is so much better now. But we had good games. Back during early access, we had some good games. I think back to like Percival versus a Laser on Boneyard, actually. But in general, and certainly this big eco patch, the game is a lot better to watch now. I mean, again, go back and watch a Laser Mixu if you didn't. That was really good. Looks like Percival's starting to go play Stormgate again. I see him in the game right now. Because I know he had taking some time off, was going back into StarCraft 2. Because honestly, like, things were certainly not as good as they are now. And if you're looking to play shows, what I will say is, if hotkeys are a thing for you, wait a couple weeks. Wait till 0.3. That'll be coming out end of February, probably. Because they're going to have full custom hotkeys at that point. We're going to move into Secluded Grove, though. Game number 2. Snox is down a map. This one should be a little bit more standard, probably. We'll see. Game 2. So, game 2, it's going to be a Vault Expand coming out of Snockstar. And this interaction needs to go away. This is not noob friendly. This is not fun. The fact that the scout, like, this should... Okay, they're probably not going to go for my reasoning because it's too complicated. But, like, the scout should be faced. It should not be able to block structures before the barracks is done. Because look at the advantage you have right now. The natural... Because you go command post first, you pull the bobs, you overcharge. The naturals, this is an expand build out of Snockstar. This is a macro build out of Snockstar. And Mixu has his natural done in mind, and before Snockstar can almost get it started, because the scout is uncounterably able to delay it. There's nothing you can eventually the scout's gonna go away, but I don't know. I don't think that is. We had it in StarCraft 2 as well with SCVs. I don't think it's good design, and I think it is unfriendly design. Oh, chose 28. I don't make Stormgate. I create. I'm a content creator. I cast the game. I don't. Frost Giant Studios is making the game. And Theory, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. 12-month, the man who skipped this tournament. How dare you? Filibuster saying, to be fair, you can start it before the scout gets there. Depends on the map, Filibuster. And it's also, the issue is you generally have to keep your unit, if you really wanted to allow it to go up, you got to keep your Hexen back at home. Which means that your opponent gets the free scout, you just don't get the free scout. There are a whole host of issues with how powerful the scout is in the early game in terms of messing with early game build orders, specifically Infernals. I don't think it's friendly design. But for now, third base just about done. Third base on both sides. We are gearing up for a macro game. A Greater Shrine halfway done. Conclave. Yeah, I'll know the drill. You get a couple of Brutes, Fiends, that allows you to creep. Oh, kill the Lancer? Kill the Lancer. There we go. Nice job there. Takes the Lancer down. And that means these Fiends should be able to get the health camp. And a double health camp is a very nice position to be in. As this Hexen just left behind a little bit. It's like, oh, yep, okay, go get your energy back. Be more useful later. You're not super useful in how he is using the Fiends right now, which is, couple Exos. Maybe he's going to find something up. Beeline over to the third base. These Exos are rather exposed. We saw immediately. Tried to body block with the effigy. It gets targeted down immediately, but even still slows things down just a little bit. One Exo is going to go down. It was Skulled, so it gives a Fiend. But even still, only one of the X's is going to go down. Really seeing the advantage of that 20 HP buff per Exo. Fiends no longer shred them nearly as much. You can do it on any map. On Broken Crown, you need a shrine before making any imps. Yeah, that is true. There are a couple maps where you gotta go, and if you want to go shrine first, you have to go shrine first, like immediately. Anyways, we got big pressure coming in. Double sentry post on the other side of this, and Snockstar has no idea. He's no idea that this is on the way. So if you could get a shroud set up, that might be nice. But as it stands, we're gonna see double flat cannons. And the cool thing about this is, I don't know if there's a scout, I don't know where it is, but you can howl over this. Double flat cannon will harass the Luminite line of this base without even having to cut the trees down. So for now, sentry post just about done. Energy camp gonna get taken out here, and okay, so how do you do this? You can buzzsaw turret this, and that cuts the trees down. Or you're just gonna cut the trees down. Okay, well, that's something. But you can buzzsaw turret this, and that will cut some trees down. Or you flat cannon it and bring a scout. Are you building any scouts? No, just Exos. Okay, well, you're just gonna cut it. Fine, just gonna cut it down. Put flat cannons in, and this is pressure coming out of Mixu in this second game. And this is also a map that is not super infernal friendly, all things considered. Yes, the rush distance can be rather long, but this is so many turrets actually coming out of Mixu. But the lack of Therium is a clear inconsistent problem. Maps that are good for Infernals are maps with one Therium base per Luminite base. Pretty much how that's going to work, and that's just not really a thing here. So we do see the mines go down, and the Hexens are doing a reasonable job of defending, but look at these flat cannons. They're just pattering away, firing away at the vaults. The really cool thing is you build solar habitats just to make him shoot faster. That would be very cool, but as it stands, pressure being done, Vault will fall down. Shroudstone being turned into a Wraithstone. Wraithstone is kind of the eventual solution to a lot of this, but it's just not going to be allowed to get up. It's going to get targeted down, and now Lancers are going to find their way in. So Medtech is going to get infested. Everything's going to get Nightfall to slow down here, but the amount of splash damage and healing, by the way, in this med station makes this very, very difficult to push into. Yes, damage is being done, and yes, some of these units are falling, but look at this 4-turret push coming out of Mixu. I think in the long term, it's just Repairmatic this one. Repairmatic, you got a Bob. Okay, well, that's just going to go down. I think in the long term, Snockstar probably loses this third base. Although you would love... There we go. Yep, absolutely. I was going to say you'd put a scout in it. You'd love a sensor array. Means you can take down some of these venom traps, have a little bit more vision. Another Shroudstone gets manifested, forced down, but one of these Hellborn dead immediately. And I love this because we never see the scout turret, the central array. We never see it gets used. We get used, but this time we will. And the economic damage here Snockstar is taking, he's not dead just yet. Again, he's able to hold into this position relatively well. The Shroud Stone is still manifest. It's still got that buff for a little bit longer, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough here. It feels like this is the slow death of a Snockstar. And this base, it's so close to the rally. We talked about, yeah, you know, north side, the rally is rather far on Secluded Grove. This base, rally's very close. And the bio just continues to find their way onto the other side of the map. Mixu really seems to have figured this matchup out based on the games we saw versus a laser, based on the first 2 games that we have seen here today against Snockstar. And now it's going to be incumbent upon Snockstar to figure out what exactly he can do. Miasma, well, seems like it's, no, I don't think it's ready just yet, but that is oh no, Miasma's here, okay, and that's a good Nightfall. And this bio probably dies, actually. But before it does, it's going to kill a lot. It's going to kill off a lot of these guns, which are not on Shroud, so they're not applying Infest over and over again. It's going to kill off Hellborn. It's going to kill off Imps, and maybe actually some of them aren't even going to go down. We can hear them pop a little bit. But yeah, that was a great shot at the end. But Snockstar's very dead. And that means 2-0 Mixu. Miasma kicks Miasma kicks in. There's hope. But first time you see what, Andy R? We need a Blizzard quality death of the Exo cinematic where the Exo gets slowly lowered headfirst into a high-speed fan. Well, fan death. A little gruesome, though. Ah, the sonar tower. Yeah, you don't see it used all that often. But fundamentally, like, it makes sense to, I mean, using it right there made so much sense. Oh. I keep joining the game too quickly. And stealing the player slot, forgetting. Should the Dark Turret, I think the Dark Turret is just fine. I think the Dark Turret is underutilized. I don't think it is underpowered. I just don't. In general, scouts are conceptually very strong in the mid to late game as a vision tool, and you just don't see people using them. They don't want to spend production time on them, or I don't know, but they're a little bit maybe too hard to keep as part of your army, and they die too fast. But conceptually, having a couple of scouts as part of your army just to howl every so often is a very good thing. Remember, the default machine gun turret attack is just as strong as the others. It just doesn't have bonus damage or enhanced range or something. Problem is that Dog Tower doesn't indicate how far it can see. Yeah, that would be very nice. All right. Dread, game 3. And this is the first map where Snockstar is actually pretty happy about the map choice. We'll see how this one works out, though. Game 3 is on the way. So now we move into game 3. There's a scout. It's not going to be able to deny the natural. Snockstar's going for the triple Luminite early. Eventually moving into Therium. Eventually going to take this high ground Therium probably. And it's still not great from a Therium perspective. Well, the rush distance is long enough, and it's not quite abusable in other ways, that this is the first map that Snockstar's playing into where he's probably going to be happy about how things are going. Probably going to be happy about the map and the fact that he's going to be able to play a game like he wants to play it. So for Mixu, well, it's going to be a single racked expand coming out. Lancer, okay, so you can play this a couple ways. I almost expected to see like a 3 command post build, but you can play this a couple ways. You can go and just use the Lancer, first Lancer or 2 to go and start to creep out a little bit, but you can also use it as a bit of a harassment tool. Now, it's always a little scary when you do something like that. We do see it in Vanguard versus Vanguard all the time. Vanguard versus Celestials as well, but well, we might see it here. The Scout, the Lancer, but no, the Lancer is just going to make sure the Scout stays alive. Snoxstar, natural just about done. Third base on the way. You know the drill, and he's just going to start creeping out a little bit. Make sure that he gets that little latent money on the map. And oof, I don't know exactly what happened there. Maybe it's the speed camp getting on. It's very easy. It's very easy to lose your Hexen to the speed camps, but this Hexen went down to about 5 HP. Went down very, very low, and that does slow down the creeping of the vision camp just a little bit. Unfortunately, if you are a fan of Snoxstar. Meanwhile, Biolab halfway done. 2 racks. Y'all know the drill. Getting up to Exos, Toot Sweet putting that pressure on Toot Sweet, and it does, as always, the question is how much can Snoxstar do to defend it? And how does he choose to? So for now, he's got a Conclave just about done. No Greater Shrine on the way up until right now. There we go. Greater Shrine's on the way. Third base not quite done. And one thing you do want to do when you're playing this style, and we can see him start to do it right now, you want to try to connect your main to your natural and your third with Shroud. And it's not quite as relevant as it is, say, for TVZ, ZVT, where you really want to get those all put together. Oh no, man, Mixu stole the health camp, and now that the Hexen can't fight. But it's not quite as important in TVZ because, you know, your queens don't separate. But if you're trying to play a defensive Weaver style, which is what Snoxstar's doing, on maps where he doesn't have access to 3 Therium easily, like this one, he plays defensive Weavers. On maps that he has access to more Therium easily, he does not play defensive Weavers. There's more, or if he's a ramp to play around, he'll play like Hellborn Brute Gone or something. But on this map, he's going Weavers because he feels like he has to go Weavers because anything else doesn't really work. And if that is the case, you really want to get this highway of Shroud between. There we go. Another one's going to go down. You really want to get this highway of Shroud between specifically the natural and the third base, because that allows your Weavers to actually rotate and defend against this Lancer pressure that's coming in right now. So there we go. Effigy's going to go down. First Lash is going to kill off one of these Lancers, and not really a whole lot they can do there. And it's going to give you a free Fiend too. So now the Shroud is mostly connected. And that means these Weavers can go, and you don't want to go too far off Shroud right now, but maybe they can go and kill off an Exo and do something like that. So we check, do we have the upgrade? 75%. Give it 15 seconds, and then Quick Draw's gonna be ready. So, Snoxstar, for the most part, seems like he has secured his defense. Where is the Ritual Chamber? Where is... All right. There's the Ritual Chamber, but this is a very delayed Ritual Chamber. Really prioritizing from a Therium income perspective, very much prioritizing getting these Weavers out ASAP, making sure that he has something to deal with this first pressure of Exo Lancer. And as Sylvester points out, this is also a pretty rough map to use Weavers on because of the long distances to expand, how far Weavers have to walk, which is a totally fair sentiment, by the way. But I think really Snoxstar just, again, he feels like he has to go for this because it just takes forever to get Therium up. So he drops an Effigy, and a nice thing about this, you can try to Effigy backwards a little bit. You can go and drop the Effigy, move back a little bit, and start to connect your Shroud. 1-2 more Effigies probably to connect all the Shroud together. And this gives you this position on the high ground where you can go and get a Lash going. And I'd say the Weaver, Turlex says, the Weaver is the coolest looking unit in the game. Weaver's up there. I think Vulcan's pretty cool as well. I really like the Archangel, actually. I do like, not even the model necessarily, but I love the particle effect on its wings. It's pretty cool. So, Army on the left side does not want Snoxstar to be able to go in and take this Therium. So, High Ground Shroud allows the Weavers to get there, a couple lashes, but, well, you lash in and immediately targets the Effigy down. So, there's not going to be permanent Effigies here for a while. The Weavers just have to play around, and they're going to keep lashing and doing what they can, and some of these X's will fall, but the base is dead, and it looks like it was not canceled. The base was targeted down. That's a big win for Mixu in this game, even as Snoxstar is sitting up about 12 supply. And, well, actually, wait a minute here. If all these Exos go down, it's maybe not as much of a win as you thought it was. Yep, there we go. The Fiends are just going to get on top. They're going to knock all of these Exos down, and now the reasonable supply lead is not quite the game. This is not quite as much of a win as Mixu would have liked it to be. Him and Carol saying the dragon's also really, is really cool up close. I'd like to see its real size in the cinematics. I'm actually not a big dragon stan. It's just not super interesting to me. Yeah, the other thing is like some of these units look really good up close. Like, you know, the EXO, you look at for this, like, it's just it's a man with a gun. You look up close, like, this is pretty cool. And I don't know if we're zoomed out too much or the units are too small or there are other things they can do, but or like the Weaver, you zoom in and they're very cool, but you zoom out a little bit, and you're like, you lose detail. And the detail is on some of these units. The detail is what is really cool. Really hope the Hexen survives the visual overall. I don't think it does. I think the Hexen. I know you like it. I think the caster on the box is going to be the Hexen, as the drop's going to come in from Mixu onto the natural. Snoxter's been so active on the map right now. Now, unfortunately, this is a bit of a one-way trip because you got Speed Camp Shadow Flyers. They're really not going to be able to do all that much. You are not escaping that one. So this is a one-way drop coming out of Mixu, and means they're not going to get a ton, but actually, as the imps return, you know, these imps, they got back a little too soon. It's not great. A lot of imps are going down. So, not quite. It looked like it was going to be a disaster for Mixu. Turns out not great, but still salvageable for Mixu. No one pay. Oh. Okay, you know, they saw him. Secret Operation X. Oh, he's dead. Never mind. It's like, please, guys, I'm hiding in the trees. Alternatively, I hope we keep the Inferno models for custom maps or campaign. I don't know if we keep them for campaign because they're going to want to keep things consistent, but keeping the... I don't think it would be too much effort to keep the models in the game so people can add them for custom maps. In fact, that's just a rather nice ready-made library of assets so you can build things. For now, though, Sentinels on the map. We are solidly moving into... Where's our... There we go. Solidly moving into Tier 3. Do we have... Yeah, there we go. Survivor Protocol. Where's my mech bay? I'm assuming... Yeah, we got Haste Spot. So, solidly moving into the late game. And the big difference from how we were watching Infernal versus Vanguard get played last week, the first week of the patch, is that Atlases are being used much more commonly because they are a very good solution to the mass Hexen problem that has been happening. Hexen have about 200 HP. One Atlas shot is 80 HP plus, because they're not heavy units, is 80 HP plus. If you get the upgrade, which we're not there just yet, it takes a while to get Plasma or Confusion. If you get there, that's 100 damage. That's 20 damage per second for 5 seconds. It's an extra 100 damage if you can keep them inside of it. So this is a more slow plotting army for the Vanguard player right now. Let's see how well he's going to be able to make it work. Certainly having Haste Spot does mean that the Atlases are able to move around just a little bit faster. The Shadow Flyers, of course, are a scary problem. You do have to make sure that your evac is... you really have to keep it behind your army as they return to hangar immediately. Now that's a cooldown used. I was gonna say, you got to make sure they stay behind the army so the Shadow Flyers don't kill them off. Now Shadow Flyers are going to get targeted down. That's what you want. And we're going to see one Atlas get lashed, second one get lashed, third one as well. Not really able to fight. Miasma going down here as well. Snoxstar well set up for this. But okay, it's going to be a Stasis Throne on the Weaver on the front line. Exo's fighting into Miasma, but the Atlases are still standing strong. They're still doing what they got to do, but the army's so low. Oh, fighting into Miasma is not what you want. System Shock's going to try to make something happen here, and this singular Atlas on the back line has to do something, but unfortunately, not quite able to save with the evac, which means the Atlas at the front line eventually went down. And Snoxstar has swept this army. Yes, there's another Atlas. And yes, it's going to add more damage. But friendly fire still exists, and you have to be careful. So very careful of that one. But maybe if you push through here, that's still a lot of Hellborn that are... Well, ooh, Sentinels, got to be careful. But a Stasis Drone's going to go down. Effigy's going to get taken down here. One Harbinger maybe gets targeted. Or not Harbinger, excuse me. One Hellborn gets targeted down. Atlas not quite impacting, but we got two of them here. Dragon's out, though. And with the Shadow Flyers and the Dragon, it feels like there's just a little bit too much for Snockstar. It's just, the fight was, the Atlases were just a little bit too far forward. So they all went down. They didn't quite get the damage that they needed. And, well, okay, we do have Plasma or Confusion now. And there we go. We have Detection as well with the Sentinel out. So you can see the Venom traps. But yeah, just with the Dragon out and the Hellborn and everything on the backside, there's just not enough for Mixu right now. And Mixu's going to get forced to tap out. Finally, Snockstar allowed to play the game that he'd like to play. And Mixu falls down. People are hyped for the caster in the box, but that model looks so put there. I have to see it in motion before I can see it anything other than a hero. It does kind of look like a hero unit, but we'll see it in game. I think aesthetically it looks pretty cool. It just can it have the unit fantasy of a unit in an army, not a hero unit. Do you feel like Infernals are missing a late game spellcaster? Maybe. Didn't they say there'd be a co-op hero and a game unit? Maybe they said something about that being a co-op hero. Casters as co-op heroes makes a lot of sense to me. So a version of what might be the new Hexen, I don't know, but the box caster as a co-op hero, a co-op unit, that would make some sense. Okay, so we're going to move into game number 4 here. It's Lost Hope, Horizontal Spawns. Let's see what happens. So, we're into game 4, and this is Lost Hope. This is a map that has a lot of creep camps. So often we see players go a little bit more unit-focused in the early game. This is also horizontal spawn, which means there's not really a speed camp advantage. Yeah, technically this one's a little bit faster, but it's not on the way. Speed camp is not on the path of aggression, so it's not quite as strong. Still can be a useful thing. This is also a map that Infernal really struggles with in the late game. It really, because you only have 2 Therium camps, and then you either have to go take another quadrant on the map, which can be rather difficult, or you need to go take the center, and you need to put a shrine on the center. That can be very difficult to do as well. So this is a map where it does feel like Infernal players have to win early. The game goes late, and the Vanguard Therium economy really starts to cause problems. I've seen Infernals win, certainly, but this is, again, one of those maps that is not the easiest for Infernals to play on as the game goes later. So we're gonna have to see what Snockstar's answer, if Snockstar has an answer to this. Jan Pilot said the timing of adding Atlas into your composition in VVI is absolutely. If the Box Lady is a sung, we're talking about the perspective new units, the Infernal redesign, and the caster in a box. If the Box Lady is a Sung Wukong type character, I'm buying her 3 times over. If you mean in terms of her story, him and Carol, or like how she plays, or what part of that? But for now, Natural's going to go down 3rd base as well, but this is a Shrine first into double expand coming out of Snockstar. That's how you want to go. You do want to have units on the map because there's so many camps on the map that it really does. It is worth creeping the entire map for. There's enough money, even in this game where economy has been buffed recently, and also the amount of money that creep camps give you was nerfed a couple patches ago. There's just so much money available on the map that it's worth doing. Absolutely, it's worth opening production first, just to make sure that you get speed camp and health camp and vision camp, and then eventually this Luminite camp and another health camp and another health camp and another speed camp. Like, playing for that is very worth doing. You mean Sung Wukong's personality, so a filthy, overpowered, bratty wisecracker that's low-key sadistic. A trickster, but the trick is extreme violence. I do like that description. That's kind of the vibe I get as well. This from talking to Alan and just looking at that concept art, that is kind of the vibe I get, where it's this little mouse-like thing on a box, bouncing around the battlefield, slamming its key into the box occasionally, and unleashing untold havoc. That's that's kind of the fantasy I have from seeing the concept art, and I hope that's what they go for, because that is part of the... That also is kind of a hallmark of Blizzard style RTS games, and where some of these designs I think tried to hit it first and weren't great, is that, you know, even if you're being a little bit more serious, you're allowed to have fun units. Things are allowed to be funny sometimes, but it still kind of has to hit the tone. And a two-headed ogre that talks to each other, sure, but wasn't all that great. A little trickster of death that, you know, yeah, that's a lot more fun. Kind of playing like a Harley Quinn or Sun Wukong-esque personality. Something like that. For now, though, we're seeing this creeping get attempted once again. But this time, Lancers are going to go find this out. So while Snockstar has been trying to creep as much as possible, this army, yeah, it's done. So Mixu's been able to go and take actually more of the map creeping-wise than Snockstar has, which is not great news if you're an Infernal player. So yes, there are some caveats. You had to build a lot of Lancers for it, but even as it stands, Exos are getting started. Third base is done. And of course, you want a solar habitat at the third base because it means that you build your workers faster than anyone. Especially if you build... It's kind of fun. They made a change. What was it? They made a change in 0.3... Yeah, in the holiday patch, where technically solar habitats, you can apply multiples of them to the same structure. Ogun's Trusba, on the vague idea that you're coming here in good faith. It's early access. They made some public, you know, they made some marketing mistakes at the very beginning that have driven people away. Custom hotkeys are coming in a couple weeks. That should be very helpful. And in the meantime, I just don't. Here's what my advice is going to be. I don't look at the player counts. You know, maybe I look at them after patch to see if they're improving, but I just don't look at the player counts. I know that I enjoy playing this game. I know that I don't have too many issues, even if sometimes I get smashed by a higher level player. I don't have too many issues getting a game when I go play ladder, and I don't have too many issues going to get people to play for Stormgate Sundays, and I don't have too many issues getting people to go watch the game. So the way I see it, the game is fun. I would love for it to go and be more, but in the meantime, I keep playing the game because I enjoy the game. And I have faith that at some point it's going to grow. So, wasting my time, spending my time and like, oh, how's the player? It's not worth my time. For now, though, a bunch of Lancers are going to find their way into the main base, and this is a problem. Snockstar, he's having to defend two fronts. He should be able to defend the front, although these Hellborn are a little bit too far forward. Maybe he's actually not going to be able to defend the front. Vulcan's going to dash forward. Lancers in the main base, a problem. Looks like they're going to be mostly dealt with by these brutes and these weavers, but oh man, the army is so out of position. And these Exos, they do need to run forward, but there's a shields upped Vulcan, which means it will not go down. Do we have quick draw? No, we don't. These Exos just don't have quick draw. Instead, they went for more stuff back when I was going to pop out. Stunning, but is dead. And well, the weavers are going to go down as well. Exos would love a quick draw, but as it stands, they don't really have access to that one. And it's always a worry when you're this deep into enemy lines. Attrition is always going to be a problem. Can this army, and the answer is yes, by the way, makes you a lot of stuff. Like, you look at the supply, it is significant. And now quick draw hustle's done. So now they can start to cut away a little bit more. Now, Nightfall's pretty good. Nightfall is pretty good. It's going to slow things down. It's going to infest things up. It looks like the Weaver is going to be able to stand tanky long enough. I know it's dead. Weaver's going to get targeted down as well. And certainly the medtechs, yeah, they went down. But Snockstar is going to fall down anyways. The pressure was good. This rally of Lancers into the main base, distracting a large portion of the army, way too strong. And Mixu up 3-1. No, a hold, but it wasn't a hold, Filibuster. It was just a delayed death. All right, we do have to go to a bit of a break, though, because ads are coming in 3 minutes, and I cannot delay them anymore. So, Rabbit is just a chill guy. Who is Rabbit in this case? Or are we talking about the little rabbit on the map? The little desert mouse thing. Anyways, we got to go for a bit of a break. When we're back, more games. The rest of the best of 7, hopefully. Hopefully, 3 more games. There we go. See y'all after the break. Does mean that brutes are going to arrive a little bit faster. It also means that if this pressure is done, the game is over. Losing that vault like that is a massive problem. Imp's on the way, sure, but you lose half your production. Really doesn't feel very good. So this brute's going to go down, and I think this, well, he's going to go split. That's fine. Not going to work. There's a Shroud Stone right here, and this is going to be interesting. So for now, certainly gives you the health kit. That is a nice way to push out of. You have effigies that can start to spread things out a little bit. Of course, Shroud Stone generates Shroud, so that is going to be a Shroud Stone manifested, but it's only going to be one fighting here. Magmadon's going to try to stomp and splash damage its way through. Mass repair on the turret, and hey, the turret's gonna go down. But there's a second one here. So manifested Shroud Stone's dead. Bobs are going to get pulled back. The Magmadon is just he's got the speed camp and might go back and take the Bruiser or go take the Luminite camp if that's what he wants. And now maybe he decides to get aggressive. We'll see. He's got the Vision camp. Well, eventually. And certainly Snockstar knows that the army is there, but he's going to go take the Vision camp. Eventually. I would think he would. Tries to target fire down the Hellborn. That's not really going to work, but the Magmadon will fall. That is very, very nice. Gaunts do not have Plague Axes just yet, so they are good, but they are not great against all this bio. And, well, he's not going to properly... He's going to poke away, and this is nice. One Hedgehog, not a lot. Now, granted, he's going to be distracting Snockstar. Snockstar on the right side, trying to defend against this push. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure on this third base. Lots of Bobs going down, and eventually the base should fall down as well. So this is the advantage that you can find when you're this far ahead in supply. You can have 2 armies that probably, as I say that, looks like Mixu's lost block there, right, on the meat farm to try to make sure these Exos stay in, and then they will be able to do so. So this army is slowly getting, I don't even want to say whittled down because he's still losing a lot, but looks like Snockstar will defend, dodges the Night that I've seen. It was so good. But for now, I think this is going to be the nail in the coffin. Yeah, we got some Weavers here and Hellborn, but the mass promote is keeping this army alive. And even though there's a full surround, yeah, Snockstar is... This is a bigger cope than MSRM waiting into game. 51 supply to 142. Mixu takes game number 1. Design. But for now, third base just about done. Third base on both sides. We are gearing up for a macro game. A Greater Shrine halfway done. Conclave. Yeah, I'll know the drill. You get a couple of Brutes, Fiends, that allows you to creep. Oh, kill the Lancer? Kill the Lancer. There we go. Nice job there. Takes Exos. Maybe he's going to find something up. Beeline over to the third base. These Exos are rather exposed. We saw immediately. Tried to body block with the effigy. It gets targeted down immediately, but even still slows things down just a little bit. One Exos is going to go down. It was Sculled, so it gives a Fiend. Coming out of Mixu in this second game, and this is also a map that is not super Infernal friendly, all things considered. Yes, the rush distance can be rather long, but... This is so many turrets actually coming out of Mixu. But the lack of Therium is a... Get it down, and now Lancers are going to find their way in. So Medtech is going to get infested. Everything's going to get Nightfall to slow down here, but the amount of splash damage and healing, by the way, in this med station makes this very, very difficult to push into. Yes, damage is being done, and yes, some of these units are falling, but look at this 4-turret push, so they're not applying Infest over and over again. It's going to kill off Hellborn, it's going to kill off Imps, and maybe actually some of them aren't even going to go down. We can hear them pop a little bit, but yeah, that was a great shot at the end, but Snockstar's very dead. Welcome back, friends. We have between 1 and 3 more games remaining because Mixu's up 3-1 in this grand finals. And we are going to get started. Jagged Maw. It's pretty fun. Jagged Maw is going to be the 5th map. There we go. This grand finals. How it's going to work, I don't know. I know this is, if you're trying to go quick expand, this is very vulnerable. Very, very, very vulnerable to the Sentry Post type of rush. So we're going to have to see if that is something that Mixu is interested in doing. And for now, well, the game is underway. So we're going to get into game 5. See exactly how Snockstar plans about bringing this series back. So it's game number 5 of this grand finals. Mixu, he's up 3-1, and it looks like he's not going to go for the sentry post rush where you cut the rocks in the middle and just try to win the game. I wouldn't have hated it. Jag and Ma, well, it can't. This is, I don't know if I'm going to say the best infernal map in the pool, but certainly you get access to 3 Therium. That's a big deal. The rush distance can be a little bit awkward. It's certainly something that you can play around with. Harbingers are pretty good on this map. So I would have not hated just the quick rush. But Snox should open up relatively safely. He's got himself a meat farm down the natural for a wall. He's got another vault here. So he's being safe with his expand. Whether that would work out well enough for Sentry Post Rush Wall, I don't know. Depends on whether he saw it coming in time, realistically. But as it stands, it's going to be a command post first. Mixu doing the Mixu thing, playing the game he would like to play. And the Scout, well, maybe, nah, Scout's too low, too radioactive. It's not going to be able to really mess with the creeping all that much. So now we move, well, when we start thinking about moving into the mid game, Snoxstar, 3rd Shrine, now going down. And it's weird on this map. And part of it is we don't play this map on ladder, which I think is a shame. I think, well, okay, it's one of those things where this map is very playable in tournaments because the Morph Core Rush has been banned. Not allowed to play it. I don't know if the Morph Core Rush is as good as it used to be. Probably not. But it was oppressive on this map. It's very, very strong on this map. So having this map in the ladder pool without some way to ban that strategy was probably not the way that you want to play things, unfortunately. So, well, it does mean that it's not the ladder pool right now. And in the meantime, 2 racks, Biolab, all those beautiful things. Eventually, Central Command's going to get started. Snoxstar's got his 3rd base there. We should see a 4th Shrine on this double Therium setup rather soon. But the big question when we get on to Jag and Ma, well, due to 15P saying flight blockers, well, like, it's supposed to be close fire. That is an advantage. That is a tenet of the map. Being able to go and say get a Harbinger and drop on your opponent's base is a design, or a evac is a design component of the map. That is supposed to be something that is more viable on this map. It is like specifically that early game Morph Core Rush that was a problem. Maybe you go and you have like flying path blockers that are up for the first minute of the game or something. What resources are in this game between bread and meat? I don't read Cyrillic, unfortunately. But Cyrillic name on YouTube asks, so you got, well, okay, so bread, meat, this is Luminite, or sorry, this is supply. This is the number of units you have. You have Luminite, which is, you think like minerals in StarCraft 2, and then you have Therium, which is, think like gas, it's the tech resource. Also, if you want to be a little bit more technical, you can talk about screens per minute, you can talk about attention span, actions per minute, things like that. But really, primarily, the 3 trackable resources are supply, Luminite, and Therium. Oh, actually, that's not even true, because you have a top bar. You have top bar energy as well. Animus for Infernals, energy. Top bar energy for Vanguard, and then you got power for Celestials, which is a very different process. And this powers things like dropping effigies, which spread Shroud. This powers things like Nightfall Infestation, which slows units caught inside of it and applies Infest to them. Shroud Walk and the Dragon coming out. The ability to promote your, to battlefield promote your units. The ability to put a big shield on them so they don't die. Overcharge your bops, things like that. So, talking about mass promotion, by the way, look at that. Exos getting all mass promoted here as they go to take down the Bruiser. Some of these, of course, will promote as well from the XP of killing off the Bruiser, like this Lancer right here. And then, well, the pressures are going to get started. Meanwhile, Snoxstar taking advantage of the fact that there are 2 access points into the natural. One, of course, on the right side that he took, and one on the left side where Mixu is right now. So the Fiends are going to run in. They're going to kill off an Exo. They're going to get a Bob or 2. And this is actually going to force Mixu back home. This is delaying the timing that Mixu would like to hit. Because he has an army right now with med techs and Exos, and certainly no upgrades done yet, no quick draw, certainly, but a big army with some healing. He would like to be pressuring his opponent's 3rd base right now, but You know, as I look at this army out of Snogstar, without quick draw, without any upgrades on this, I'm not totally sure that I would like to see him do that. I don't think that's the play. I do like this though. Playing around with the Skull Squisher, going. We should see him go cut the trees down. Otherwise, the rocket launcher is going to take a long path around. Also, I missed the era when Skull Squisher was like so deadly to light units. He's not going to claim it. Interesting. Okay, so what you can do here, if you decide to cut the trees down and also take the Skull Squisher here, is you can choose to not claim the camp and then take them both at the same time and just not let your opponent know what is happening. Is that what he's going to try to do? Vulcan? Yeah, thinking of, oh yeah, he's got the Vulcan, so he can cut all the trees down, or the spires. He can cut the rocks down. He's got, see, Mixu's cooking. Mixu is absolutely cooking in this game as a Snogstar. Actually fifth shrine, because he got the shrine here on the double Ethereum as well. His supply is doing rather nice, but there we go. Claims this, knocks through, and now you can go use the other V5 to go kill this second one. You can use the V5 to kill off the second Skull Squisher, take the second rocket launcher, and this is a build. This is a designed timing where, there we go, 2 V5s, a Vulcan, a ton of Exos, and the Bobs are going to get pulled. This is going to be for a repair turret, likely. This, oh god, no, he's not paying attention. That's a great rocket shot to get started here as he tries to recreep level 2. And what exactly can Snogstar do to defend this? Can he defend against this? Now, there's a Weaver going to pop out on the right side. That can get brilliant. You can go lash one of the rockets. Miasma's out here as well. Second one, well, okay, Weaver pops out dead immediately. V5 still doing a very nice job. He's going to have to start to get repaired here. And this Miasma that he is just sitting in, Mixu makes this kind of a hard fight to call, not gonna lie, but the V5 rocket stays alive. The Vulcans are still here, and it seems that even though they're fighting in the health camp, it seems like this is exactly what Mixu needed. He's got the healing turret, he's got the flat cannons, he has a mass repair on this V5, which is effectively an Atlas. It's an Atlas to handle some of the Hexen before the Atlas is properly there. Now, I'm not sure why it's going over here. This is a weird path for that V5 to take. But this defensive emplacement now is going to be a struggle for Snogstar to try to go retake. Yes, one Magmadon runs forward, gets targeted down. Second one is going to try to run forward. This one more likely to get some damage done, I think. But look at that, dashes in, gets any sort of stomp. Yeah, denied, delayed. Really nice target fire there. And these Exos, they're going to have to retreat back to the healing. That is true. I'd love to see another medtech. I'd love to see like multiple repair turrets here. But the first blush attempt at this was very cool coming out of Mixu. And I think, what's his money at? He's got okay money-wise. I think if he added a couple Atlases on the low ground or something, I think that probably is would be all he needs. But as it stands, runs in once again. Hexen, they're on the high ground. They're dropping all this Miasma, but that's going to be another dead Hellborn. And if you knock all these Hexen down, well, the Miasma doesn't matter anymore. It's just going to get taken down. Also, by the way, healing camp, Mixu has that. So he effectively has medtechs for everything. Hexen getting taken down. It's now a 50 supply lead. And this hard pressure through the center of the map is exactly what this map was kind of designed for, with the V5 rocket launcher and Mixu doing it to a T. Snox saying, where is my damage, brother? Good game. Congrats. He has lost this game. Mixu's won it. And that means that Mixu wins the Aureil Stormgate Open Cup #1 and the lion's share of, I think we're almost about $400 of the prize pool. So if you like this, you want more Stormgate action, make sure to go sub to the YouTube channel and follow me on Twitch, because I'm always live doing these things and hope to see you there. Thanks for watching. .mp4. Yeah, Mixu is, I think that MSR, I'm saying, well, Vanguard's OP. I think Mixu clearly played better. Jagged Mile is my favorite map when I ignore Celestials for reasons like this. This was cool. This was not a laser Mixu game 3, but I think Mixu is clearly the best Vanguard player right now. Frostshine Snogstar would like to submit a missing damage report. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we're done here today. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. Of course, if you really like what I do, make sure to go, you're welcome. Make sure to go subscribe to Twitch, or, you know, we do have channel memberships on YouTube if that's your bag. But other than that, we're going to find someone to raid on up. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. for Stormgate Sundays, assuming I can find a fourth player. I've been slacking. For now, though, we're going to go to a break. Or not a break. We're going to find someone to raid up. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good one. Does mean that brutes are going to arrive a little bit faster. It also means that if this pressure is done, the game is over. Losing that vault like that is a massive problem. Imp's on the way, sure, but you lose half your production. Really doesn't feel very good. So this brute's going to go down, and I think this, well, he's going to go split. That's not going to work. There's a Shroud Stone right here, and this is going to be interesting. So for now, certainly gives you the health kit. That is a nice way to push out of. You have effigies that can start to spread things out a little bit. Of course, Shroud Stone generates Shroud, so that is going to be a Shroud Stone manifested, but it's only going to be one fighting here. Magmadon's going to try to stomp and splash damage its way through. Mass repair on the turret, and hey, the turret's gonna go down. But there's a second one here. So manifested Shroud Stone's dead. Bobs are going to get pulled back. The Magmadon is just he's got the speed camp and might go back and take the Bruiser, or go take the Luminite camp if that's what he wants. And now maybe he decides to get aggressive. We'll see. He's got the Vision camp. Well, eventually, and certainly Snockstar knows that the army is there, but he's going to go take the Vision camp. Eventually. I would think he would. Tries to target fire down the Hellborn. That's not really going to work, but the Magmadon will fall. That is very, very nice. Gaunts do not have Plague Axes just yet, so they are good, but they are not great against all this bio. And, well, he's not going to properly... He's going to poke away, and this is a nice one Hedgehog. Not a lot. Now, granted, he's going to be distracting Snockstar. Snockstar on the right side, trying to defend against this push. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure on this third base. Lots of Bobs going down, and eventually the base should fall down as well. So this is the advantage that you can find when you're this far ahead in supply. You can have two armies that probably, as I say that, looks like Mixu's lost block there, right, on the meat farm to try to make sure these Exos stay in, and then they will be able to do so. So this army is slowly getting, I don't even want to say whittled down because he's still losing a lot, but looks like Snockstar will defend, dodges the Night game that I've seen. It was so good. But for now, I think this is going to be the nail in the coffin. Yeah, we got some Weavers here in Hellborn, but the mass promote is keeping this army alive. And even though there's a full surround, yeah, Snockstar this is a bigger coup than MSRM waiting to game. 51 supply to 142. Mixu takes game number 1.